Hey guys, how are you all? I hope you all are doing well. Today we are going to see an amazing what-if story. But before we start, it's just a humble request that if you are new here, please subscribe because it actually motivates me a lot to post more. Also, the stories on my channel are fully written by me, so if you have any suggestions for what-if stories, please let me know below the comment section. Now, without any further delay, let's start. What if Harry Potter discovered lost Roman god? Harry ran because stopping meant thinking, and thinking meant hearing his own breath in the mask of the rain. The night was loud. Water hammered the leaves above, slapped his collar, ran cold down the back of his neck. His boots sank into mud that did not care about his reputation or the way people still looked at his scar like it was a medal. He kept his wand in his right hand and his left out for balance, fingers spread, as if he could catch the dark if it tried to lunge at him. Ahead, a white flare snapped through the trees, not lightning, a spell. A second later came the crack of something hitting stone, and a man shouted a word Harry could not place, half Latin, half panic. Ron's voice cut in his ear, sharp and breathless. Left. He's going left. Harry, he's got the box. I see him, Harry said. He did. A shape in a soaking cloak, shoulders hunched, moving like a fox that knew every root and dip of this patch of woodland. The man clutched something against his chest, wrapped in oilcloth. Hermione's voice came next, steady in that way she did when she was forcing herself to stay calm. Do not hit the package. If that is what I think it is, it will not just break. It will react. Harry did not answer because he was busy jumping a fallen branch and keeping his wand from slipping out of his wet grip. He heard Ron swear as Ron nearly went down behind him. The target burst through the last line of trees and skidded into an open space. Clearing. A raw patch of ground where the grass had never grown back properly, even though there were no obvious reasons for it. It looked like an old scar on the land, a wide oval of bare earth and stones. The air felt different here, as if the rain was falling through something that did not want it. Harry's eyes flicked over the clearing in a heartbeat and snagged on the thing at its center. Stone. Broken. Half buried. Not a ruin like a castle wall or an old cottage foundation. This was older, cleaner, like a chunk of a temple pulled out of the earth and left to rot in the wet. A few steps led nowhere. A low ring of stones, almost circular, as if someone had tried to mark a boundary. Charred marks that ran like veins through the mud. The man with the box stumbled, went to one knee, and then pushed himself upright with frantic strength. He raised his wand, but his eyes were not on Harry, Ron, or the other Aurors fanning out behind them. His eyes were on the stones. No, Hermione said, and there was a warning in it that did not sound like law or theory. It sounded like instinct. The man slammed his palm onto the nearest stone. The clearing answered. It did not answer with light the way spells did. It answered with absence. The sound of the rain dulled, as if someone had thrown a thick blanket over the world. Harry felt pressure behind his eyes. The mud under his boots tingled. The air filled with a smell like burnt metal. Ron stumbled to a stop beside Harry, eyes wide. Mate, what is that? Harry's throat went tight. He did not know, but he knew the feeling. He had felt it in places where magic had been used so hard the air remembered it, and in the minutes after the killing curse had hit him, and in the spaces between worlds he had not wanted to believe existed. The man with the box began to chant. Harry's stomach dropped because he did recognize that rhythm, not the words, but the shape of them. It was not British. It was not modern. It was something that had been said the same way for a long time. A flash cut across the sky. Lightning struck the clearing, straight down, brutal and white, but the thunder did not follow. The sound was swallowed, eaten by the stones. The strike hit the ring and did not bounce away. It sank into it like water into sand. The ground shuddered. A seam opened in the mud, right where the ring of stones marked the boundary. Harry saw it as a dark line, then as a split, then as a crack wide enough to swallow a boot. Mud slid inward. Stones shifted and rolled. The man laughed, breathless, as if he had just won. Harry moved without waiting for orders. Stupefy. Red light slammed the man in the chest. He fell backward, arms flung wide, The box still clutched to him like a child. He hit the mud with a wet smack and did not move. The seam kept opening. "Harry," Ron said, and it was not a joke now. It was a hand reaching for him in the dark. "We need to get out of this clearing." "Not yet," Harry said, and he heard how stubborn it sounded. Heard the old part of himself that refused to leave anything unknown behind. He stepped toward the crack, careful, and felt the hair on his arms rise. The air was charged. Hermione reached the edge of the clearing, cloak plastered to her hair, and pointed her wand at the widening gap. "This is not a normal collapse. It is reacting to the strike. Like it was meant to." A second Auror, one of Robards' senior lot, tried to get close and then reeled back with a sharp hiss, as if the air itself had slapped him. "There's a ward. Not ours." Harry stared down into the gap. Stone steps appeared, slick with mud, leading into darkness. The opening had split the earth cleanly, like a mouth opening to swallow the night. Cold air breathed up, carrying damp and something else. A faint sweet rot, old smoke trapped in rock. Ron swallowed. "This is mad." "You stunned him and it still opened." "Because he started it," Hermione said. She looked at Harry. "The lightning finished it." Harry's fingers tightened on his wand. "We came for a smuggled artifact. We got a hole to somewhere. That's not an accident." Robards arrived then, tall and broad and soaked, his eyes taking in the scene with hard control. "Potter, report." Harry kept his voice simple because the clearing made it hard to think in long sentences. "Suspect ran here, triggered something at the stones. Lightning strike hit, ground opened. I stunned him. The opening is still active." Robards looked at the unconscious man, then at the gap, then at Hermione. "Granger, that look on your face suggests you are about to tell me this is either illegal, ancient, or both." Hermione's lips pressed together. "It is ancient. I do not know how illegal it is yet." Robards' mouth twitched in what might have been humor if the night had been kinder. "Fine. Potter, Weasley with me. The rest of you, perimeter. Wands up. If anything comes out of that hole that does not look like a human with a ministry badge, you hex first and ask questions later." Ron muttered, "That's the ministry motto." Robards pretended not to hear him. Harry moved to the edge of the gap and looked down again. The steps disappeared after 6 or 7, swallowed by dark. The rain did not fall into it. Drops hit the edge and slid away, as if the opening refused to be touched. Hermione touched his sleeve. "Harry, if this is some kind of ritual site, you should not step on those stones. There are rules." "Rules from when?" Harry asked. Hermione's eyes flicked to the ring. "Roman." Ron gave a short laugh that was all nerves. "Brilliant. So we're about to get murdered by a dead bloke in a toga." Harry should have smiled at that. He could not. His scar prickled. Not with the old ache of Voldemort, but with something colder, like the first touch of winter air when you open a door. He stepped onto the first stone stair. The air shifted. It did not push him away. It accepted him the way deep water accepts a stone. Behind him, Robards swore under his breath, then followed. Ron came next, muttering complaints as if that might keep his fear from showing. Hermione hovered at the edge. Then, with a tight look that said she hated leaving unknown things unsolved, stepped down after them. Harry went first because he always did. He told himself it was leadership. It felt more like habit, and habit felt safer than admitting he was curious. The steps led into a narrow corridor of stone, slick with wet. Harry held his wand out, murmured, "Lumos," and watched pale light spill across carved walls. Latin letters stared back at him, cut into the stone in long lines. Not polished museum script. Rougher, as if someone had carved them quickly and with anger. Ron leaned in, squinting. "Can you read that?" Hermione had moved closer, her face already in that locked focus she got when she was about to forget the world existed. "Some of it. It is dedication. It is a boundary marking." Harry's stomach tightened. Boundary to what? Hermione swallowed. "To a place struck by lightning." Robards' wandlight traced the carvings. "That is a charmingly specific thing to build a boundary for." Hermione's voice went quieter. Romans believed certain lightning strikes were not random. They believed they were messages. A place where lightning struck could become sacred or cursed. There were rituals. There were laws. Harry kept walking, slow now, feet careful on stone made slick by centuries and rain. The corridor opened into a chamber. It was not huge, but it felt larger than it should have because of what stood in the center. The statue, not a Roman soldier, not a proud god with a spear or a crown. This figure was veiled, face hidden by stone cloth that fell in heavy folds. The hands were visible and they held something circular, broken in half. A wheel, not a cartwheel. Something more symbolic, thicker, carved with faint shapes that looked like spokes. But the spokes were not straight. They were curved like snakes, like storm clouds, like the paths lightning might take if you could see it moving through air. The broken wheel was held as if the statue was offering it, or guarding it, or keeping it from spinning. Harry stepped closer and felt the air tighten again, that pressure behind his eyes. His breath sounded loud in the chamber. The smell of burnt metal was stronger here. Ron whispered, "That is creepy." Robards raised his wand, cautious. "Potter, do not touch anything." Harry's fingers twitched anyway. Something on the floor caught his eye, a dark stain. Not blood. It looked like the stone itself had been scorched. But the scorch ran in lines, spiraling outward from the statue like a pattern. A wheel pattern. Hermione moved, careful, scanning the floor with her wand. There are traces. There was a ritual here, and it was not wizarding. Meaning, Ron said. It was Muggle. Hermione shook her head, eyes fixed on the stone. No, older than the division, older than the statute. This is a different kind of magic. Like the air has remembered words, not wand movements. Harry felt his scar prickle again, and then he heard it. Not a voice the way humans spoke, more like a vibration behind his teeth, like thunder far away that you feel before you hear. His gaze locked on the wheel. The broken circle looked wrong, like a missing tooth, like the world had a crack in it that had been covered up, and now the cover had slipped. Robards said something, but Harry did not hear the words. He stepped forward. Ron grabbed his arm. "Harry, are you all right?" Harry shook him off, not hard, but firm. "I need to see it." Hermione's voice sharpened. "Harry, you do not need to see it with your hands. You can see it with your eyes." Harry's mouth was dry. "It is calling." That got Robards' attention. His wand lifted higher. "What did you say?" Harry blinked, and for a second the chamber seemed to tilt. The statue looked taller. The shadows beneath its veil deepened, thickened, like smoke filling a bowl. Harry took one more step, close enough that his wand light made the wheel cast a curved shadow across his boots. His scar flared cold. He reached out. His fingers brushed the stone. The world snapped. For a fraction of a heartbeat he was not in the chamber. He was somewhere that had no ceiling and no walls, a night sky so black it looked solid. Lightning moved through it, not white, but dark, as if the light had been drained out of it. The lightning did not crack. It hissed like something alive. A shape moved in the distance, vast, slow. A presence that made Harry's stomach drop. It was not a monster with claws. It was a concept wearing weight. It was night given a body. A word pressed into Harry's mind. Not spoken. Branded. Summonus. His lungs tried to breathe and did not find air. Panic surged, pure and hot, and he tried to pull his hand back. Too late. Black lightning crawled up his arm. It did not burn like fire. It burned like cold. It seized his muscles and locked his fingers, and Harry's knees buckled. He did not fall because Ron caught him, swearing loudly, hauling him back from the statue. Harry gasped, and the chamber returned with a rush of sound. The rain above seemed suddenly loud again, pounding down through earth and time. Hermione grabbed Harry's wrist, eyes wide. "Harry, your arm." The black lines were there, etched into his skin like veins filled with ink. They pulsed faintly, as if they were breathing. Ron's voice shook. "That is not normal." Robards stepped in, jaw tight. "Potter, talk. Now." Harry tried to speak and found his tongue thick. He swallowed hard. "I touched it and I saw night. like a place made of night. And lightning. Black lightning. Hermione's grip tightened. You hallucinated. I did not hallucinate, Harry snapped, sharper than he meant. His chest heaved. The air tasted like metal. It was real. Ron stared at his arm like it might jump off. Your skin agrees with him. Robards' gaze flicked to the statue, then to the broken wheel. We are leaving. Now, Potter, Weasley, carry the suspect's box. Granger, if you want to keep your head attached, you will not argue with me. Hermione opened her mouth, then shut it. Her eyes were bright with anger and fear and the itch to understand. Harry did not want to leave. The pressure behind his eyes had eased, but there was still something in him now, a low hum under his skin, like distant thunder. They backed out of the chamber. As Harry turned, wand light swung over the statue's veiled face. For a second he thought the stone cloth moved. He blinked and it was still. Ron muttered, "Nope, not doing that. Not doing haunted statues." They climbed the steps fast, boots slipping on wet stone, breath loud, and burst back into the open clearing. Rain hit Harry like a slap. The sound of it felt too sharp after the muffled hush below. The gap in the earth was still open. The ring of stones still looked like a wound. Aurors at the perimeter stiffened as Harry emerged, and then their eyes went straight to his arm. One of them swore softly. Robards barked. No one says a word. Not to anyone. Not to your mates. Not to your mum. Not to a Daily Prophet reporter if one crawls out of the mud. This is sealed. Hermione's voice went tight. We cannot seal it and pretend it does not exist. Robards shot her a look. Watch me. Harry stared at the clearing. His scar prickled again, and he realized the prickling was answering the sky. He looked up. The clouds were thick and low, but in the center above the clearing, there was a patch of darker black, a circle that looked wrong. Not a hole, not clear, just deeper night in the middle of night. Ron saw him staring and followed his gaze. That is not normal either, is it? No, Hermione whispered. Harry, do not look at it too long. Harry forced his eyes down. His arm throbbed faintly. Robards ordered the team to bind the suspect, bag the artifact, and set wards. Harry watched, half present, as the box was lifted from the man's chest and wrapped in ministry cloth. The suspect groaned as he came around, blinking at the floodlights an Auror had conjured. His eyes fixed on Harry's marked arm, and his mouth split into a grin that made Harry's skin crawl. You heard him, the man rasped. You touched the wheel. He knows you now. Ron shoved him back down. Shut up. The man laughed anyway. He was asleep, but you woke him. You woke the thunder of night. Harry's stomach turned. Robards drew his wand and pressed it to the man's throat, not quite touching skin. His voice was calm in that dangerous way. Name, purpose. Who told you to come here? The man's grin widened. You will not stop it. Your wand laws do not matter. The old law is coming back. Hermione stepped forward, eyes fierce. Who is he? Who did you wake? Say the name. The man's gaze slid to Hermione, and Harry saw, with a cold twist, that the man looked pleased. Like Hermione's fear was a gift. Summonus, he said, savoring it. The one you forgot because you replaced him with smaller gods. The one who hears lightning at night. The word hit Harry like a shove. His arm pulsed as if answering. Ron swore. Brilliant. Now it's got a name. Robards' wand flicked. The man's head snapped back and he went limp, silenced by magic. Harry turned away before he did something stupid. His breath came too fast. His stomach rolled. He pushed a hand to his mouth and forced the nausea down. Not now. Not in front of everyone. He felt Hermione watching him. He could feel her mind like a hand itching to reach in and pull answers out of him. Robards spoke low, meant for Harry only. We are taking you to St. Mungo's. Harry shook his head. I am fine. You are marked, Robards said, flat. You are not fine. And you are not going anywhere without being checked. Ron leaned in, voice gentler than his joke voice. Mate, just get checked. You look like you have swallowed a battery. Harry made a sound that might have been a laugh if it had any air in it. He flexed his fingers. The black lines did not fade. They sat in his skin like ink. Hermione said, carefully, Harry, you have to tell us exactly what you saw. Harry met her eyes. He did not want to lie. He also did not want to hand her something she might take to a committee or a report or a plan. Hermione was brilliant. Hermione was also the sort of person who believed the right answer existed if you worked hard enough. If this was not a problem you could solve by working harder, Hermione would break herself trying. I saw a knight, Harry said. Not this one, a deeper one, and lightning that was not light. And I heard the name. Hermione's throat bobbed. She looked like she wanted to argue, but she could not argue with the mark on his skin. That is not how artifacts work. It is how this one works, Harry said, and hated how certain he sounded. Robards clapped a hand on Harry's shoulder. Firm. Potter, you will do what I say. You will not play hero with something we do not understand. Harry almost snapped. I have been playing hero since I was 11. But he bit it back. He was tired. The kind of tired that lived in bone. They operate in pairs to the ministry because it was faster than trying to fly in the storm. The atrium was quiet at this hour, but not empty. A few night workers glanced up, saw the Auror line, saw the bound suspect, and looked away quickly. The air smelled of stone and polish and wet wool. Harry's mark pulsed under the bright lights, and he felt exposed. They moved through corridors to a secure room used for artifact containment. The box was placed on a table inside a warded circle. Hermione hovered like a hawk, ignoring Robards' glare, and began murmuring tests under her breath. Ron stood at Harry's side like a guard dog, wet hair dripping onto the floor. Then the door opened again. Daphne Greengrass walked in as if she owned the corridor outside. Harry had seen her before, in the years after the war, in meetings, in court hearings, at those stiff ministry events where people pretended they were not still rebuilding a country held together by fear and paperwork. She had always looked composed, chin up, eyes sharp. She carried herself like someone who had been taught, from childhood, that weakness was a thing you let other people show first. Tonight, she looked the same, but her eyes went straight to Harry's arm like she had been looking for it. Robards straightened, surprise flickering. Greengrass, why are you here? Daphne's voice was cool. Because someone opened a Bidentell. Hermione stiffened. That word is not common knowledge. Daphne glanced at Hermione like she was measuring her. I do not enjoy repeating myself. This is a Bidentell site. Roman. Lightning strike sacred ground. Ron blinked. How do you know? Daphne's gaze did not shift from Harry's mark. Because my family kept records that your ministry did not care about until it started tripping over them. Harry's pulse kicked. The way she looked at him was not fear. It was recognition. Robards frowned. This is Auror business. Daphne stepped closer, and the room seemed smaller with her in it. No, this is older than Auror business. And if that mark is what I think it is, you do not have the authority to handle it. Hermione's eyebrows shot up. Excuse me. Daphne finally looked away from Harry long enough to meet Hermione's eyes. You can be offended later. Right now, you need to decide if you want to keep people alive. Harry's stomach tightened. What is it? Daphne stopped in front of him, close enough that Harry could smell rain on her cloak and something clean beneath, like parchment and cold air. She did not touch his arm. She did not need to. Her eyes traced the black lines as if reading them. Summonus, she said quietly. Harry flinched anyway. Ron swore again. All right, everyone knows the name now. Brilliant. Hermione spoke fast, controlled. You cannot just walk in here and claim you have authority. On what basis? What are you? Daphne's mouth tightened, and for a second Harry saw a crack in the calm. Something like exhaustion. I am tired. That is what I am. And I am someone who has been watching old cult traces stir for months while the ministry called it superstition. Robards' voice hardened. If you have information, you can give it to my department through proper channels. Daphne's eyes snapped to Robards. Proper channels will get you killed. The fact that you are standing here after opening that site is luck. Do not mistake luck for control. Harry felt his arm pulse, almost in agreement. Hermione took a step forward. We need evidence. We need a clear report. What does the mark mean? What does it do? Daphne looked back at Harry. It means you have been seen. Ron went still. Seen by what? Daphne did not blink. By something that used to answer to Rome. By a god your world forgot because you decided your magic was the only one that mattered. You touched the wheel. You triggered recognition. Harry swallowed. And the box. What is in it? Daphne glanced toward the warded table where the artifact sat under ministry cloth. A broken piece of the wheel. A focus. A key. It does not matter what you call it. It matters that it was brought to the Bidental and activated under lightning. Hermione's voice shook, just slightly, from the strain of holding herself together. That sounds like dark magic. Daphne's eyes flicked to Hermione again. It is older than dark. It is older than your categories. Robards looked ready to throw Daphne out on principle. Greengrass, I will not allow. Daphne cut him off. You will allow it because Potter is the one marked, and Potter is the one your entire government still panics around. If you drag him into St. Mungo's and put him under bright lights and day wards, you will make it worse. Harry stared. Day wards. Daphne's gaze returned to his arm. Yes. Hermione's breath caught. Wait. How do you know? Daphne's jaw tightened again. Because Summonus is not Jupiter. He is not your tidy daytime thunder. He belongs to night. The room felt colder. Harry's scar prickled hard. He forced himself to breathe through it. Ron looked between them, lost and angry. So what? Harry is what? Priest now. A lightning priest. Daphne's mouth twitched, almost a smile, but it did not reach her eyes. No. He is a conduit. And he is in danger. Hermione's eyes flashed. We are all in danger. If this is real, if it is a god, then we need a plan. Daphne's gaze slid back to Robards. Your plan will be to bury it, to classify it, to lock it behind paperwork until it breaks out. That is not a plan. Robards' patience snapped. I am not going to take orders from a former Slytherin student with a family hobby of hoarding old scrolls. Ron actually made a choking noise, half laugh, half disbelief. Hermione shot Robards a look that said, not now. Daphne leaned in a fraction. Her voice dropped, low and dangerous. Then take orders from the mark on his skin. It is not going away. And if you mishandle it, you will not just lose Potter. You will lose everyone near him. Harry's stomach turned again. He pressed his hand to the edge of the table to steady himself. The room felt too bright. The mark throbbed like a heartbeat. Hermione softened, just a touch, when she looked at him. Harry, are you dizzy? Harry wanted to say no. His mouth felt thick. He forced it open. A bit. Daphne's eyes narrowed. That is the beginning. The pull will get stronger. Especially at night. Ron's voice went small. And what happens in the day? Daphne hesitated. And that hesitation scared Harry more than her calm. In the day you will feel wrong. Like you are walking through glue. Like your magic is being held back. Like you cannot breathe properly in sunlight. You will try to cast and it will feel thin. Hermione's face went pale. That is not possible. Harry thought about the pressure behind his eyes in the chamber. About the way the rain had seemed muted. About the way the opening had refused to be touched by water. He thought about black lightning hissing through a sky that looked solid. It is possible, he said. Robards looked from Daphne to Harry and back again. He looked like a man watching his tidy world crack. Fine, Robards said, voice tight. Say you are right. What do you want? Daphne's shoulders eased. Not in relief, but in acceptance. I want this quiet. For now. No profit. No public brief. No committee. I want Potter out of St. Mungo's. I want him somewhere warded for human threats, but not stuffed with daylight charms. And I want access to the artifact. Proper containment. Hermione bristled. You want to take it? Daphne met her stare. I want to stop it being used again. Your containment circle is competent. It is also loud. The old magic hears loud things. Ron's brow furrowed. You are saying the artifact can hear us. Daphne's gaze flicked to Ron. I am saying if you treat it like a normal object, you will regret it. Harry stared at the box. He felt a faint tug toward it, like a thread tied around his ribs. Hermione stepped in front of it instinctively, as if her body could block a god. We need to report to Kingsley. Robards nodded once. I will brief the minister. Daphne's eyes sharpened. Now, Robards hesitated, then pulled a small mirror from his pocket, tapped it, and spoke a name. The glass shimmered. Kingsley Shacklebolt's face appeared a moment later, tired but alert, as if he had not slept properly in years. His eyes took in the scene behind Robards, then landed on Harry's arm. His expression did not change much, but Harry knew Kingsley well enough to see the tension in the set of his mouth. Robards, Kingsley said, tell me we are not dealing with something outside our training again. Robards's voice was stiff. Minister, we raided a smuggling operation. The suspect triggered an ancient Roman site. Lightning opened a chamber. Potter touched something and is marked. Greengrass is here and claims it is linked to a Roman god. Kingsley's gaze shifted to Daphne. Miss Greengrass. Daphne's voice stayed calm. Minister. Hermione leaned closer to the mirror, voice fast. Kingsley, the site had Latin inscriptions. It appears to be a Bidental, a lightning strike sacred boundary. I have never seen magic behave like that. Kingsley watched Harry a beat longer. Potter, can you speak? Harry forced himself to meet the mirror. Yes, I am here. I touched a broken will statue. I saw something. I heard a name. Summonus. The word hung in the air like a weight. Kingsley's eyes narrowed. That is not a name I enjoy hearing at 2 in the morning. Daphne's gaze flicked to Kingsley. Quick. You know it. Kingsley's voice went quiet. I know stories. I know what old families whispered about lightning in the night, and places even goblins refused to mine near. I also know this ministry has never handled any of it well. Hermione looked stunned. Ron looked offended on Harry's behalf, as if Kingsley had implied Harry was a problem. Kingsley's eyes returned to Harry. How do you feel? Harry almost laughed. He did not. Like my arm has a heartbeat. Kingsley nodded once, slow. All right, Potter, you are to go to Grimmauld Place. Not alone. Weasley, you will stay with him. Robards will assign a detail. Quietly. Granger, you will not write a report that goes into a filing system. You will brief me directly in the morning. Hermione looked like she wanted to argue the report bit. She held back. Kingsley's gaze shifted to Daphne. Miss Greengrass, you will accompany them. You will not take custody of anything without my explicit approval. But you will advise, because you appear to have knowledge we lack. Daphne's chin lifted slightly. Understood. Hermione's eyes flicked to Harry, then to Daphne. A question lived there. A warning, too. Hermione did not like secrets, and she did not like people who spoke as if they were above the rules. Kingsley's voice hardened. Robards, contain the artifact. Double wards. No experimentation. Do not have anyone prod it for curiosity. If it is what we think it might be, curiosity is how you get people killed. Robards nodded once. Yes, Minister. Kingsley's gaze softened a fraction when it returned to Harry. Potter, do not be brave on your own tonight. That is an order. Harry's throat tightened, because Kingsley had said it the way Sirius used to say things, as if he actually cared, as if Harry's life mattered beyond strategy. Yes, Minister. The mirror went dark. The room felt emptier after that, like the night had leaned closer. Robards exhaled, then pointed his wand at the door. All right, Greengrass, Weasley, Potter, go. Granger, come with me. Hermione's eyes snapped to Harry. Harry, I need to. Harry shook his head, small. Not now. It was the first time he had ever said that to her without an apology behind it. Hermione's face tightened. She nodded anyway, sharp, like she was saving the argument for later. Fine. But you tell me everything in the morning. Harry did not promise. Ron grabbed Harry's shoulder. Come on. Let's get you home. Home. Grimmauld Place was not home. Not really. But it was a place where the walls were thick and the street outside could not see him. They apparat into the tiny space just inside the front door. Harry's stomach lurched. Ron steadied him with a hand to his elbow, pretending he was not worried. The house smelled like old dust and soap and something faintly metallic that Harry had never noticed before. Kreacher appeared almost immediately, eyes bright. Master Harry returns. Kreacher has kept the house. Kreacher has kept it clean. Harry blinked. Kreacher, are you all right? Kreacher looked offended. Creature is fine. Creature is always fine. But the house is not fine. Ron frowned. What do you mean, not fine? Creature's gaze slid to Harry's arm, and his ears twitched as if he had heard something. The house has been making noises. Harry's scar prickled again. What kind of noises? Creature hesitated, and Harry did not like hesitation on a house elf. House elves were usually eager to complain. Thunder, Creature whispered. But no storm. In the walls. In the pipes. In the dark. Ron's face went pale in a way Harry had only seen in caves and graveyards. That is lovely. Just lovely. Daphne stood a step behind them, taking in the hallway with quick, sharp eyes. She looked like she had walked into a place she had heard stories about and did not trust. Harry looked at her. You have been here before. Daphne's mouth tightened. Once. For a hearing. Briefly. Ron muttered. Lucky you. Harry forced himself to take off his wet cloak. The mark on his arm pulsed faintly as the air of the house wrapped around him. Daphne watched it. You should not sleep alone. Ron shot her a look. He is not sleeping alone. I am here. Harry could hear the edge in Ron's voice, that defensive loyalty he always had, even when he was scared. It warmed something in Harry's chest. It also made his stomach twist, because he knew that loyalty would be tested. The outline of that future sat in the back of his mind like a shadow he did not want to turn toward yet. Fine, Daphne said, and her voice made it sound like Ron was a detail she could tolerate. But you need to understand the first night matters. Harry rubbed his forehead. His skin felt too tight. Tell me then. Daphne's gaze flicked up the stairs, then back down. Not here, Ron huffed. Where then? The attic, the haunted kitchen, the room with the screaming painting. Daphne looked like she might actually smile. The library, stone walls, less noise. Harry led them through the house because even when he hated it, he knew it. He knew which floorboard creaked, which curtain stuck, which portrait would start swearing if you looked at it wrong. Tonight, the portraits felt quieter, as if they were listening too. The library door opened with a soft groan. The room smelled of leather and paper, and the air was slightly warmer, like it kept secrets well. Harry dropped into a chair. His hands shook, and he hated that Daphne saw it. Ron stayed standing, arms folded, trying to look like he could fight a god if asked. Daphne remained near the door, as if she wanted an exit in reach. Harry held up his arm. Explain the mark. Daphne stared at it a beat longer than was polite. It is a claim. Ron's eyebrows shot up. A claim. Like a brand. Daphne's voice stayed flat. Yes. Harry's stomach rolled. He gripped the chair arm hard, knuckles white. Can it be removed? Daphne hesitated again. Not by wand magic. Not by scrubbing your skin. This is not ink. Ron made a disgusted noise. So what do we do? Cut his arm off. Harry shot him a look half sharp, half grateful. Ron was trying to keep him from panicking. Daphne's eyes narrowed. Do not joke about it. The magic listens. Ron looked offended, and Harry saw the fear under it. Everything is listening tonight. Apparently, Harry forced himself to breathe slow. Daphne. What does Summonus want? Daphne's gaze finally met his. Direct. Order. Recognition. A bridge. Harry stared. A bridge between what? Daphne took a step closer. Slow. Like she did not want to startle something. Between your world and the old one. Between wand magic and something older. Between day law and night law. Ron scoffed. That is not an answer. That is 3 riddles in a coat. Daphne looked at Ron as if she could slice him with her eyes. It is the only answer you get tonight, because the rest requires reading and rituals and time. Harry's scar prickled again. The house was quiet. Too quiet. Even the rain outside seemed muffled now, as if the windows were thick with more than glass. Harry swallowed. You said the first night matters. Daphne nodded once. Because it is when it tests you. It will push. It will try to see what you are willing to give. Ron's voice went rough. Give what? Daphne's eyes flicked to Harry's hand, to his fingers that were still faintly trembling. Attention. Blood. Offering. Sometimes all 3. Harry went cold. Blood. Daphne's gaze did not soften. Do not be dramatic. A drop. A cut. A ritual wound. Not a sacrifice like you are imagining. Ron looked furious. He is not bleeding for some ancient thing in a basement. Harry's mouth was dry. Ron looked at him, eyes bright. No, we have done enough bleeding. Haven't we? Harry's chest tightened. He heard the echo of war in Ron's voice, and it made him tired in a way sleep could not fix. Daphne watched them, and for the first time Harry saw something human in her expression. Something like understanding. I am not asking you to like it, she said. I am asking you to survive it. Harry's arm pulsed again, harder, and the library lights flickered. Ron's wand snapped up on instinct. Was that you? Harry stared at his own hand like it had betrayed him. No, the air thickened. The smell of burnt metal returned, faint at first, then sharper. Harry's breath hitched. Daphne's eyes widened slightly, and she moved closer, not to touch him, but to stand near, as if proximity mattered. It is here, Ron swore under his breath. In the house. Great. Harry's scar prickled like a cold needle. The shadows in the corner of the library shifted. Not moving like a person. Moving like smoke trying to find a shape. The room did not go dark. The lamps stayed lit. It was worse than darkness because it meant the thing was not stealing light, it was adding something else. A thickness to the air that made the normal world feel thin. Harry's mark flared, and a pulse ran through his arm into his chest. He tasted iron. Ron's hand landed on Harry's shoulder. Hard. Harry, stay with me. Look at me. Harry forced his eyes to Ron, and it helped a little because Ron was solid and human and swore too much. Daphne's voice went low, urgent. Do not challenge it. Do not demand. Do not threaten. Just listen. Harry swallowed. His tongue felt too big. I am listening. The sound came then, not a voice, not exactly. A roll of thunder, but it was inside the walls. The books on the nearest shelf trembled, just slightly. Dust fell in a thin line. The lamp flame shivered. Harry's breath came fast, and he had to fight not to gag. His stomach rolled hard this time, a wave of sickness that rose like heat. He swallowed it down and tasted bile. Ron leaned closer. Harry, if you are going to be sick, be sick. Do not choke. Harry's eyes watered from the effort. Shut up. Ron actually laughed once, quick and shaky. That is the spirit. Daphne's gaze stayed fixed on the shadow. It is testing the boundaries. Harry's heart hammered. Why me? Daphne did not look away. Because you touched the wheel. Because you are already a symbol. Because you have survived things no one should. Because that makes you useful. That hit harder than Harry expected. Useful. Like he was a tool again. The thunder rolled again. Deeper. The shadow on the wall behind the chair thickened. And for a heartbeat Harry thought he saw a shape like a veiled face. Not stone now, but made of night. Then it was gone, leaving only the ordinary wall and the lamplight and the sound of rain far away. Harry's mark cooled, the pulse easing. Ron let out a breath like he had been holding it for a year. Was that it? Daphne's shoulders dropped a fraction. For now, Harry sat there, shaking, and hated himself for it. He had faced dragons, dementors, death. And now he was shaking because a shadow had looked at him. He looked down at his arm. The black lines were still there, quiet now like something sleeping. Ron's voice went gentler. All right, we sleep in shifts. You do not get to be alone. I will sit on the floor outside your room if I have to. Harry swallowed. Thanks. Daphne watched him. Her voice was quieter. You should not fight it alone. But you also should not let the ministry get scared and cage you. Fear makes people do stupid things. Harry looked at her. You sound like you have been scared for a while. Daphne's mouth tightened, and her eyes flicked away for the first time since she entered the room. I have. The admission was small. It landed like a stone. Harry's scar prickled once more, faint, like a reminder. Outside the library window, the sky flashed with lightning, far off over London. For a heartbeat, the flash was not white. It was dark. And in that dark, Harry felt a presence turn its attention toward him again, patient, certain, like it had all the time in the world. His mark pulsed once, slow. A word pressed into his mind, not spoken, not human, but clear. Mine. Harry's wand snapped up on instinct. Protego, nothing. Not a weak shield. Not a wobble. Just nothing, like he had spoken into a room that did not speak his language. The curse hit the wall behind him instead, splashing green sparks across wallpaper and portrait frames. Portrait shrieked and ducked. Dust burst out of the rug. Ron swore loud enough to wake the dead. Harry, what was that? Harry twisted, drove his shoulder into the attacker, and the man went down hard on the carpet with a grunt. Harry's fist connected once, knuckles stinging, and the man's wand clattered away. Creature appeared out of nowhere and kicked the fallen wand away with vicious joy. Bad wizard. Bad wizard. In Master Harry's house, Daphne was already moving, wand up, calm like she had been waiting for this. She flicked her wrist and bound the intruder's arms with a rope of light. Hermione barreled into the hallway a step later, hair messy, eyes wide. I heard shouting. What happened? Ron pointed at the man on the floor. That happened. And Harry just tried a shield and it did nothing. Nothing. Harry's chest heaved. His heart was going too fast, and his stomach lurched like he had swallowed cold water. He stared at his wand like it had betrayed him. The intruder spat at the carpet. He is marked. He is ours. Daphne's eyes went sharp. You do not get to say that in this house. The man laughed anyway, teeth showing. Day makes him weak. Night makes him holy. You will learn. Hermione's face tightened. Who sent you? The man just kept smiling like he knew something they did not. Ron aimed his wand at the intruder's face. Give me one reason. Harry grabbed Ron's wrist hard. Do not. Ron's eyes flicked to Harry, furious, scared. He broke in. In your house. I know, Harry said. His voice sounded flat. But do not. Daphne watched Harry closely, like she was counting his breaths. Your shield failed, she said. In the day. Harry swallowed. The black lines on his arm sat quiet under the hall lamp, but he could feel them, like a second pulse. It felt like my wand had no weight. Hermione stepped closer, staring at his arm. That is not how magic works. Your core does not just stop. It does, Daphne said, sharp. Not stop. Dull. Like someone put a hand over it. Ron let out a harsh laugh. So what? He is cursed now. Only works after tea time. Harry's head throbbed. The light in the hallway felt too bright. He blinked hard and kept seeing that moment in the clearing. The black circle in the clouds. The intruder tried to twist free. Creature hissed at him like a cat. Hermione pointed her wand. Petrificus totalis. The man went rigid. His grin stayed, frozen and smug. Ron breathed out, shaky. Good. Now we can all pretend that was normal. Daphne looked at Harry. You tried to shield. You felt nothing. That is the first proof. Hermione's jaw tightened. Proof of what? That an artifact is interfering. Or that Harry is under a compulsion. Or that he is exhausted and his casting is unstable. Harry shot her a look. I am not mad. Hermione flinched slightly, then forced her tone even. I did not say you were. I said we need to be careful, Ron muttered. You always say that right before everything gets worse. A low rumble rolled through the walls, faint, like thunder far away. The portraits fell silent. Harry felt it in his teeth. Daphne spoke fast, low. Move him out of the hallway. Put him in the drawing room. Close the curtains. No bright light near Harry for now. Hermione stared. You cannot just order people around in Harry's house. Daphne's eyes flicked to Hermione, cold. Watch me. Ron lifted the stiff intruder by the shoulders with a grunt and dragged him toward the drawing room. Creature followed, muttering insults that would have made Mrs. Weasley faint. Harry stayed in the hall for a second, breathing hard. Hermione touched his sleeve, careful, like he might break. Harry, she said quietly, you have not slept properly. I slept, he lied. Hermione's eyes did not soften. You did not. Ron called from the drawing room. Harry, you coming? Harry nodded once and followed. The drawing room felt darker, safer. The curtains were heavy. The fire was low. The intruder lay stiff on the floor, face turned toward the ceiling like he was staring at something only he could see. Daphne crouched by him, wand in hand. He is not the point, she said. The timing is. Hermione crossed her arms. You keep saying day and night like it is a rule. You have not explained why. Daphne did not look away from Harry's arm. Because Summonus is not Jupiter. Jupiter is daylight thunder, public thunder, sky thunder. Summonus is thunder of the night. Quiet, private, sacred. It does not like being dragged into your bright ministry corridors. Ron gave a small snort. So the god is moody. Harry rubbed his eyes. His head felt packed with cotton. My shield failed because it is morning. Daphne nodded once. Yes. Hermione's voice sharpened. And what happens if someone attacks him in daylight again? Daphne's answer came too quick. Then he uses his body. Or he runs. Or he dies. Ron's face went pale. All right. I hate this. Harry stared at his wand again. Then at his hand. He had punched the intruder because he could not trust magic. That was wrong. It made him feel 13 again, small and cornered. Hermione took a step closer to Harry. We need Kingsley. Now. Daphne stood. Already planned. Ron blinked. How? Daphne pulled a small mirror from her pocket, tapped it once and said, Minister. Ron gaped. Since when do you have that? Daphne's mouth twitched. Since he decided I was less annoying than a corpse. The mirror shimmered. Kingsley appeared, hair rumpled, robes half done up, eyes alert in a way that told Harry he had been awake anyway. Report. Hermione spoke first, words spilling out. Kingsley. Someone broke into Grimmauld Place. Harry's shield charm failed completely, as if the wand magic did not respond at all. Kingsley's eyes cut to Harry's arm. In the day. Harry nodded, throat tight. Yes. Kingsley exhaled slow, controlled. All right. Robards is sending 2 oars. Quietly. No uniforms. Potter, do not leave the house. Granger, I need you at the ministry in 1 hour. Weasley, stay with Potter. Ron leaned in toward the mirror. Yeah, no problem. I was planning to leave him alone with a thunder god. Great plan. Kingsley's gaze flicked to Ron, and there was a tired sort of amusement there. Weasley, breathe. Ron shut his mouth, then opened it again. Sorry. Just sorry. Daphne spoke. Calm. Minister, the day weakness has begun. He needs a controlled test. Not under panic. And tonight he needs a ritual, small, to stabilize the connection before it decides its own terms. Hermione snapped. We are not feeding Harry to a cult ritual. Daphne's eyes stayed on the mirror. We are keeping him alive. Kingsley looked between them. Greengrass, no extremes. Potter, nothing that involves blood unless you agree, and only in controlled conditions. Harry's stomach turned at the word blood. He forced himself to speak anyway. I need to know what it wants. Kingsley's voice went firm. You need to stay alive. That is what you need. We will handle the rest. Harry's jaw tightened. He could already hear the lie in that. They did not know how to handle it. Kingsley's eyes softened a fraction. Potter, I am not your enemy. Harry nodded once. I know. Kingsley's gaze shifted to Hermione. Granger, no report on parchment that can be copied. Brief me directly. Hermione looked frustrated. That is not how accountability works. Kingsley's tone stayed gentle but unyielding. It is how survival works. 1 hour. The mirror went dark. Ron let out a long breath and rubbed his face. So, 2 oars are coming. Hermione is going to be furious. And Daphne is planning a ritual in our kitchen. Hermione glared at him. Do not joke. Ron stared back. I am not joking. I am trying to not panic. Harry sat down hard on the sofa. The cushions sighed. His hands were shaking again. Small tremors he could not stop. He pressed his palms against his knees. I do not like that it failed. I do not like that I cannot trust my wand. Hermione's voice softened. Careful. We will find out why. We will fix it. Daphne's tone was blunt. You will not fix it like a broken cauldron. Hermione bristled. Do not talk down to me. Daphne met her eyes. Do not talk down to him. You keep circling the idea that he is unstable. He is scared. That is not the same thing. Hermione's cheeks flushed. I am trying to be logical, Ron muttered. Logic does not stop gods. Harry let out a short laugh that hurt his throat. It sounded wrong in the quiet room. All right, what do we do right now? Daphne looked at him like she was pleased he had asked. Right now you rest. You eat. You do not try to cast. And you do not stand under direct sunlight. Hermione frowned. That is superstition. Daphne's eyes narrowed. It is pattern. Ron huffed. So we are vampires now. Harry rubbed his scar. Prickled faintly, like a warning. I am not hungry. Creature appeared by the door, outraged. Master Harry must eat. Creature made breakfast. Ron looked at Creature. Mate, we just got attacked. Creature sniffed. Creature does not care. Master Harry eats. Hermione's mouth twitched despite herself. He is right. Harry, you need energy. Harry wanted to argue. His stomach twisted at the thought of food. But he also knew how it went when he ignored his body. It broke. Always at the worst time. Fine, he said. Toast. Ron looked relieved. Toast? Brilliant. We are surviving on toast while Rome comes back. Daphne turned away from them and looked at the intruder again. Still frozen. Her expression tightened. Something like disgust. When the Aurors arrive, he goes to the ministry. Quietly. He does not get to spread panic. Hermione stared at Daphne. You cannot control that. Daphne's voice went flat. Watch me try. Harry stood. Slow. His head swam for a second, and he grabbed the edge of the sofa to steady himself. Hermione's eyes followed the movement. You are dizzy. Harry forced his voice casual. Just tired. Ron caught his elbow. Sit down again, mate. Harry shook his head. I need air. Daphne's gaze went to the curtained window. Not outside. Harry sighed, irritated. I meant air in the house. Ron snorted. Fresh air in this place, good luck. They moved into the kitchen because it was the least haunted room, which was a depressing thought. The kitchen was warm, fire low, kettle humming. Creature shoved a plate of toast at Harry like it was a weapon. Harry ate because arguing with a house elf was pointless. The toast tasted like ash at first, then normal. His stomach eased slightly. Ron leaned against the counter, wand still in his hand. Hermione sat at the table with a stack of books she had pulled from the library, eyes flicking over spines like she could stab answers out of them. Daphne stood by the sink, hands braced on the stone edge, staring at nothing for a moment like she was thinking hard. Harry swallowed. Tell me about Summonus. Properly. Hermione looked up fast. Yes, tell us. With sources. Daphne's lips tightened. You want a lecture. Hermione's tone sharpened. I want facts. Daphne looked at Harry instead. Do you want facts or do you want survival? Harry answered honestly. Both. Daphne nodded once. Fine. Facts. Summonus was a Roman god linked to nocturnal thunder. He was not worshipped publicly the way Jupiter was. He was handled through boundaries, rites, and fear. People treated lightning at night like a sign that something had crossed into the wrong place. Ron frowned. So he is a sign god. Daphne's gaze flicked to Ron. He is an enforcement god. Boundary. Consequence. Hermione's eyes narrowed. That sounds like another word for punishment. Daphne did not deny it. Sometimes. But it is not moral. It is not good or evil. It is law. Older law. Harry's arm pulsed faintly under his sleeve, like it agreed. Hermione flipped a book open. You are describing a belief system, not a real entity. Wizards did not even live openly in Rome. There is no proof a Roman god existed as a sentient force. Daphne's eyes went cold. You saw the Bidentel open. You saw the mark. Your theory does not change the mark. Hermione pressed her lips together. She looked at Harry's arm, and something like worry slid into her expression. Harry, do you feel anything else besides the dizziness? Harry hesitated. He hated admitting weakness. I feel like my skin is too small. Ron's eyebrows shot up. That is a horrible sentence. Harry glared at him. Thank you. Daphne's voice went quieter. That is the connection trying to settle. It is not comfortable. It is not meant to be. Hermione leaned in. And the day weakness. Explain that. Daphne took a breath. Daylight is not just light. It is attention. It is order. It is the world agreeing on what things are. Night is where edges blur. Summonus lives in the blur. So in the day wand magic works, but the mark pulls against it, makes it thin. At night, the mark opens, and you will feel power rise in you that does not feel like your wand. It will feel like weather under your skin. Harry's throat went tight. Weather under your skin sounded too close to what he had felt. Ron rubbed his arms. I hate that image. Hermione stared at Daphne. You just said you were giving facts. That was a metaphor. Daphne's mouth twitched. Fine. You will feel pressure. Electricity. Heat and cold. Your heartbeat will sync with thunder. Better. Harry set his toast down. And what does it ask for? Daphne held Harry's gaze. Recognition. Offering. Rules. Hermione's eyes flashed. Rules like what? Daphne spoke slowly, careful. Do not treat it like a pet. Do not treat it like a weapon. Do not promise things you cannot deliver. Do not swear oaths casually. Do not invite it into bright public places unless you want it to punish you for dragging it into daylight. Ron muttered. Lovely. Harry's scar prickled again. He looked at the window. The curtains were drawn, but he could sense the day outside like a weight pressed on his skull. Hermione watched him. Harry, try a simple charm, just to confirm. Daphne's head snapped to Hermione. No, Hermione snapped back. We need data. Harry lifted his wand anyway because part of him wanted to prove it was fine. That he was fine. He aimed at the kettle. Accio, nothing. The kettle kept humming like it was mocking him. Harry tried again, jaw clenched. Accio, still nothing. Ron stared. Hermione's face went pale. Harry felt anger spike, sharp and hot. He pointed at the spoon. Wingardium Leviosa, nothing. The air felt thick. His wand felt like a stick of wood. He could not feel the usual spark, the little lift inside his chest when magic answered. Hermione whispered, That is impossible. Harry's breath came fast. His hands shook harder now. It is happening. Ron stepped closer. Mate, stop. You are forcing it. Harry snapped. I have to know. I cannot just wait until night and hope it does not decide to eat my brain. Hermione flinched. Harry, no one said that. Harry's voice cracked. I said it. Silence filled the kitchen for a second, broken only by the kettle. Daphne stepped closer, not touching him, but close enough that Harry felt her presence like a wall. You are pushing in the wrong direction, she said. In the day you do not wrestle it. You conserve. If you keep trying to cast and failing, you will burn yourself out and then you will have nothing left when you actually need to defend yourself. Hermione's eyes narrowed. So you want him helpless? Daphne's voice went cold. I want him alive. Ron looked between them, exhausted. Can you two not do this? Please. Not right now. Harry lowered his wand slowly. His fingers hurt from gripping it. He hated feeling helpless. He hated feeling like the world had changed rules without telling him. Hermione's voice softened again. Harry, we will research. We will find counter magic. We will find a way to insulate your core. Daphne shook her head. You cannot insulate a god with a textbook. Hermione's eyes flashed. Do not underestimate books. Daphne met her stare. Do not underestimate old hunger. Harry rubbed his face. He was shaking less, but his head still throbbed. All right, he said quietly. No more casting today. Ron let out a breath like he had been holding it for minutes. Thank you. A sharp crack echoed through the kitchen, and two Aurors appeared in the corner near the pantry. Wands up, eyes scanning. Harry recognized them. Both competent. Both quiet. Both had been in his unit before, back when he still thought he could fix the world by catching the right people. One of them, Patel, lowered her wand a fraction when she saw Harry. Potter. We got the call. Ron pointed with his wand toward the drawing room. Intruder is in there, stiff as a board. Tried to curse Harry. Harry punched him. You are welcome. Patel's eyebrows lifted. Potter punched someone. Harry's cheeks warmed. My shield failed. Patel's expression sobered immediately. In daylight, Daphne's gaze flicked to Patel, measuring, then back to Harry. The other Auror, Folly, nodded once. We take him. They moved fast, professional. Ron followed to show them, still gripping his wand like it was the only thing keeping the house from collapsing. Hermione gathered her books with quick movements, still tense, still thinking. I have to go to the ministry, she said. Kingsley wants me there. Harry nodded. Go. Hermione hesitated, eyes searching his face. Harry, do not shut us out. Harry swallowed. His throat hurt. I am not shutting you out. I am trying to breathe. Hermione nodded once, sharp like she accepted it but did not like it. I will be back. She left through the hallway, footsteps quick. Then the crack of apparition. The kitchen felt smaller without her. Daphne watched the doorway a moment, then looked back at Harry. Tonight, she said. We do the stabilizing right. Ron returned a minute later, jaw tight. They have him. They are taking him to the ministry. Harry nodded. Good. Ron looked at Daphne. And you keep saying ritual like it is normal. Daphne's voice stayed calm. It is not normal. It is necessary. Ron turned to Harry. Are you actually going to do it? Harry stared at his hands. His wand lay on the table like a dead thing. If I do nothing, it will do something anyway. Ron swallowed. All right, we do it. But I am watching. And if it looks like it is hurting you, I am stopping it. Daphne's eyes narrowed. If you stop it midway, you could make it worse. Ron's voice went sharp. Do not threaten me with that. He is my best mate. Daphne held his gaze, then nodded once. Fair. Harry looked between them and felt a strange tug in his chest. Ron's loyalty was messy and loud. Daphne's loyalty, if it even was loyalty, was controlled and sharp. Both of them were standing in his kitchen because of him. That felt like weight. The rest of the day crawled. Harry stayed inside because the light outside pressed on him like a hand. Even in the dim of Grimmauld, he felt wrong. Every time he moved too fast, his head swam. Every time he thought about casting, his arm pulsed with a warning ache. Ron tried to fill the hours with noise. He talked about Mom, about how she would react if she knew, about how Ginny would hex Harry for doing something stupid, about how George would try to sell thunder in bottles if he could. It helped, sort of. It also made Harry feel guilty because he was not telling Ginny, not telling anyone else, not yet. Daphne sat in the library for hours, reading from old parchment she had pulled from a slim black case she carried like it was part of her spine. She did not let Ron touch it. She did not let Harry touch it either, not yet. She just read, eyes scanning, lips moving silently. Creature kept hovering around Harry like a guard, pressing tea into his hands, scolding him when he did not drink, muttering about stupid wizards and lightning. When the sun finally began to fade, Harry felt it before anyone said anything. The pressure in his skull eased a fraction. His arm warmed under his sleeve. Not painful, just awake. Ron noticed because Ron always noticed Harry's breathing. You all right? Harry nodded, slow. It is less heavy. Daphne looked up from the parchment. Good. That means the shift is starting. Ron grimaced. Brilliant. Night shift. Thunder shift. Harry tried to smile. Came out tired. Daphne stood, rolled the parchment carefully, and slid it back into her case. Kitchen, she said. We prepare. Simple. Quiet. Ron's eyes narrowed. What exactly are we preparing? Daphne's gaze flicked to Harry. Honey cakes. And a drop of blood. And a boundary. Harry's stomach twisted again at blood, but not as sharply as before. It felt inevitable now, like walking into a fight you knew was coming. Ron leaned closer to Harry. You sure? Harry met his eyes. No. Ron nodded anyway. All right. We do it anyway. They moved into the kitchen. Daphne took control without raising her voice. She asked Creature for honey, flour, butter. Creature looked delighted to have a task that involved feeding and did it with aggressive enthusiasm. Ron hovered near Harry, wand in hand, eyes flicking to every shadow like he expected the house to grow teeth. Harry sat at the table and watched Daphne work. She moved like someone who had been trained to be precise, not gentle. She measured without measuring cups, hands steady, expression blank. She lit the oven with a flick of her wand, then paused and looked at Harry. Do you feel your magic yet? She asked. Harry closed his eyes for a second. He listened to his body. He felt the mark like a slow pulse. He felt a faint hum in the air, like the world had begun to vibrate. Yes, he said. Not wand magic. Daphne nodded once. Good. Do not try to force wand magic now. Let it sit. Tonight is not about casting. It is about agreement. Ron scoffed. Agreement? Like signing a contract with lightning. Daphne did not react. Closer than you think. Harry watched her hands knead dough. He realized something then, sharp and uncomfortable. You have done this before, he said. Daphne's hands paused for a fraction of a second. Then they resumed. Not this, she said. Not with this mark. But I have seen the old rites. I have seen what happens when people ignore them. Ron's voice went quieter. People died. Daphne did not look up. Yes, Harry's throat tightened. And you did not tell the ministry. Daphne finally looked at him. Her eyes were pale and hard. I tried. They laughed. They said I was dramatic. They said old families invented myths to sound important. Then people disappeared in fog on a coastal road last month, and they called it a rogue charm accident. They did not want to listen until it was in their hands. Harry swallowed. The words rogue charm accident sounded like the sort of lie that made Hermione furious. Ron's gaze flicked to Harry, worry creeping in. Fog. That is. Harry shook his head slightly. Not yet. Daphne slid the cakes into the oven. The smell of honey began to rise slowly, warm and real. For the first time all day, the kitchen felt normal. Then the thunder rolled in the walls again, deeper, like it was listening. Ron stiffened. It is doing that again. Daphne's voice stayed calm. It is aware. It is waiting. Harry's arm warmed. The black lines under his skin felt like they were stretching, not physically, but inside him like roots pushing into soil. He swallowed hard. What do I do when the offering is ready? Daphne took a small knife from the drawer, set it on the table, blade reflecting the lamp light. You cut your finger. One drop. You place it on the cake. You speak the name once. You do not beg. You do not threaten. You acknowledge. Ron stared at the knife like it had insulted his mum. He is not cutting himself with a kitchen knife. Daphne's eyes flicked to Ron, annoyed for the first time. Then you suggest a cleaner method. Ron snapped his fingers. Pinprick. Like for a blood test. Daphne nodded, grudging. Fine. Pinprick. Creature appeared with a sewing needle, as if he had been waiting for this exact moment his entire life. Creature has needles. Creature keeps needles. Ron looked horrified. Why do you have needles? Creature sniffed. House elf business. Harry almost laughed. It came out as a breath through his nose. The oven ticked softly. The kitchen smelled like honey and heat. Daphne watched Harry's face. You are calmer. Harry shook his head. I am not. I just feel like I am finally doing something. Daphne's gaze held his, and for a moment her expression softened. Good. Ron looked between them, suspicious. Do not look at him like that. Daphne blinked. Like what? Ron flushed. Like he is a project. Harry snorted. Ron's voice went rough. Sorry. I do not trust this. Daphne's voice went quieter. You should not. Time moved in slow steps until the cakes were done. Daphne set one on a small plate, placed it in the center of the table, and drew a simple circle around it with salt. Not thick, just enough to mark a boundary. Harry's arm pulsed hard the moment the circle closed. Ron's wand rose. It reacted. Daphne nodded. Yes, it recognizes boundaries. Harry stared at the cake like it was going to bite him. All right. Daphne pushed the needle toward him. Only one drop. Harry held out his left hand. His fingers shook slightly. He pressed the needle into the side of his index finger. Pain sparked, quick. A bead of blood welled up, bright in the warm kitchen light. Harry's stomach lurched, not from the sight, but from the feeling that something unseen leaned closer. The thunder in the walls stopped. The silence was heavy. Harry placed the blood on the top of the honey cake. It soaked in slowly, a dark spot spreading. His arm burned cold. Daphne's voice was very quiet. Say it. Harry's throat tightened. He forced the word out anyway. Summonus. The air snapped. Not a sound. A pressure change like the room had just inhaled. The lamps flickered once. The fire in the hearth dipped, then flared. Harry's mark lit under his sleeve, not glowing, but pulsing, like it had become the strongest heartbeat in the house. Ron whispered, Harry could not answer. He felt it move through him, not as a thought, not as a voice, but as a shift in the world. The air got heavier and then lighter. The walls felt closer and then farther away. It was like standing under a storm that had decided not to fall yet. Daphne's eyes stayed on Harry's face. "Do you feel it?" Harry's voice came out rough. "Yes." "What?" Ron demanded, panic rising. "What do you feel?" Harry swallowed. His skin prickled. His breath tasted like metal. "I feel awake. Like I have not been awake in years." Ron made a small helpless sound. "That is not reassuring." The kitchen window rattled once, softly. Not from wind, from pressure. Harry's eyes flicked to the curtain. He could sense the outside now, not as daylight, but as night air and cloud and distance. He could feel where the rain was, which streets were wet, which roofs were warm with chimney smoke. He could also feel something else. A cold patch in the city, far away, like someone had put a hand of ice over a block of London. Harry's breath hitched. Daphne saw it instantly. "You sensed something." Harry's voice went flat. "Yes." Ron's eyes widened. "Where?" Harry stared at the table, trying to focus. The sensation was not a map. It was a pull, like a thread tugging at his ribs. "Near the river," Harry said. "Not the main one. Smaller. Close to warehouses." Ron swallowed. "That is very specific." Harry's arm pulsed again, and with it came a flash in his mind, quick and brutal. Fog. Not normal fog. Thick, gray, heavy, rolling like a living thing. A man walking into it, his outline blurring, his face going blank, his mouth opening like he was trying to scream, and then nothing because the scream itself got swallowed. Harry gagged. Ron grabbed his shoulders. "Harry, breathe. Look at me." Harry forced air into his lungs. His stomach rolled again, harder. He leaned over and retched into the sink, while burning his throat. Ron held his hair back without a word. Daphne watched, face tight, but not shocked. "That is the cost," she said quietly. "Visions are not gentle." Harry wiped his mouth with the back of his hand, shaking. "Fog," he rasped. Ron's voice went sharp. "That is the mist thing. That is the thing in the outline you kept hinting at. That is not Summonus." Daphne's eyes narrowed. "No, that is not him." Harry gripped the edge of the counter. His hands were trembling hard now. It felt like an eraser. Daphne went still. Her voice dropped. "Caligo." Ron stared. "What?" Daphne's gaze locked on Harry. "Did you hear that name? Or did I just say it and you are agreeing?" Harry swallowed, throat raw. "I did not hear it. I felt it. Like the world going blank." Ron's face went pale. "So it is real. The void thing is real." Daphne's jaw clenched. "Yes." Harry's arm pulsed again, and the air in the kitchen tightened. The honey cake in the salt circle looked darker for a second, like the blood stain had spread. Ron pointed at it. "Is it taking more?" Daphne stepped forward fast and pressed her palm on the table, right outside the salt line. "No, not yet. Stay steady." Harry's breath came in short bursts. His head was spinning, but under the dizziness was power, thick and restless. It sat in his chest like a storm trapped under ribs. He looked at Daphne. "What do I do?" Daphne met his eyes, and her calm slipped for 1 second, replaced by something sharp and real. "Fear. You go there," she said. "Not alone. Not tonight, not without control. But soon. Because if Caligo has started feeding in London again, it will not stop by itself." Ron's voice cracked. "London again." Daphne's eyes flicked to Ron. "I told you. Disappearances. Fog. The ministry called it accidents." Ron swore, low and ugly. Harry looked at the window again. He could feel the cold patch like it was a bruise on the city. He could feel the river air near it, damp and heavy. He also felt something else now, faint but clear. A pull toward ancient stone, toward old sites, toward places where lightning had struck and rules had been written in fear. The mark on his arm was not just a brand. It was a compass. Ron grabbed Harry's shoulders again, face close, eyes fierce. "Listen, you are not going out there tonight. You are shaking. You just threw up. You are not some invincible thunder wizard. Harry let out a breath that was almost a laugh. I know. Daphne's voice softened slightly. He is right. Tonight was for stabilizing, not for war. Harry swallowed, nodded once. His body felt wrung out already. His hands shook. His mouth tasted like bile and metal. The thunder in the walls rolled again, quieter now, like a satisfied warning. Daphne looked at the honey cake. The offering is accepted. Ron stared at it like he wanted to burn it. Great. Can we throw it away now? Daphne shook her head. No. It stays until morning. Respect matters. Ron looked like he wanted to argue, then stopped, because even he could feel the room, the pressure, the listening. Harry sank into a chair, exhausted. His arm cooled slightly, the pulse slowing. Daphne moved closer and crouched beside him, voice low so Ron would not interrupt. You did well, she said. Harry's throat tightened. I feel like I am losing myself. Daphne's eyes held his. You are not. Not yet. You are aware. That helps. Harry's hands trembled on his knees. Hermione is going to hate this. Daphne's mouth twitched. A small, almost sad thing. Hermione hates what she cannot solve. She will try anyway. Ron leaned in, hearing enough to be annoyed. Stop talking like she is the enemy. Daphne looked at Ron steady. She is not the enemy. Fear is the enemy. Systems are the enemy. Caligo is the enemy. Harry closed his eyes for a second and let his head rest against the chair back. He could still feel the cold bruise on London. Then the house went very still. Kreacher appeared by the doorway, eyes wide, ears twitching. Master Harry, Kreacher whispered. There is a message. Ron jolted. From who? Kreacher held out a small silver otter, glowing faintly. Hermione's Patronus. Hermione's voice came from it, breathless, strained. Harry, Kingsley just got a report. An Auror team went to check a warehouse by the river. There was fog inside. They walked in and did not come out. The last thing they sent was one word. Blank. The Patronus blinked out. Silence hit the kitchen like a punch. Ron stared at Harry, face drained. That is your cold patch. Harry's arm pulsed once. Slow. Daphne's voice was very quiet. Caligo has started. Harry opened his eyes. The kitchen lamps flickered. Outside, somewhere over London, thunder rolled with no lightning, and Harry knew with cold certainty that the next time the fog moved, it would move toward people he could not afford to lose. Harry arrived in the alley behind the warehouses with rain in his hair and thunder in his bones. Not the sky thunder he had grown up with, the kind that rattled windows and made people complain about wet socks. This was a quieter thing, like the world holding its breath before it decided whether it wanted to break. Ron staggered a half-step on landing, swore, and grabbed Harry's sleeve to steady himself. Daphne landed clean, straightening her cloak like she had not just operated into a reeking back lane at midnight because a fog ate Aurors. A line of ministry witches and wizards waited at the far end of the alley, wands up, faces pale in the yellow light from a single street lamp that kept flickering like it could not decide if it was brave. Patel stood near the front, jaw tight, rain running down her nose, eyes fixed on the warehouse doors across the open yard. Folly was beside her, shoulders squared, pretending he was not watching the fog like it might crawl up his legs. Two more Aurors Harry did not recognize were there as well, one older, one young enough to still look like Hogwarts had not fully left his face. No uniforms, Kingsley's order, but the tension was the same as a battle line. Harry's mark pulsed under his sleeve the moment he looked at the warehouse. The doors were shut, metal sheets bolted together, but the air around them looked wrong. It was not just mist. It was thick, heavy gray that sat in a low band across the ground and refused to move the way fog should move. It did not drift with wind. It did not curl away from heat. It did not thin near lights. It clung. It waited. Patel saw Harry and her shoulders eased for half a second, then tightened again as if she remembered he was not meant to be their solution anymore. You felt it, she said, not a question. Harry nodded, throat tight. Ron rubbed his arms, eyes on the fog, voice low and furious at the same time. Hermione said they sent one word. Blank. What does that even mean? Folly's mouth was a hard line. It means we went in and the world stopped making sense. The younger Orr spoke, voice shaky. We saw them, the team, for a second, in the doorway. Then the fog hit them and it was like someone wiped them off the air. Ron's eyes snapped to him, wiped them off the air. The lad swallowed, like they were a chalk mark and someone used a wet rag. Harry's stomach turned. The smell hit him then, faint at first, then clearer as he breathed in. Not smoke, not rot. Something like wet stone ground to powder, like a museum basement, like old paper turned to mush. Daphne took one step closer to the yard and stopped. Eyes narrowed. It is feeding close. Patel's gaze flicked to Daphne, wary, then back to Harry. We tried a perimeter ward. Failed. We tried fire. The fog swallowed it. We tried wind. It did not move. We tried to send a Patronus in, and it came back with nothing in its mouth, like it forgot the message halfway. Ron's face went pale. That is not possible. Patel's voice stayed flat, but her eyes were bright. It happened. Harry stared at the warehouse doors. His wand felt heavier than it had earlier, not back to normal, but present again, like his core had returned from somewhere and sat down inside him with a cold grunt. The night had turned him on. That realization should have felt powerful, felt disgusting, like his body was not fully his anymore. Daphne leaned close enough that only Harry and Ron could hear her. Do not try to be clever. Do not do 10 spells in a row. One clean move. Boundary first. Ron glanced at her. Boundary, like the salt circle. Daphne nodded once. Summonus understands boundaries. Harry's arm pulsed harder at the name in her mouth. The fog shivered, barely visible, like something inside it heard its rival and took offense. Patel saw the shift and stiffened. It moved. Folly raised his wand higher. It heard you. Ron muttered. Everything hears him now. Harry forced a breath into his lungs, slow and steady. His heart was racing, but under that was the hum, that storm under skin feeling Daphne had described, pressure building in his chest like a held-back shout. He looked at Patel. How many went in? Patel's mouth tightened. 4. 2 are confirmed missing. 2 were the second team, and we do not even know if they are missing or erased. Their names are on the roster, but when I tried to say one of them out loud just now, I could not remember the end of it. The words hit Harry like a slap. Ron's voice cracked. You could not remember their name. Patel's eyes flared with anger that had nowhere to go. I can see his face. I can hear him laughing last week. But his name keeps slipping. Like my mind is wet and it is falling off. Harry's stomach lurched again. This was worse than death. Death left grief. This left holes you could not even hold on to. Harry felt Daphne's gaze on him, sharp, warning, checking if he would bolt. He wanted to bolt. He wanted to run back to Grimmauld and lock every door and pretend gods did not exist. But he could still feel the cold bruise on the city, like Caligo was pressing a thumb into London's throat. If he walked away now, it would eat and eat and eat until there was nothing left to remember. Harry stepped forward. Ron grabbed his sleeve. Harry, do not go in there. Harry did not look back. I am not going in. Ron blinked. Then what are you doing? Harry stopped at the edge of the yard, where the fog began, where the air turned colder and felt like it had a thin film over it. He lifted his wand, not aiming at the warehouse, but at the ground in front of him. His mark pulsed, and the pulse ran up into his wrist like a current. He spoke the first word that came, not a spell he had learned in school, but a name, low and steady. Summonus. The night answered, not with a voice, with pressure. The air thickened around Harry, like invisible hands had formed a circle around him, not touching, just holding him in a boundary of attention. Patel swore under her breath. I felt that. Folly looked sick. So did I. Ron's mouth opened, then shut, then opened again. Mate, that is not normal. Harry kept his eyes on the fog and felt the storm build. He did not cast a normal shield. He did not do Protego. He did not trust his wand for that kind of work right now. Instead he pushed the pressure outward, slow, like he was rolling a heavy will across the ground. The fog recoiled half an inch, not much, but enough to show it was not just mist. It was something that could choose. Daphne's voice was quiet at his shoulder. Boundary, Harry. Draw it. Harry looked down and realized he could see the pattern in his head. Not a runic diagram, not Hermione's tidy circles, but an old concept of where the knight wanted a line. He stepped left, then right, boots splashing through puddles, wand tip trailing close to the ground. Black lightning sparked at the wand tip, thin threads that did not strike up. They struck down, sewing a line into wet concrete. It did not burn the ground. It made the air above it feel heavier, like a warning. Ron stared. Harry, your wand is making black lightning. Harry's voice came out clipped, because he was focusing hard. Yes. Patel backed up a step. Is it safe? Harry's mouth twisted. No. Daphne murmured. Keep going. Harry moved, tracing a wide circle around the warehouse doors and the patch of fog that leaked out into the yard. Not too close, not too far. He felt the fog pushing at him like pressure in his ears when you go underwater. He kept walking. His breath came faster, and sweat broke under his collar despite the rain. The line closed with a soft snap, like a door latch clicking shut. The air inside the circle changed. It sounded different. The city noise outside it continued. Distant traffic, faint voices, a siren far away. But inside the boundary the sound dulled, like the world had been wrapped in thick cloth again. Ron shuddered. That is the same feeling as the Biden-tel. Patel's eyes went wide. You trapped it. Harry stared at the fog. It churned now, agitated, as if it realized it was being treated like a thing that could be contained. The fog rose, not drifting, but lifting like a living wall, pressing against the boundary line. Where it touched, black sparks crackled, and the fog hissed, a sound like wet paper tearing. Harry's mark pulsed in response, excited, hungry, like it enjoyed the fight. Harry swallowed hard and forced his mind steady. He was not giving in to hunger. He was not letting it turn him into a weapon with no choice. He looked at Patel. No one crosses that line. Patel nodded fast. Understood. The younger Auror whispered. Can we pull them out now? Harry's stomach tightened. Not yet. Ron snapped. Not yet, Harry. They are in there. Harry's jaw clenched. If you cross in, you might not come back, and then we lose more. Ron's face twisted with frustration and fear. So what? We just stand here while it eats them. Daphne cut in, voice cold. It is not eating flesh. It is eating existence. If you rush, you become a mouthful. Ron glared at her. Stop talking like that. Daphne met his stare. Then stop pretending bravery fixes physics. Harry felt Ron's anger, but he could not afford to let Ron push him into a panic decision. He turned to the warehouse doors. The boundary had trapped the fog outside, but inside the warehouse itself, the fog was thicker, and the door seams leaked gray like smoke through cracks. Harry could feel it, deeper inside, a cold core like a hole in reality that wanted to widen. He lifted his wand and aimed at the doors. His mark pulsed a warning, sharp. Not no, just careful. Harry breathed in. He did not cast a blasting curse. He did not do something loud and sloppy that might break the wrong thing. Instead he whispered, Alohomora. The spell did not feel normal. It did not spring from his wand like a clean line of light. It crawled out as a thin thread of dark charge, slid into the locks and twisted. The bolts clicked. The doors creaked, slow and unwilling, as if something inside was holding them shut. Patel's voice went tight. We did not manage that. Harry did not answer. The doors opened a foot. Fog rolled out in a slow wave. The boundary line crackled, and the fog slammed into it like a tide hitting a sea wall. Black sparks flared, and the fog hissed again. Harry's mark pulsed, pleased. Harry felt disgust rise in his throat again, because the pleasure did not feel like his. Ron stepped up behind Harry, voice tight. We can see in now. Harry peered through the gap. Inside, the warehouse was dim, stacked with crates, old machinery, shadows and metal. The fog filled it from floor to ceiling like someone had poured it in. Shapes moved in it. Harry's breath hitched. Not monsters, not claws. Human outlines. Ours. He saw a hand, pale, reaching out. He saw a face for half a second, eyes wide, mouth open. Then the fog rolled and the face blurred as if smeared. Harry's stomach lurched hard. Ron shouted the name of one of them, or tried to. The name snagged on his tongue and fell apart into nothing. Ron froze, face going blank with horror. I cannot say it. Daphne's voice was very quiet. That is how it starts. Harry clenched his jaw so hard it hurt. He pushed the warehouse door wider, keeping the fog pressed against the boundary. Then he stepped to the side, raised his wand and called the storm. He did not know how else to describe it. He did not cast a weather charm like a Hogwarts lesson. He reached into that pressure under his ribs, the thunder under skin, and he pulled. The air above the warehouse thickened. Clouds gathered fast, wrong fast, as if the night itself had been waiting for an excuse. The street lamp outside flickered and died. The yard went dim, lit only by wand tips and the dull glow from distant city lights. Then lightning struck, not from the sky, from the air. A jagged line of dark charge snapped down and hit the boundary line, racing along it like a living thing, reinforcing the circle. The fog screamed. A sound came out of it, high and tearing, like paper ripped over and over again. Patel staggered back, hand to her mouth. Folly, whispered Merlin. Ron's voice came out thin. Harry, do you hear that? Harry did not answer because he was busy not losing himself. The storm wanted to pour through him. It wanted to be everything. He held it back with both hands in his mind, like gripping the edges of a door against a crowd trying to break in. Daphne's hand touched his shoulder, firm, grounding. Harry, breathe. Harry forced air in, out, in, out. The fog inside the warehouse churned, reacting, pulling away from the door for half a second as the storm pressure pushed it back. Harry saw the Aurors more clearly. One of them was on the ground, crawling, fingers digging into concrete like it could save him. His outline was blurry at the edges, like someone had started erasing him. Harry's chest tightened. He lifted his wand and did the only thing he could think of. Accio! The spell caught. Not cleanly, but it caught like a hook in thick cloth. The crawling Auror jerked forward, dragged across the floor through fog that tried to cling to him like glue. Harry pulled harder, sweat pouring down his spine despite the cold. The Auror slid into the doorway and slammed against the threshold. For a heartbeat, his outline sharpened, like the boundary line snapped him back into the world. Then his face twisted in terror. He screamed, a raw sound, and the fog behind him surged forward like a hand trying to yank him back. Harry's mark pulsed, and black sparks flared along the boundary line, holding the fog back. Harry grabbed the man's collar with his free hand and yanked. Ron lunged in too, both of them hauling the Auror out of the doorway and onto the wet ground outside. The moment the man crossed the boundary line, he gasped like he had been drowning. His chest heaved. His eyes were wide and unfocused. His hands clawed at his own face like he was checking it was still there. Patel dropped to her knees beside him. Are you with us? Are you with us? The man made a sound, half sob, half laugh, and then he vomited onto the concrete, while splattering the rainwater. Harry's stomach rolled in sympathy, but he swallowed it down. Ron stared at the man, voice trembling. What is your name? The man blinked, struggling, lips moving. He whispered something, a name that sounded incomplete, like the last syllable kept slipping away. Patel's face crumpled with rage and grief. No, no. Say it again. The man tried, and the name broke in his mouth, turned into a helpless sound. Harry felt cold spread through his chest. Even rescued, the fog had taken something. Daphne crouched beside the man and pressed 2 fingers to his wrist. Eyes closed for a second. Her wand flicked, and a thin green light ran along the man's veins. Not bright, just steady. The man shuddered and his breathing eased a fraction. Ron blinked. You can heal like that? Daphne did not look up. Yes, Hermione would have demanded to know the spell. Ron just looked relieved someone could do anything at all. Harry looked back into the warehouse. The fog was shifting again. Angry now, aware it had lost prey. A shape moved deeper inside, not an Auror. Something larger, not in body but in presence. Like a cold thought, Harry's mark pulsed, warning. Not summonus this time, something else. The fog rolled toward the door in a surge. The boundary line crackled. Black sparks flared, fighting to hold. Harry's arms trembled with strain. He could not do this forever. He felt Daphne's gaze on him. Sharp. You need to finish this move. Harry, do not just hold. Harry swallowed hard. Finish it. He could not kill fog. He could not punch it, but he could do what summonus did. Enforce boundary. He raised his wand and aimed not at the fog itself, but at the space above the warehouse doors, at the point where the storm pressure was thickest. He spoke, voice low, steady summonus. The word felt like an anchor dropping. The air snapped again, harder than before. Lightning slammed down in a brutal strike, straight into the warehouse threshold. Not touching Harry, not touching the Aurors outside, only the line between inside and out. The fog screamed, louder, and for a second the entire warehouse interior flashed with a dull gray light, like negative film. Harry saw everything in that flash. Crates, chains, rusted hooks. 2 oars standing in the fog, frozen mid-step, eyes blank. A 3rd oar on the ground, half erased, face blurred. And behind them, a patch of fog that was darker than fog should be. A knot, a hole, a place where light seemed to stop. Harry's stomach dropped. Caligo. He did not hear the name, but he felt it. A cold mouth that wanted to chew the world into nothing. Harry's mark pulsed hard, furious, like Summonus hated this thing on instinct. Harry pushed all the storm pressure forward at once. Not as a blast, but as a wall, a boundary shoved inward. The boundary line around the warehouse flared, black sparks running along it like a racing heartbeat. The fog inside the warehouse recoiled. For a heartbeat, it actually pulled back, pressed deeper inside, away from the door. Harry staggered, breath ripping out of him. Ron caught his elbow. Harry, easy. Harry shook his head, teeth clenched. Not done. He lifted his wand again and did not aim at the fog. He aimed at the floor inside the warehouse, just beyond the threshold. He whispered a word he did not know he knew. A concept, not a spell. A line, a rule. The ground inside the door darkened, as if the concrete itself remembered lightning and fear. A new boundary formed inside the warehouse, a second circle, tighter, like a noose drawn around the fog knot. The fog hissed, furious. The darker knot inside it pulsed once, like a heart made of cold. Then the fog surged toward Harry again, desperate, angry, hungry. It slammed into the inner boundary and broke around it, like water around a rock. Harry's mark burned. His vision blurred at the edges. He felt the storm trying to pour out of him through his eyes, through his mouth, through his skin. He heard a sound that was not outside, not inside, but in his head, a soft tearing sound like paper ripping. He realized with sudden terror that it was his own mind trying to give way. Ron's voice punched through. Harry, look at me. Harry tried. He saw Ron's face, wet hair plastered, freckles stark, eyes wide with fear, real fear, not war bravado, fear like he was watching Harry drown. Harry latched onto it like a rope. Daphne stepped in close, hand gripping Harry's forearm, her fingers pressing right over the black lines of the mark, firm, grounding, not gentle. Her voice was low, sharp. Harry, do not let it in. You are not a door. Harry's breath came in short bursts. It is pushing. Daphne's eyes stayed on his face, then pushed back with law, not rage. Harry did not understand the difference, but Summonus did. Summonus was not fury. Summonus was consequence. Harry clenched his jaw, forced his mind away from the fog knot and onto the boundary lines he had drawn. Lines meant something. Lines were rules. Rules did not panic. Rules held. He lifted his wand again, hand shaking, and spoke into the night. Stay. The word was not a spell. It was an order. The boundary line around the warehouse flared. The fog slammed into it again and again, like a body throwing itself against a locked door. Every time it hit, black sparks flared and the fog hissed, tore, recoiled. Patel backed away, face pale. It is trying to get out. Folly's voice was tight. It is furious. Harry's chest hurt. His lungs felt too small for the pressure in him. He forced another breath, then another. The fog inside the warehouse began to churn differently, not outward, inward, toward the knot, as if the boundaries were squeezing it, forcing it to compress, forcing it to choose. The knot pulsed again. Then a sound came out of the warehouse that made every hair on Harry's arms rise. A low laugh, not human, not even like a creature, a laugh like silence mocking sound. Ron whispered, "Did you hear that?" Harry's mouth was dry. Yes. Daphne's face went very still. Do not answer it. Harry did not want to answer it. He wanted to burn it, but he could not burn something that ate existence. The fog tightened around the knot, drawn into it like water down a drain. The air in the warehouse grew clearer for half a second, enough for Harry to see the 2 oars standing. Their eyes were blank. Their mouths moved like they were trying to speak, but no sound came out. Then the fog snapped around them. Their outlines flickered. Patel screamed a name, tried to, failed, the sound catching in her throat. The oars vanished, not fell, not dropped, vanished. The space where they had been looked wrong like a gap in the world. Harry's stomach flipped. He gagged, swallowed it down, tasted bile again. Ron's voice cracked. No, no, no. Harry forced his eyes open wider. because closing them felt like surrender. The fog continued to compress, forced inward by the boundaries and storm pressure. The knot pulsed again, and Harry felt it push a cold thought into him. Not words, but intent. Stop, let go, forget. Harry's vision blurred again. He suddenly could not remember the face of the oar he had pulled out, even though the man was right there, coughing, shaking, alive. Harry's heart lurched in panic. He focused hard on Ron, on Daphne's grip on his arm, on the burn of his own breath. He would not forget. He would not let it steal his mind. Harry shoved the storm pressure down, not outward, down into the boundary line like pouring molten metal into a mold. The circle around the warehouse thickened, black sparks becoming a steady crackle. The air outside the circle steadied too, as if the boundary had made a separate world. Inside, the fog knot shrank, pulled tight by its own hunger. Then it moved. The knot did not leave through the door. It did not smash the boundary. It slid up, like smoke climbing a wall, and pressed itself against the inside roof of the warehouse. For a heartbeat, Harry saw it as a darker patch in the gray, like a bruise. Then it shot upward through the roof, not breaking metal, not tearing wood, just passing, like the roof did not exist to it. The fog inside the warehouse followed, rushing upward like a flock of birds, sucked after its leader. The warehouse cleared in seconds. The air inside looked normal again. The only sign anything had happened was the wet concrete, the scattered tools, and the terrible gaps where oars should have been. Patel stumbled forward, as if she could step into those gaps and find them, but Folly caught her, holding her back. Harry's mark pulsed hard, then cooled, like a beast satisfied for now. The storm above did not stop. It hovered, restless. Harry felt the knot outside now, moving through the night air like a cold smear, fast, hungry, searching. It was not gone. It had just left the boundary. It had learned. Ron's voice was hoarse. Harry, where did it go? Harry's eyes snapped upward, scanning the warehouse roof, the night sky beyond, clouds thick and wrong. He could feel the knot moving east, toward denser streets, toward more people. Harry's chest tightened. It is moving. Daphne's grip on his arm tightened. Do not chase it blindly. Harry's head swam. If it reaches a crowd. Patel's voice came out harsh. Potter, can you stop it again? Harry's stomach rolled. He wanted to say yes. He wanted to be the answer, but his arms were trembling, his knees felt loose, and his vision kept shimmering at the edges like the world was trying to fade out. He did not have another boundary in him right now, not one big enough to catch a moving thing in the open city. Harry swallowed hard. I can hold it if it comes to me, but I cannot hunt it in the open, not like this. Patel stared at him, then nodded once, accepting it because she had to. Folly's voice was tight. We need the minister here now. Patel lifted her wand and sent a Patronus, voice shaking. Minister Shacklebolt. Warehouse secured. Entity escaped upward. We lost 2. Maybe more. Potter contained it temporarily. The silver light shot into the sky and vanished. Harry stood there in the rain, breathing hard, feeling the storm still inside him like a weight he could not put down. Then his stomach finally won. He turned and vomited onto the wet ground, bitter and sharp, shaking so hard he nearly went to his knees. Ron was at his side instantly, one hand at his back, voice low. All right, breathe, you are all right. Harry wiped his mouth with the back of his sleeve, eyes watering, throat raw. He was not all right. He felt like the fog had brushed his brain and tried to wipe it clean. Daphne crouched beside him, wand out, murmuring something under her breath that felt like cool water poured into his veins. A thin green glow ran along his forearm, over the black lines of the mark, not erasing them, but soothing the burn around them. Harry shuddered as the dizziness eased a fraction. Ron stared at her. That is the healing thing again. Daphne's voice stayed calm. Yes. Harry swallowed hard. What is it? Daphne met his eyes. Vijovis is not just healing. It is also undoing. Restoration. The kind that does not ask permission. Harry blinked. You are saying you are using another god? Daphne's mouth tightened. I am saying I am keeping you functional. Ron's voice was sharp. Do not stack gods on him like he is a shelf. Daphne's gaze flicked to Ron. Annoyed, it is not worship. It is law. Old law has many names. Harry's head still swam, but the worst of the nausea eased. He could breathe again without feeling like his lungs were full of fog. He looked back at the warehouse doors. Inside, the gaps where Oros had been still felt wrong, like a missing tooth in reality. He could not remember their names. He could remember Patel's rage. He could remember the way Ron had tried to shout and failed. But the names were slipping. Harry's stomach turned again, softer this time, like grief without words. Kingsley apparat into the yard with a crack that sounded too loud in the damp air. He was not alone. Hermione arrived a second later, hair pulled back, face pale, eyes fierce with the kind of anger that meant she had been told not to come and came anyway. Two more Aurors came with Kingsley, both looking like they wished they were anywhere else. Kingsley took one look at the warehouse and then at Harry, and Harry saw it in his eyes. Fear, not for himself, for what Harry had become, and what the Ministry might do if it panicked. Kingsley's voice was tight. Report, now. Patel stepped forward, voice clipped, professional, broken underneath. We formed a line. Potter created a boundary. Entity resisted. Potter forced it inward. We retrieved one Auror. We lost two in the fog. Entity escaped through the roof. Hermione's eyes snapped to Harry. You went in. Harry shook his head. No. I held the door. I pulled one out. I did not cross the line. Hermione's eyes darted to the boundary line on the ground. The black scorch that was not scorch. The air above it still slightly heavier. Harry. What did you do? Harry swallowed, throat raw. I drew a boundary. I called the storm. I pressed it back. Hermione looked at Daphne then, eyes narrowing. And she is here, of course. Daphne met Hermione's stare without blinking. Yes. Hermione's voice shook with anger. You used him. Daphne's answer was cold. He used himself. He chose to stop it eating your co-workers. Hermione's jaw clenched so hard it looked like it hurt. That is not fair. Daphne. Daphne's gaze flicked to Harry. Then back. Neither is fog that erases names. Kingsley raised a hand, cutting through the argument enough. He looked at the warehouse, then at the gap in the air where the Aurors had vanished, as if he could force them back by staring hard enough. His voice went quiet. How many dead? Patel swallowed. Unknown. At least two. The one we pulled out is alive, but he cannot say his name. Kingsley's eyes tightened. Hermione made a small sound like pain. Ron stared at the ground, knuckles white around his wand. Harry felt the storm inside him twist with fury and grief, but he held it down. Kingsley turned to Harry. Potter. Tell me what you felt when it escaped. Harry forced himself to speak clearly. It moved east. It is hunting. It learned that boundaries trap it, so it will avoid fixed points. It will go where people are, where there is noise, where there is distraction, where no one can draw a clean line fast enough. Hermione's voice came out thin. It is going to a crowd. Harry nodded yes. Kingsley's face went hard. Then we evacuate. We alert emergency services. We do not tell them what it is. We tell them there is a gas leak or a structural risk. Whatever moves people quickly without panic. Hermione blinked. You are going to lie. Kingsley's eyes snapped to her. I am going to stop a stampede while we fight a thing that eats reality. Hermione flinched but did not argue further. Ron muttered, for once. Lying sounds like the sensible option. Kingsley looked at Harry again, and Harry saw the decision forming behind his eyes, heavy and awful. Potter, Kingsley said, voice tight. You are suspended from active response. Harry blinked, stomach dropping. What? Ron snapped. What? No, he just saved you from losing more Aurors. Kingsley's gaze stayed on Harry. He also drew a storm over central London and marked a boundary that any muggle with a camera might have seen. We cannot have our most famous war hero turning into a nightly lightning phenomenon in public spaces. Harry's chest tightened with anger. So you would rather lose people? Kingsley's voice went sharp. Do not twist my words. Hermione stepped forward, eyes blazing. Kingsley. He is the only one who can hold it back. Kingsley's jaw clenched. That is exactly why I am suspending him. Because the Ministry will start treating him like a weapon, and then like a threat, and then like a problem to remove. I am trying to keep him alive and keep this quiet. Harry stared at Kingsley, heart pounding. Suspended meant sidelined. Sidelined meant watching people vanish while he sat in a house and shook. Ron's voice cracked. You cannot put him in a box. Kingsley looked tired for a second, like the weight of the job had finally crushed through his spine. I am not putting him in a box. I am pulling him out of the line of fire before the line of fire becomes the ministry itself. Harry's mark pulsed under his sleeve, irritated. Daphne stepped closer to Kingsley, voice low. Minister, if you isolate him too hard, Summonus will not like it. It already hates daylight control. It will push back. Kingsley's eyes narrowed. Is that a threat? Daphne's gaze held steady. It is a warning. Hermione's voice shook. This is insane. We are talking about what a Roman god likes. Patel's voice cracked. Raw, we just watched co-workers vanish. I do not care what you call it. I care that Potter kept me from walking in after them. Hermione went silent, face pale. Kingsley exhaled, then looked at Harry. You will return to Grimmauld. You will remain there tonight. You will not chase it. Harry's voice came out flat. And if it moves again, Kingsley's gaze stayed on his. Then we handle it with teams and boundaries and whatever else we can manage without you being the focal point. Ron laughed. Ugly teams. Boundaries. You mean like the thing Harry just did? Kingsley's eyes flashed. Weasley, enough. Ron's voice rose. Furious, no. Enough. We lost people and you are worried about cameras. Kingsley's expression hardened. But there was pain in it too. I am worried about 1,000 things at once. That is my job. Your job is to stay alive. Harry felt anger rise like bile. He wanted to shout. He wanted to push the storm into the sky until the whole city trembled and everyone understood fear for once. Instead he clenched his jaw and forced his voice steady. Fine. I will go back. But I am not a prisoner. Kingsley nodded once. You are not. But you are not in the field either. Hermione looked at Harry, eyes bright with frustration and worry. Harry, please, do not do something reckless. Harry stared at her, voice quiet. Do you still think I am unstable? Hermione flinched, then shook her head fast. No. I think you are scared. I think you are angry. I think you are carrying something impossible. Harry swallowed. Throat tight. Good. He looked away because if he looked too long he might crumble. Kingsley turned to Patel. Get the rescued Auror to St. Mungo's. Quietly. No press. No public ward. Keep him in a dim room. No bright charms. Patel nodded, eyes hollow. Hermione blinked. Kingsley, you believe the day rule? Kingsley's mouth tightened. I believe what I saw, and what Potter's arm looks like, and what the air feels like when he breathes now. Harry hated that Kingsley could feel it. It made it real. It made it undeniable. Kingsley looked at Daphne Greengrass. You are now officially a consultant on this situation. You answer to me. You do not run private rights in the city. Daphne inclined her head. Understood. Ron muttered. She was going to anyway. Daphne ignored him, but her fingers brushed Harry's forearm for a second. A quiet grounding touch, then pulled away like she did not want anyone to notice. Harry noticed. His mark pulsed softer, not hungry, just aware. They operated back to Grimmauld in pairs because Kingsley insisted, because he did not want Harry alone even for a second. Not now. Harry landed in the hallway and immediately felt the house shift around him. Not hostile, attentive, like the walls were listening for thunder. Ron followed, breathing hard, still furious. Hermione arrived last, face pale, eyes too bright, holding herself together by force. Daphne came with them, quiet, composed, but Harry saw the tension in her shoulders now, the way her control had hairline cracks. Creature appeared and stared at them, then sniffed the air like a bloodhound. Master Harry smells like storm. Ron snapped, thanks, Creature. We noticed. Creature ignored Ron and shuffled closer to Harry. Eyes sharp. Master Harry. You are sick. Harry swallowed. I am fine. Creature made a noise of pure disbelief. Master Harry lies badly. Hermione's mouth twitched despite herself, then flattened again as the horror of the warehouse slammed back into her. She turned to Harry. You saw them vanish. Harry nodded, jaw tight. Hermione's voice broke a little. Did you feel it taking their names? Harry swallowed hard. Yes. Hermione's eyes filled for a second. Then she blinked hard and forced it away. We have to record everything we still remember. If it erases people, we need a way to anchor memory. Ron snapped. Hermione. Not right now. Hermione's voice rose, sharp, desperate. When is right now, Ron? If we wait, we might forget them completely. Ron looked like he wanted to shout back. Then his shoulders sagged. Fine, fine, but gently. Not like you are writing an essay. Harry leaned against the wall because his legs felt weak again. The storm inside him was still there, but it was settling, heavy and tired. Daphne stepped closer, voice low. You are going to crash. Harry's mouth was dry. I know. Daphne's eyes flicked to Hermione and Ron, then back to Harry. Come to the library. Now, you need grounding before your mind starts slipping. Hermione frowned. Grounding. Daphne's gaze was sharp. You saw Caligo. Touched you. If you do not anchor yourself, you will start losing edges. Names. Details. The fog does not only erase the dead. Ron stiffened. It can erase Harry. Daphne did not deny it. If he lets it. Harry's stomach tightened with cold fear. He pushed off the wall and followed Daphne into the library because he did not have energy to argue. Ron followed too, stubborn, protective, not letting Harry out of his sight. Hermione came last, carrying a stack of parchment and a bottle of ink like she was going to fight fog with stationery. The library was dim, safe, stone walls, heavy curtains, the smell of old paper. Harry sat on the same chair as last night without meaning to. Felt like a habit forming too fast. Daphne stood in front of him, eyes fixed on his face. Look at me. Harry did, throat tight. Daphne's voice went quieter. Name 5 things you can see. Harry blinked, confused, but obeyed. Books, lamp, curtain. Ron's stupid face. Your cloak. Ron snorted despite himself. Cheers. Daphne did not smile. Name 4 things you can hear. Harry swallowed. Rain, fire, Ron breathing, the house creaking. Daphne nodded once. Good. Name 3 things you can feel. Harry's hands trembled on his knees. Chair under me. My heartbeat. My arm burning. Daphne's gaze flicked to his sleeve. Good. Name 2 things you can smell. Harry breathed in. Slow. Dust, smoke. Daphne's eyes held his. Name 1 thing you want. Harry's throat tightened. He did not expect that question. He stared at her, at Ron hovering behind her like a guard, at Hermione standing near the desk with ink ready, eyes worried. He wanted so many things it made his chest hurt. He forced one out. Honest. I wanted to stop taking people. Daphne nodded once, satisfied. Good. You are still here. Hermione's voice shook. That is a grounding technique. Daphne glanced at her. Yes. Hermione swallowed. Where did you learn it? Daphne's expression tightened. From someone who almost forgot her own name. The room went quiet. Harry's stomach twisted again. He pictured the Auror's blurred face in the warehouse, the way his name had broken in his mouth. He pressed his fingers into his knee hard enough to hurt, anchoring himself in pain. Hermione stepped forward, voice careful. Harry, tell us what you remember about the missing Aurors. Faces, voices, anything. Harry squeezed his eyes shut for a second, then opened them. One was tall, shaved head, laughed too loud. One had a scar on his chin. One had a ring on his wand hand. I cannot remember the names. I keep trying and it is like my mind slides off. Hermione's face tightened with grief and fury. Write the details. Now, before they fade. Ron moved closer. Voice low. Hermione. Stop pushing him like he is a witness in court. Hermione snapped. He is a witness. We all are. If we do not write it, it is gone. Ron's jaw clenched, but he did not argue further. Harry watched Hermione's hand move fast, ink scratching parchment, like she was desperate to pin reality down before it ran. Daphne sat on the edge of the table, watching Harry, voice low. Caligo does not just kill. It unthreads. It makes holes. People step around holes without knowing why they are limping. Ron's voice was rough. Why would something like that exist? Daphne's eyes went distant. Old Rome had names for everything people feared. Fog that stole travelers. Night that crushed lungs. Gods that punished oath breakers. They named what they could not control. Sometimes the naming gave it shape. Sometimes it gave it hunger. Hermione looked up sharply. Are you saying belief created it? Daphne's gaze returned to Hermione. I am saying belief fed it. The difference matters. But not tonight. Harry swallowed hard. It escaped. It learned. Daphne nodded. Yes. Ron's voice cracked. So it comes back smarter. Daphne's eyes narrowed. It is not a person. But it adapts. It avoids boundaries. It chooses chaos, crowds, daylight, confusion. Harry's mark pulsed faintly, irritated at the name Caligo in the air, like Summonus hated even hearing it. Harry rubbed his forearm through the sleeve. When it laughed, it felt like it was laughing at me. Daphne's gaze sharpened because you are a boundary. You are the opposite of it. It wants to unmake you to prove it can. Hermione's face went pale. So Harry is a target. Ron's voice went flat. Harry is always a target. Harry let out a short breath, half laugh, half bitterness. Yeah, the room fell quiet again, heavy, broken only by rain and ink scratching. Harry's head still swam, but Daphne's grounding kept him from drifting. He felt a tug at his ribs again, faint like a compass needle twitching. Not as strong as earlier, but there. Caligo was moving again, somewhere out there. Harry's mouth tightened. I can still feel it. Hermione froze. You can sense it now. Harry nodded, like a cold patch. Daphne leaned forward, eyes sharp. Where? Harry closed his eyes, listening with his skin, still near the east side, but moving along the river, like it is following water. Ron's voice was tight. So it is going to hit another warehouse, or a dock or a bar. Hermione's eyes darted. Kingsley is evacuating, he said. Ron scoffed. Evacuating London? Brilliant. Just a casual Tuesday. Hermione shot him a look. Do not. Ron shrugged. But his humor was thin, brittle. Daphne's voice was quiet. Minister Shacklebolt is trying to do the impossible without panic. But Caligo thrives on panic and confusion. It will create both. Harry's throat tightened. And I am stuck here because Kingsley suspended me. Hermione's voice was sharp. Harry, you cannot just ignore him. Harry looked at her, eyes tired. I am not a soldier that switches off when told. Hermione flinched. I know. But if you go out and something happens, the ministry will turn on you. Ron muttered. They already are turning. They just smile while they do it. Daphne's gaze flicked to Ron, then to Harry. This is why you cannot go alone. If you move, you do it with witnesses. With people who will not let the narrative become Potter lost control. Harry's jaw clenched. So what? I need a chaperone. Daphne's eyes held his yes. Ron's voice came out immediate. I will go. Hermione snapped. Ron. No, you cannot just volunteer for fog that erases people. Ron's eyes flashed. Then what? We sit and wait until it eats someone we love. Hermione's face crumpled for half a second, then hardened again. We find a strategy. Harry's mark pulsed, impatient. Harry's voice came out quiet. Dangerous strategy did not save the Aurors in that warehouse. Boundary did. Hermione stared at him, hurt flashing across her face, then swallowed it down. I know. Daphne stood, decisive. We are not going out tonight. Not yet. Not after what it did to his mind. Ron's shoulders slumped, torn between anger and relief. Hermione's voice shook. So we just listen to the news and wait for more gaps. Daphne's gaze went sharp. No. We prepare. Quietly, properly. We gather what we need for a moving boundary, not a fixed circle. We learn how to keep memory anchored. We plan where Caligo will go next. Hermione blinked. Moving boundary. Daphne nodded. Storm perimeter, but mobile. Summonus can ride the night. Boundaries do not have to be drawn on ground. They can be drawn in air, in sound, in law. Harry stared. How? Daphne's eyes flicked to his arm. You already did it. You just did not realize. When you pushed the storm into the circle became more than a line. It became a concept. You can carry a concept if you are the conduit. Ron grimaced. I hate the word conduit now. Hermione looked at Harry, voice softer. How do you feel right now? Harry swallowed, tired, angry, like my skin is still too small. But I can think again. Daphne nodded once. Good. Then we do one more thing before sleep. Ron blinked. Sleep. After that, Daphne's gaze stayed on Harry, anchoring. You need to anchor him to himself. Hermione frowned. How? Daphne hesitated, then spoke quietly. Touch. Consent. Human warmth. It sounds stupid, but Caligo unthreads. Human connection knots back together. Ron's eyes widened. Are you suggesting we all hug Harry? Hermione's cheeks flushed. Ron. Harry's throat tightened because the idea of being touched right now, after feeling the fog brush his mind, sounded like relief and terror at the same time. Daphne looked at Harry. Do you consent to me helping you anchor? Harry swallowed hard. Yes. Ron's gaze flicked between them, protective alarm flashing. Then he forced himself to look away, jaw tight. pretending not to be watching. Hermione stood stiff, uncertain, like she did not know if this was appropriate or necessary or both. Daphne stepped closer to Harry slowly, giving him time to pull back. Harry did not pull back. Daphne sat on the arm of his chair, close enough that he could feel warmth through cloth. She reached for his forearm, fingers brushing the sleeve over the mark, gentle but firm. The moment her skin touched him, the storm inside him steadied, like a wild animal recognizing a familiar hand. Harry's breath caught. Daphne's voice was low, "Say your name." Harry blinked. "What?" Daphne held his gaze. "Say your name out loud. Claim it. Caligo steals by making you passive. Do not be passive." Harry swallowed hard. "Harry." Daphne's voice stayed steady. "Full name." Harry's throat tightened. "Harry James Potter." The words felt like a line drawn in his chest. Daphne nodded. "Good. Say who you are to the people in this room." Harry's mouth was dry. "Ron is my best mate." Ron's eyes flicked to him, startled, then softened despite himself. "Yeah, all right." Harry looked at Hermione. Hermione is my family." Hermione's eyes filled instantly, and she looked away fast, furious at herself for showing it. Harry looked at Daphne, heart pounding. "And you are?" He hesitated because he did not know what Daphne was to him yet. She waited, expression unreadable. Harry swallowed. "You are the one who is keeping me from disappearing." Daphne's fingers tightened slightly on his arm, not painful, just present. Her voice went softer, almost human. "Good." Harry's mark pulsed once, slow, calmer, like it accepted the anchor. Hermione cleared her throat, voice unsteady. "Harry, you saved people tonight." Harry's mouth twisted. "Not enough." Ron's voice went rough, "Enough to keep Patel alive. Enough to pull one out." Harry swallowed hard. He could not remember the names of the missing Aurors, but he could remember the feeling of their absence, the wrongness of the gaps. It made his stomach turn again. Daphne's voice went quiet. "You cannot carry all of it in one night. If you try, you will crack, and Caligo will step through." Harry stared at her, exhausted. "And what if it cracks me anyway?" Daphne's eyes held his. "Then I will hold you until you stop shaking." The words hit Harry harder than any curse. He blinked, throat tight. Ron shifted awkwardly, discomfort and loyalty warring. "Right. Great. Lovely. Can we also maybe make sure the Ministry does not try to lock him up?" Hermione nodded, voice sharper now, determination replacing tears. "Yes. Kingsley is trying to protect him, but the department will push. They will want control. They will want a plan that makes them feel safe." Ron snorted. "Their plans usually get people killed." Hermione shot him a look, then sighed. "Ron, not now." Harry let out a breath and leaned his head back, eyes closing for a second. Daphne's hand stayed on his arm, steady. It was not dramatic. It was just human, and it kept him from drifting into the blank. When Harry opened his eyes again, the library lamp flickered once. Not from wind, from pressure. Harry felt the cold bruise on the city shift again. Farther now, but still there, like Caligo was circling, testing. Harry's mark pulsed. Summonus was listening too. The night was no longer neutral. It was a battlefield with rules older than spells. Hermione looked toward the window, voice tight. "Do you feel that?" Harry nodded. "Yes." Ron swallowed. "Is it coming here?" Daphne's gaze sharpened, listening with her whole body. "Not here. Not yet. It is hunting softer targets first. Places without wards. Places where people are distracted." Harry's stomach tightened. "So it will go for Muggles." Hermione's face went pale. "We cannot protect them without breaking the statute." Ron's voice cracked. "Stuff the statute if people are vanishing." Hermione snapped. "That is not how it works." Ron snapped back. "Then the statute can choke on itself while fog eats people. Is that better?" Hermione's face twisted with frustration and fear, and for a second Harry saw how tired she was, how helpless she felt when logic could not fix it fast enough. Harry's voice came out quiet. "We will protect them anyway." Hermione stared at him. "Harry." Harry met her eyes. "We will." Hermione's mouth tightened. Then she nodded once, grim. Daphne's fingers brushed Harry's wrist, grounding again. "Sleep now. You need strength for the next move." Harry's breath came out shaky. "Kingsley suspended me." Daphne's gaze stayed steady. "Kingsley can suspend you from a job. He cannot suspend a god's war. Ron muttered. That is a cheerful thought before bed. Hermione looked like she wanted to argue, then stopped because she could not. Harry stood slowly, legs heavy, and Daphne stood with him, still close. Ron hovered at Harry's other side like a guard, stubborn as ever. Hermione gathered her parchment and ink, lips pressed together, already planning how to anchor memory with records that could not be erased easily. They moved toward the stairs. Halfway up, Harry stopped. A sudden dizziness hit him, sharp. For a second, he could not remember where he was. The house blurred. The stairs seemed too long. The air tasted like wet stone again. Harry grabbed the banister hard, knuckles white. Ron's voice snapped. Harry, look at me. Harry forced his eyes to Ron's face. Ron's freckles, Ron's worried eyes, Ron's stupid hair sticking up. All of it dragged Harry back. Daphne's hand pressed to Harry's back. Firm, breathe. Harry breathed. The dizziness eased. Hermione's voice was tight. That was Caligo. Daphne nodded, yes. It is testing the edges of your mind. It knows you saw it. It knows you resisted. Ron's voice went rough. So it is poking him from across the city. Daphne's gaze stayed on Harry, yes. Harry swallowed, throat dry. Then it can reach me even when I do nothing. Daphne's eyes held his. Then doing nothing is not an option. But tonight, resting is not doing nothing. Resting is sharpening the knife. Harry let out a breath that was almost a laugh. You talk like you have done this for years. Daphne's mouth tightened. I have been preparing for something like this since I was a child. I just did not think it would choose you. Harry stared at her. Exhausted. Lucky me. Daphne's expression softened. Barely, not lucky. Strong. Harry flinched at the word because it felt like pressure, like expectation, like being made into a symbol again. Daphne saw it and her voice changed, quieter, gentler. I am not putting it on you. I am saying you survived what it tried to do. That matters. Harry nodded once, throat tight, and kept walking. They reached Harry's room. Ron planted himself outside the door immediately, arms folded. I am staying here. Harry looked at him. You do not have to guard me. Ron's voice was rough. Yes, I do. Hermione hovered in the hall, uncertain, then stepped forward and hugged Harry quickly, fierce and awkward, like she was trying to knot him back into the world with her arms. Harry froze for a second, then hugged her back, tight. Hermione pulled away fast, wiping at her eyes like she was furious at them. Do not disappear. That is an order. Harry managed a tired smile. Yes, bossy. Hermione glared at him, then turned and left down the hall, shoulders tense, already planning war with paper and stubbornness. Daphne lingered by Harry's door. Harry looked at her. Voice low, thank you. Daphne's eyes held his. This is not kindness. It is necessity. Harry's mouth twitched. You keep saying that like it makes it less. Daphne's expression flickered. The smallest crack in her armor. It makes it safer. Harry stared at her for a long moment. Then he did something he had not planned. He stepped closer, slow, giving her time to pull away. She did not. Harry's hand brushed her wrist, gentle. Then he leaned in and kissed her. Brief. Not desperate. Not performative. Just human and warm and real. Daphne froze for half a heartbeat, then kissed back, soft, controlled. But there was a tremor in it, like she had been holding her breath for a long time and finally let it out. When they pulled apart, Harry's chest hurt in a different way. Not fear, not storm pressure, just feeling. Daphne's voice was barely above a whisper. That is anchoring. Harry swallowed. Yeah. Daphne's fingers brushed his forearm again, right over the mark, and the pulse steadied, calmer. She stepped back, expression composed again. But her eyes were softer now. Sleep, Harry. Harry nodded. You too. Daphne's mouth twitched. I do not sleep much. Harry watched her walk away down the corridor, cloak swaying, steps quiet. Ron stared at Harry like he had been punched. Did you just? Harry cut him off, voice flat. Ron. Do not. Ron's mouth opened, then shut, then opened again. All right. Fine. Not now. But later I am going to have opinions. Harry managed a tired laugh. Of course you are. He went into his room and shut the door. The darkness inside felt different now. Not comforting, not empty, attentive. Harry lay on the bed and stared at the ceiling. His mark pulsed slowly under his skin, like a second heartbeat. Outside, somewhere in London, the fog moved again. Harry felt it like a cold finger dragging across the city map in his ribs. And somewhere above that moving cold, thunder rolled without lightning, like the night itself was warning him. Harry closed his eyes and forced himself to hold one thought tight, like a knot. Harry James Potter. He repeated it silently over and over until sleep finally took him. And even in sleep, he dreamed of a warehouse doorway and a laugh made of silence. He dreamed of names turning to ash in his mouth. He dreamed of a wheel turning in darkness. And when he woke in the middle of the night, sweating, heart racing, he knew two things with brutal clarity. Caligo had learned his scent, and Summonus was not finished claiming him. Harry was already halfway down the Greengrass Manor corridor when the sunlight hit him through the tall windows and his knees nearly went. It was stupid, the kind of weakness that made him want to laugh and throw up at the same time. He grabbed the wall with his left hand and forced his breathing steady, but the air still felt thin, like it did not want to sit in his lungs. Behind him, Daphne's footsteps were quick and sharp. "Harry," she said. And it was not a question, it was a warning. "I'm fine," he lied, because that had always been his favorite trick. Daphne caught up, grabbed his sleeve, and yanked him back toward the shadowed section of the corridor like she was pulling a child away from a busy street. The moment they were out of the direct light, the pressure in his chest eased a fraction. Harry hated that. He hated that the sun, the normal harmless sun, could make him feel like a cracked kettle about to split. Daphne's eyes flicked over him, taking in the sweat at his hairline and the way his jaw was locked too tight. "You're shaking," she said. Harry stared past her shoulder, stubborn. "I'm not." "You are," she said again, flat, like facts were not negotiable. He hated that too, but he did not argue because his hands were still trembling a bit, and he could feel her noticing every tiny thing like she was building a report in her head. She lowered her voice. "You do not go to the ministry today." Harry's throat tightened. "Kingsley said it's a hearing." Daphne's mouth twisted. "A hearing does not require this much theater." Harry blinked. "What theater?" Daphne stepped closer. Close enough that her voice could drop even more. The owl came with a seal. Came with a time. It came with a list of who will be present. And it included hit wizards. Harry's stomach tightened. He had seen hit wizards once or twice after the war, mostly when the ministry wanted something dealt with quickly and quietly. They were not there for polite conversation. "They're there to keep order," Harry said, and he could hear how thin it sounded even to him. Daphne's gaze didn't soften. "They're there to keep you contained." Harry swallowed hard, and his mark pulsed under the sleeve like it hated the word contained. "Kingsley wouldn't," Harry said. Daphne's eyes narrowed. "Kingsley is one man. The ministry is an organism. Panics. It bites. It blames." Harry forced his voice steady. "I'm not going to run." Daphne stared at him for a long beat. Then her voice went quiet, sharp at the edges. "That is not bravery. That is pietas, and it will get you killed." Harry's jaw clenched at the word because it was the same thing she had called it last night. Duty dressed up like virtue. He looked at her. "So what? I hide here and let the prophet call me a dark wizard while they decide what to do with me?" Daphne's mouth tightened. "Yes. If it keeps you alive." Harry's chest hurt, and it was not just the magic. It was the fact that he could still remember Ron's face at the warehouse door, terrified, trying to hold him in place, and Hermione's arms around him in the hallway, quick and fierce, like she was scared he would vanish if she let go. Those were not the actions of people plotting to trap him. Unless they were. That thought slid under his ribs like a cold knife. Harry's voice came out smaller. "Hermione wouldn't." Daphne did not answer straight away. That silence made it worse. Finally she said, "Careful, Hermione believes in systems. When something breaks the system, she tries to fix it. Sometimes she fixes it with a hammer." Harry swallowed. "She's not heartless." "I didn't say she was," Daphne replied, and her eyes stayed steady on his face. "I said she will do what she thinks is necessary, even if it hurts you." Harry wanted to argue. Instead his throat closed up and his eyes stung, and it made him furious at himself. He stared at the carpet, then forced his gaze back up. "I have to go," he said. Daphne's expression hardened. "Why?" Harry's voice went tight. "Because if I don't, it proves them right. Proves I'm unstable, dangerous, hiding. It proves I'm a problem." Daphne shook her head once. "You are a problem. Just not the one they think." Harry flinched, and she saw it immediately. Her voice softened. Just a little. I mean, you are a problem for Caligo. You are a problem for anything that wants the world soft and forgetful. They should be protecting you, not binding you. Harry's mark pulsed again at Caligo's name, irritated, like the word itself was a bruise. Harry breathed in slowly, tasted dust and polish and the faint metallic bite that always seemed to linger around Daphne, like she carried storms in her pockets. Come with me, he said. Daphne blinked. They will not allow me in the hearing. Then wait outside, Harry said, and he heard the edge in his own voice now. Just be there. Daphne stared at him for a long moment, then nodded once, like she was choosing a battlefield. If you step into that room and I feel a binding go up, she said, I will pull you out. Harry's mouth twisted. How? Daphne's eyes flicked to his sleeve. If they try to tear Summonus out of you, something else will answer first. Something older. Something that does not care about their rules. Harry's stomach dropped. You mean it'll kill them? I mean it will break them, Daphne corrected, and there was no comfort in it. And you will have to live with that. Harry swallowed hard. He wanted to say he would never hurt Hermione and Ron, but the warehouse had shown him what it felt like to almost lose himself. How close the tearing sound in his head had been. How the fog had tried to wipe him like chalk. If the Ministry tried to rip the god out of him, he did not know what would happen. That uncertainty made his hands shake again. Daphne noticed and stepped closer. Her fingers brushed his wrist. Light, not grabbing, just grounding. Look at me, she said quietly. Harry did. Daphne's voice was low. If you are going, go with your eyes open. Do not walk in like a lamb. Harry huffed a humorless laugh. That's comforting. Daphne's mouth twitched. Not quite a smile. I'm not trying to comfort you. I'm trying to keep you alive. Harry nodded once, throat tight, and leaned in without thinking too much. He kissed her. Quick. Not dramatic. Just a human moment in a corridor that smelled like old money and fear. Daphne kissed back, controlled, and when they pulled away her eyes were a fraction softer. Go, she said, and her voice was steady again. But do not let them make you small. Later, the Ministry atrium felt too bright. Not just the light, but the noise, the moving bodies, the polished floor, the way everything was designed to look impressive and safe. Harry stepped out of the fireplace and immediately felt eyes land on him like thrown stones. Wizards in robes paused mid-stride. A witch with a briefcase clutched it closer to her chest like he might snatch it. Two teenagers, probably trainees, stared like he was a story that had escaped a book. Harry kept walking. His wand felt heavy at his side, but it was not the same as yesterday. In the atrium, under Ministry lights, the storm inside him was quieter, sulking, like it hated being dragged into a place that smelled of regulation and daylight. Ron was waiting near the fountain. For a second, Harry's chest loosened with relief because Ron was familiar, Ron was safe, Ron was the person who had always been there. Then Ron looked up and Harry's relief died. Ron's face was pale, and he was not meeting Harry's eyes properly. He looked guilty. Harry stopped a few feet away. Ron cleared his throat. Mate. Harry's voice came out flat. What's going on? Ron looked over Harry's shoulder, nodded at Harry, and swallowed. It's just a hearing. Kingsley wants to make sure you're, Harry stared at him. I'm what? Ron flinched. Safe. That you're safe. That we're safe. Harry's stomach turned, slow and sick. He glanced past Ron and saw them. Hit wizards. Not in uniform, but the stance was unmistakable. Two by the archway. Two near the lift. One leaning on a column like he was bored, wand hand loose at his side. They were not bored. They were ready. Harry's mark pulsed under his sleeve, not pleased. Harry looked back at Ron. Did you know they'd be here? Ron's mouth tightened. Harry. Harry took a step closer, voice low. Did you know? Ron's shoulders sagged. Yes. The word hit like a punch. Harry's heartbeat sped up, and his mouth went dry. Ron's voice rushed, desperate. It's not like that. Hermione thinks something's wrong. Kingsley thinks something's wrong. Everyone thinks something's wrong. After yesterday, after the storm, after the way people looked at you. It's what? Harry snapped. And he heard the shake in his own voice and hated it. Ron winced. It's scary. Harry stared at him. He wanted to laugh because of course it was scary, it was terrifying, It was a fog that erased names and a storm in his veins. But Ron saying it, Ron admitting fear, made it feel like Harry himself had become the monster in the room. Ron took a step forward like he wanted to grab Harry, then stopped, hands curling into fists at his sides. "I'm not against you," Ron said, voice rough. "I'm trying to stop you from going too far." Harry's throat tightened. "You think I want this?" Ron's eyes finally met his, and there was real pain there. "No. I think you're drowning and you're pretending you're not." Harry's mark pulsed again, sharper, like it hated that Ron was not entirely wrong. Harry forced himself to breathe. He looked around the atrium, noticing things the way Daphne had told him to. The security line was thicker than usual. The wizard at the visitor desk was not stamping papers. He was watching Harry like he was waiting for a signal. The fountain felt quieter, like the air around it was damped. And Hermione was not here. Hermione, who never missed a meeting, never left him alone in a room full of ministry politics. Harry's stomach sank deeper. He looked at Ron. "Where is she?" Ron swallowed. "Upstairs." Harry nodded once. "Tight, of course she is." Ron reached out, hesitant. "Harry, listen. She's doing this because she loves you." Harry flinched at the word love because it felt wrong in this place. He stepped back, just out of reach. "I'm going to the hearing," Harry said. Ron's voice cracked. "Mate, please. Just cooperate. Just let them check. If it's nothing, then fine. Then you walk out and we all look like idiots, and I'll buy you a drink, and you can take the piss out of me for the rest of my life." Harry's mouth twisted. "And if it's not nothing?" Ron hesitated too long. That hesitation was its own answer. Harry turned toward the lifts. Ron moved with him automatically, like a guard escorting a prisoner. Harry did not miss that either. He kept walking anyway. The lift ride was short and silent, packed too tight with bodies that pretended not to look at him. Two hit wizards stood in the back, arms folded, eyes blank. Ron stood at Harry's side, tense, like he was trying to be both friend and barrier at the same time. Harry stared at the metal doors and felt the storm inside him press against his ribs, not ready to burst, but restless. Daphne's words echoed in his head. "Do not walk in like a lamb." The doors opened. They stepped out into a corridor that felt colder than the atrium, the air dry and flat, like sound did not travel properly here. Harry could smell something beneath the ministry's usual paper and polish. Metal, not wand metal, heavier, duller, lead. His stomach clenched. Ron noticed his expression and whispered, "Horse, what is it?" Harry did not answer. He followed the corridor to the courtroom doors, the big ones that had once held him as a teenager while the Wisengamot shouted and pointed and decided his life with bored cruelty. The memories hit fast and ugly. The smell of dust, the heat of 100 eyes, the way he had clutched his wand like a lifeline back then. Harry's hand flexed at his side now, but it was not the same. Back then, he had been a boy pleading. Now, he was something the ministry could not name and could not control, and that terrified them more than any teenager with a dark past. The doors swung open. The courtroom was lit too brightly, and the light made the cold tiles shine like ice. The ceiling rose high above, arched and distant, making the room feel like it was designed to swallow people whole. Wisengamot benches lined the far side, and there were more robes than Harry expected for a hearing. Not just Kingsley, not just Robards. There were senior figures Harry recognized from the war aftermath, people who had crawled out of the rubble to rebuild their power. Madame Marchbanks sat near the front, lips pressed tight. A few unspeakables stood along the wall, faces hidden, not speaking. Hit wizards were everywhere, positioned like chess pieces. Kingsley stood at the center, hands behind his back, posture calm, face unreadable. And Hermione was there. She stood near a lectern, a stack of parchment in her hands, hair pulled back tight, eyes fixed forward like she had decided emotion was a weakness she could not afford today. Harry stopped just inside the doorway. The sound of the doors closing behind him felt like a lock. For a second, he just stared at Hermione. Hermione looked up. Their eyes met. Harry waited for her face to soften, even a little, for some sign that Ron was wrong, that Daphne was wrong, that this was just another ministry mess they would survive together. Hermione's face did not soften. She looked sick, yes, but determined. Harry's throat closed. "Hermione," he said, and his voice came out rougher than he meant. Hermione swallowed, then spoke like she was reading from a book she had memorized. "Harry," she said, Thank you for coming. Ron shifted beside him, miserable. Harry took a step forward, and the smell of lead got stronger. He glanced at the floor. The tiles looked normal, but he could feel something under them, like pressure under skin. Something embedded, something waiting. Kingsley's voice carried across the room. Calm. Authoritative. Harry. This is an internal hearing, not a trial. You are not under arrest. Harry laughed once. Sharp. Really? Kingsley's eyes tightened. Watch your tone. Harry's hands curled into fists before he could stop them. He forced himself to unclench them slowly. Ron whispered, Harry. Harry ignored him. His gaze stayed on Hermione because she was the part that hurt, not Kingsley, not the Ministry, not the hit wizards who were paid to be cold. Hermione, Harry said again. What is this? Hermione's fingers tightened on the parchment, knuckles whitening. She took a breath, and when she spoke her voice was steady, precise, like she was defending a thesis. This is a safety review, Hermione said. After the incident yesterday, there are concerns about the nature of the power you are manifesting and whether it is affecting your judgment. Harry stared at her. His mouth was dry. My judgment. Hermione's eyes flickered, just for a second, like pain tried to rise and she shoved it back down. Yes, she said. Your judgment. Your stability. Your autonomy. Ron flinched at the word autonomy like it was too sharp to be said out loud. Harry's chest tightened. He could feel the storm inside him shift, irritated, like Summonus did not like being discussed as a problem on a Ministry floor. Harry forced his voice quiet. You think I'm possessed? Hermione's lips pressed together. She did not say no. That was worse than any accusation. Kingsley stepped forward, voice firm. Harry, you know as well as I do that the Ministry cannot ignore what happened. We have Muggles reporting thunder out of clear sky. Shops damaged. People injured by panic. The Prophet is calling for action. The Wizengamot is demanding answers. Harry's jaw clenched. So you decided I'm the answer? Kingsley's voice stayed controlled. We decided we need to understand what is happening to you. Harry looked at Hermione again. And you decided the best way to do that is to line a room with hit wizards. Hermione's throat bobbed as she swallowed. Ron's voice cracked. Mate, it's just in case. Harry's eyes snapped to Ron. In case of what? Ron looked away again. Miserable. In case you lose it. Harry felt the word lose it land like a brand. Lose it. Like he was a tantruming child. Lose it. Like the storm was a mood swing. Lose it. Like Caligo did not exist and the only real danger in the world was Harry Potter being too powerful. Harry took another step forward. Hermione lifted her chin, and it was so familiar, that stubborn set of her jaw when she believed she was right, that it made Harry's stomach twist even harder. Hermione began to read. She did not look down much, like she knew every word by heart. Harry Potter has displayed a form of magic not consistent with known wand lore, Hermione said, voice echoing off the high ceiling. It manifests primarily at night, involves atmospheric disruption, and appears to respond to conceptual triggers rather than incantation. This raises the possibility of external influence, including but not limited to curse attachment, artifact bonding, or entity integration similar in risk profile to Horcrux exposure. Ron flinched as if the word Horcrux burned his tongue. Harry stood very still. His hands were cold. Hermione continued, eyes fixed forward. Given the prior history of Horcrux-related trauma and the documented psychological effects of prolonged exposure to dark entities, it is my professional opinion that immediate containment and evaluation are necessary to prevent harm to Harry Potter and to the public. Professional opinion. Harry felt something in his chest crack a little. He stared at Hermione. You're not a healer. Hermione's cheeks flushed, but her voice stayed steady. I am not, no. But I have studied dark magic classifications for years, and I have worked with the Department of Mysteries on entity contamination protocols. I am not speaking out of ignorance. Harry's voice came out sharper. You're speaking out of fear. Hermione's eyes flashed, and for a second she looked like she might shout back. Then she corrected herself mid-breath, because she always did that. I am speaking out of caution, she said. And you know the difference, Harry. Ron let out a breath. Shaky Hermione. Maybe he's off. Hermione shot him a look so sharp it could have cut glass. No, Ron. He needs to hear it. Harry's throat tightened. He did not want to hear it. He wanted Hermione to stop talking like he was a case file. He wanted Ron to stop standing like a guard. He wanted Kingsley to stop pretending this was about understanding and not about control. Harry looked at Kingsley. If this is a hearing, let me speak. Let me explain. Kingsley nodded once. Go on. Harry opened his mouth, and then Hermione lifted her wand. Harry's heart lurched. Hermione, he said, and his voice cracked despite his best effort. Hermione's eyes flickered again. Her hand trembled, just a little. I'm sorry, she whispered. Then she spoke a word Harry did not recognize. The tiles under his feet thrummed. The air changed. Harry felt it instantly, not like a shield going up, but like something sinking hooks into him from every angle. His mark flared under his sleeve, burning hot. The smell of lead became overwhelming. All around the room, faint lines of dull light flickered, not bright like normal wards, but heavy, like metal heated just enough to glow. Harry staggered, breath ripping out of him. It felt like invisible hands had grabbed his ribs and were trying to pry them apart. Ron swore, bloody hell. Harry's knees buckled for half a second. He caught himself, panting, sweat breaking across his forehead in seconds. His vision blurred at the edges. Hermione's voice was shaking now, but she forced it steady. It's a binding ward. It will hold the entity in place. It won't hurt you if you stop fighting it. Harry stared at her, horrified. Stop fighting. He tried to lift his wand. His arm felt like it weighed a ton. The air pressed down harder. Something tugged at the inside of him, not his magic like a spell being blocked, but something deeper, like someone reaching into his chest and trying to rip out a living piece. Pain flared through his ribs and up into his throat. Harry gagged, choking on it. A warm trickle ran from his nose. He wiped it with the back of his hand and saw blood, bright and ordinary against his skin. And that ordinary blood made the whole thing feel even more wrong. Ron's voice broke. Hermione. It's hurting him. Hermione's eyes widened, panic flashing. No, it shouldn't. It's not supposed to. Kingsley stepped forward sharply. Hermione. What did you activate? Hermione's voice went tight. Defixio tablets. Lead curse tablets. They're inscribed around the perimeter. They bind and suppress external influence. Harry's stomach turned again. Lead curse tablets, hidden around the room, like knives under a Senate bench. Harry tried to breathe, but the air felt thick, heavy, like he was underwater. The pain in his chest sharpened. His mark burned. Then it went cold, not soothing cold, dead cold, like a door slamming shut. Harry's knees hit the floor with a hard crack of tile against bone. He barely felt it. He could not feel much except the tearing inside him. Ron lunged forward instinctively. Two hit wizards moved at the same time, blocking Ron like they had rehearsed it. Ron shouted, "Get out of my way!" One of them said, "Calm, stand down." Ron's wand hand shook, fury and helplessness mixing. "He's my best mate." "Then you should know better," the hit wizard replied without emotion. Harry stared at the floor, breath coming in ragged gasps. He could hear Hermione speaking, fast now, voice strained, like she was trying to talk the ward into behaving. "I can adjust the flow. I can damp it. Harry, stop resisting. Please, you're making it worse." Harry looked up at her. His eyes stung, not from the ward, from the fact that Hermione was saying please like it mattered, when she had already decided to do this to him. Harry tried to speak. All that came out was a broken sound. His throat felt tight, raw. The ward tugged again, harder. Harry's vision flashed black. For a second, he thought of the fog, Caligo's cold smear, the way it tried to wipe him. This felt similar, not erasing, unthreading, pulling at his edges. Harry heard a sound inside his head like tearing paper. He squeezed his eyes shut and forced himself to hold on. Harry James Potter. He tried to cling to the name like a rope. The rope slipped. The ward tugged at the mark again, and the cold inside him shifted. Angry now. Something moved. Not storm, not thunder. Something deeper and heavier. Harry's eyes snapped open. The room looked different. Not visually, not like a glamour. Like the air itself had changed its rules. The light from the ceiling lamps felt harsher, thinner, like it could not reach fully into the corners anymore. The shadows along the walls deepened. Harry's breath steadied, not because the pain was gone, but because something in him had stopped being afraid of it. Hermione stared at him, and for the first time her mask cracked completely. She looked terrified. "Harry," she whispered. Harry pushed himself upright slowly. His hands were shaking, But it was not weakness now. It was contained violence. The ward tugged again, and Harry felt it, but it no longer felt like it was ripping him open. It felt like it was pulling on chains that were anchored to stone. Harry lifted his head, eyes fixed on Hermione. His voice came out quiet, strange, like it had weight behind it. "You broke your oath," he said. Hermione blinked, confused, then flinched as if she understood too late. Ron's voice cracked. "Harry, mate, listen, it's not an oath. It's just us trying to help." Harry turned his head toward Ron. Ron was still there, held back by hit wizards, face twisted with guilt and fear and stubborn love. Harry looked at him for a long beat. His throat tightened again, but he forced the words out anyway. "You stood there," Harry said, voice low. "You watched them do it." Ron swallowed, eyes wet. "I thought it would be gentle." Harry laughed once, sharp and empty. Gentle. Lead tablets were not gentle. Binding was not gentle. Ripping something out of your ribs was not gentle. Harry's mark burned again, then went colder than before. The ward lines along the floor flared, dull light thickening. Hermione lifted her wand again, hands shaking now. "Harry, please, don't, just stop. Let it hold. Let us figure it out properly." Harry stared at her. His chest hurt so badly he could taste iron. And still, the first thing he felt was not rage. It was heartbreak, because Hermione was looking at him like he was a bomb. Hermione, who had once believed in him when nobody else did. Hermione, who had walked into hell with him. Hermione, who had hugged him in the hallway hours ago and told him not to disappear. Harry's voice went rough. "You think I'm a thing?" Hermione's eyes filled, tears spilling despite her effort. "I think you're being changed." Harry swallowed hard. "So you decided to change me back by force?" Hermione's voice rose, desperate. "Harry, you summoned a storm in the middle of a street. You nearly collapsed. You threw up. You couldn't remember names. You're not okay." Harry's jaw clenched. "I'm not okay because Caligo touched me," Hermione snapped. "And because something else is in you." The words landed like a slap. Harry felt the ward tug again, and something in him answered. Not thunder, not lightning. Wait. The air in the room thickened. Shadows moved, not crawling, not creeping. They gathered, drawn toward Harry like iron filings to a magnet. Kingsley's voice went sharp. "Harry, stop. Do not escalate." Harry looked at Kingsley, eyes cold. "You let her do it." Kingsley's jaw clenched. "I authorized a review. I did not authorize a binding ritual hidden in this chamber." Hermione flinched, and Harry saw it. Saw the moment Kingsley's words betrayed her too. Hermione's face crumpled, horror mixing with guilt. "Minister," Hermione whispered, "I had to. If we asked permission, the Wizengamot would delay, and Harry would be out there, and something would happen." Kingsley's expression went grim. "You do not get to decide that alone." Hermione's voice broke. "I'm trying to keep him alive." Ron shouted. "Raw, Hermione. You're killing him." Harry closed his eyes for a second. The pain in his chest was a constant tearing now, like the ward kept trying to find something to hook, kept failing, then tried again. Harry opened his eyes. He looked at Hermione. His voice came out steady, terrifyingly calm. "Orcus," he said. The word did not echo like a spell. It settled into the room like a verdict. Hermione's breath hitched. The dull light of the ward flickered. Somewhere under the floor, something cracked. Faint but real. Harry's mark pulsed, then changed. The storm inside him went quiet, not gone, but pushed back like a king stepping aside for an older law. The shadows in the corners thickened further. They stretched toward the floor lines, toward the dull glowing runes, and for a second Harry saw them as chains. Not summonous chains, not storm lightning. These were black, heavy, inevitable. Hermione whispered, shaking, "What did you do?" Harry looked at her. His eyes felt dry, like tears had burned out. "I named what you were doing," Harry said. "You broke faith. You broke your word. So the Oath Keeper answers." Ron's voice cracked. "Harry, mate, come on. Don't talk like that." Harry turned his head slightly, and Ron flinched like he could feel the look in his bones. "You said you'd be there," Harry said, voice low. "You said you'd back me. Both of you. You said it over and over. And I believed you." Hermione's tears fell faster now. "Harry, I am here. I'm right here." Harry's mouth twisted. Not like this. The ward tugged again. Harry's body jerked with the pain, and blood ran from his nose in a thicker stream. Ron shouted, "Stop it! Hermione, stop it now!" Hermione's hands shook as she tried to undo it, wand flicking, voice cracking as she muttered counter words. Nothing changed. The lead tablets kept humming under the floor, hungry, stubborn. Hermione's face went white. I can't switch it off cleanly. The tablets are linked. Kingsley swore under his breath, then barked, "Hit wizards. Locate the tablets. Break them." The hit wizards moved, but the moment they stepped toward the walls, the shadows snapped. A chain lashed out, not physical, not visible as metal, but the air itself tightened around a hit wizard's wrist and yanked him back. He slammed into the floor, hard, gasping. The courtroom froze. Harry stared at his own hands like he could not quite believe what was happening. Then he realized it was not his hands doing it. It was him being the center of it. Orcus was not a wand movement. Orcus was consequence taking shape. Kingsley's voice went low. "Dangerous, Harry, call it off." Harry swallowed hard. He could still feel the pain. He could still feel the ward trying to pull him apart. But now he could also feel the chains, the way they responded to betrayal like teeth responding to pressure. Harry looked at Kingsley. "Make them stop." Kingsley's jaw clenched. "Harry, I cannot undo what she started in the time it takes you to bleed out. I need you to stand down, so we can fix this without casualties." Harry laughed again, and it sounded wrong in the high ceiling. "Fix this, like this was paperwork." Hermione's voice broke into a sob. "Harry, please. I didn't want it to hurt you." Harry's throat tightened. He believed that was the worst part. She had done it with love, the way people sometimes did cruel things with love and called it necessary. Harry's voice went rough. "Then why did you hide it?" Hermione flinched. "Because you wouldn't have agreed." Harry stared at her, and the heartbreak in his chest hardened into something cold. "Exactly," he said. The chains in the shadows tightened. The dull glow of the ward flickered. Harry took one step forward, then another. Hit wizards raised their wands. Kingsley snapped, "Do not fire." Harry's mark burned. The pain in his chest spiked again, and he nearly stumbled. Ron shouted, "Harry." Harry looked at Ron. Ron's face was a mess of fear and anger and grief. "Mate," Ron said, voice cracking. "You're scaring us." Harry swallowed hard. He wanted to say, "I'm scared too." He wanted to say, "I didn't ask for this." He wanted to say, "I need you." Instead, what came out was quiet and final. "You should be scared," Harry said. "You made me your enemy first." Ron's face crumpled, like he'd been punched. Hermione made a choking sound, like she was trying not to scream. Harry turned back toward the center of the room. The air smelled like lead and blood and something old, like earth in a grave. He could feel the tablets now, not just smell them. They were placed around the chamber in a ring. Perimeter, a trap. Hermione had built a boundary, but not to hold Caligo, to hold him. Harry's chest tightened with bitter irony. He lifted his wand. Felt heavy, but the weight was not weakness now. It was restraint. Harry did not cast a curse. He did not shout. He spoke softly, and the room heard it anyway. "Void," he said. Hermione blinked, confused. Ron went still. Kingsley's eyes narrowed. Harry's voice stayed calm. "Our friendship is void." The words landed like a gavel. The chains in the shadows snapped tight, and the ward lines on the floor shuddered like something had kicked them from underneath. Hermione whispered, "Harry, no. Don't." Harry looked at her, expression empty. "You already did." The lead tablets cracked. Not all at once, not like an explosion. Like glass under steady pressure. One crack, then another, then a spider web of fractures spreading under the tiles. The dull glow flickered wildly. Hermione gasped and stumbled back as if the magic itself had shoved her. Ron shouted Harry's name again, but the sound was swallowed by the sudden deep hum of the breaking ward. Harry's pain spiked one last time, sharp enough to make him retch. He tasted bile. His vision blurred. For a second, he thought he might collapse and die right there on the courtroom floor, ripped open by a trap built by the people he loved most. Then the tablets shattered. A wave of pressure burst outward from the floor. Not wind, not fire, force. The hit wizards were thrown back like dolls, bodies slamming into benches and walls, grunting, gasping, wands skittering across tile. Robes snapped and fluttered. Paper flew from Hermione's hands like startled birds. Kingsley staggered, caught himself, eyes fixed on Harry, face grim. Ron was knocked sideways, landing hard on his shoulder with a sharp yelp. Hermione hit the floor on her knees, hands splayed, breath knocked out of her. The room went dim, not pitch black, but the light felt weaker, like the ceiling lamps were embarrassed to compete with whatever had just moved through the air. Harry stood in the center of it, shaking, blood dripping from his nose onto the tile. His ears rang. His chest hurt like he had been punched from the inside. He wiped his nose with a shaking hand, stared at the blood, then looked up at Hermione. Hermione's eyes were wide, terrified, and she looked so young in that moment that Harry nearly broke again. She whispered, "Harry, I didn't mean." Harry cut her off, voice hoarse. "You meant enough." Ron pushed himself upright, grimacing, clutching his shoulder. He looked at Harry like he did not recognize him, and that look hurt more than the ward had. "Mate," Ron said again, softer this time, broken. "Please don't go." Harry stared at him. The storm inside him was still there, but it was distant now, watching. Orcus was the one holding the room. Orcus did not care about pleading. Orcus cared about oaths. Harry's throat tightened. He took a slow step toward Ron. Ron flinched, then forced himself not to, stubborn even in fear. Harry stopped a few feet away. Ron's breath hitched. Harry's voice came out low. "You chose the ministry over me." Ron's eyes filled. "I chose you living." Harry's mouth twisted. "You chose you feeling safe." Ron shook his head hard. "No. I chose you not turning into something you can't come back from." Hermione scrambled to her feet, tears streaking down her face now. Voice desperate, "Harry, you can come back from it. We can fix this. We can do it properly. Without hurting you." Harry stared at her, and he could not stop the bitter laugh that escaped. "Properly," he repeated, voice flat. "You think there was a proper way to bind me?" Hermione flinched, then shouted, "Raw! I didn't know what else to do." Harry's eyes burned. He took a breath, forced it steady, forced himself not to scream. Then he did the thing that proved to him how far he had already gone. He stopped feeling angry. He just felt tired. Kingsley stepped forward slowly, hands visible, voice careful like he was approaching a wild creature. "Harry, listen to me. Whatever happened here, we can still handle it with restraint. Do not escalate further. Do not attack anyone. Leave peacefully and we will talk." Harry stared at Kingsley. He could see the fear in Kingsley's eyes too, buried under control. Kingsley was trying to keep him alive, maybe, but Kingsley was also trying to keep the ministry intact. Harry realized with a cold clarity that the ministry would always choose itself first. He looked at Hermione one last time. Hermione's face was wrecked, tears falling freely now, hands shaking at her sides. She looked like she wanted to run to him. She did not. That was the line she could not cross. Not with the room watching, not with her own logic holding her in place. Harry swallowed hard. "Don't follow me," he said quietly. Ron's voice cracked. "Harry." Harry looked at him. "Don't." Then Harry turned and walked toward the courtroom doors. Hit wizards tried to move, tried to block. The shadows snapped again. Chains tightened around ankles and wrists, invisible but absolute, pinning them in place without breaking skin. They struggled, faces red, breaths harsh, but they could not move. Harry did not look at them. He did not want to see more fear in eyes that did not matter to him. He reached the doors. They did not open. Anti-apparition wards hummed in the air. Containment wards layered on the room like invisible netting. Hermione's voice came out panicked. "Harry, the room is sealed." Harry rested his palm against the wood. His hand trembled. Blood smeared on the surface. He took a slow breath and spoke. Not loudly, not dramatically. "Oath," he said. The word felt heavy in his mouth. The air around the doors tightened. The wards did not break like glass this time. They slipped, like a knot being undone by someone who knew exactly how it was tied. The doors swung open. The corridor outside was suddenly colder. Harry stepped through. Behind him, Kingsley shouted, "Harry, stop." Harry did not stop. Ron's voice followed, hoarse and desperate. "Mate, please." Hermione's voice broke into a sob, and it hit Harry like a physical blow even as he kept walking. He did not look back. If he looked back, he might go back. And if he went back, they would bind him again. They would keep trying until something snapped for good. The corridor outside was empty, but Harry could feel the Ministry waking up like a hive. Alarms began to hum somewhere distant, low and rising. He could hear running footsteps on other floors, shouting, orders, the sound of panic being dressed as procedure. Harry's breath came fast now, and he felt nausea rise again. He swallowed it down. He forced his legs to keep moving. He rounded a corner and saw a figure leaning against the wall, half in shadow. Daphne. Her cloak was pulled tight around her, eyes sharp, wand already in her hand. The moment she saw Harry, her expression shifted. Not surprise, recognition, like she had felt the break through whatever wards she was watching from outside. She pushed off the wall and stepped toward him, voice low. It happened. Harry nodded once, throat tight. Yes. Daphne's gaze flicked over him fast, taking in the blood on his face, the tremor in his hands, the way his shoulders were locked. Her jaw tightened. They tried to rip him out. Harry swallowed. Yes. Daphne's eyes hardened. Then we leave now. Harry hesitated, just for a heartbeat, and Daphne saw it. She stepped closer, fingers closing around his wrist, firm, grounding, not gentle. Do not stay for guilt, she said quietly. Guilt will kill you, and it will not save them. Harry's throat tightened. I didn't want to hurt them. Daphne's gaze stayed steady. You did not kill them. That matters. But you cannot let them cage you. The alarms grew louder. Footsteps pounded somewhere close now. Harry's stomach clenched. He could picture Ron and Hermione in the courtroom, wrecked, staring at the broken tiles and the cracks in something that had once been unbreakable between them. The thought made his chest hurt again. Daphne's voice cut through it. Harry. Now. Harry nodded, short and jerky. Daphne pulled something from inside her cloak. Not a portkey, not visibly. Just a small, dull object pressed into her palm. Harry felt the air around it shift, like the space beside it was thinner. Daphne pressed it into Harry's hand, fingers wrapping over his briefly. Hold on, she said. Harry's breath hitched to what? Daphne's eyes locked on his. To me. Then she spoke a word Harry did not recognize, old and heavy, and the corridor shadow opened like a mouth. Not a hole in the floor, a fold, a dark seam in the world that looked like it had always been there and people had simply refused to see it. Harry's skin prickled. The storm inside him stirred, interested. Orcus stayed cold, steady, like it approved of escape. Daphne stepped into the seam and pulled Harry with her. The Ministry corridor vanished. The air changed instantly. It was colder, sharper, and for a heartbeat Harry felt weightless, like he was falling through a place with no up or down. His stomach lurched hard. He gagged, but there was nothing left in him to vomit. Then his boots hit wet stone. They were in an alley, but not in central London. The air smelled different, older. The river was nearby. He could hear it, dark water moving slow. Daphne staggered half a step, then caught herself, breathing hard. Harry leaned against the wall, shaking, blood still dripping from his nose. He wiped it again, smearing it across his cheek. Daphne grabbed his chin gently, turning his face toward her, and for a second her mask slipped. Her eyes were furious, not at him, at the world. Does it hurt? She asked, voice tight. Harry swallowed. Yes. Daphne's thumb brushed his cheek, wiping away a streak of blood. Harry's breath hitched at the touch. It was grounding in the worst possible way, because it reminded him he was still human, still made of skin and pain and stupid feelings. Daphne's voice went low. You are a fugitive now. Harry let out a broken laugh. Yeah, I figured. Daphne's eyes stayed on his face. Kingsley will not want to hunt you, but the Ministry will. The Wizengamot will. The Prophet will make you a headline and then a monster. Harry's chest tightened. He forced himself to stand upright. His legs felt weak. His head swam slightly, like the ward had bruised his brain. He looked down the alley toward the faint glow of streetlights and the dark line of the river beyond. He could still feel Caligo out there somewhere, a cold bruise moving through the city like a stain. He could feel it more sharply now, like the betrayal had stripped away some protective layer inside him. Harry's voice came out quiet. Caligo's still out there. Daphne nodded once. Yes. Harry's jaw clenched. And I just made myself the biggest target in Britain. Daphne's mouth tightened. You did not make yourself anything. They did. Harry stared at her. His throat burned. His eyes stung again. He felt like he might collapse if he let himself breathe too deeply. Daphne stepped closer, hands sliding up to his shoulders, steadying him. Look at me, she said. Harry did. Daphne's voice was calm now. controlled again. But there was something fierce under it. You trusted them and they bound you. That means you stop trusting systems. You trust actions. You trust what people do when they think they are right. Harry swallowed hard. So I trust you. Daphne's eyes flickered yes. Harry's mouth twisted. Why should I? Daphne did not look away. Because I told you not to go. Because I waited anyway. Because I pulled you out. Because I did not try to make you smaller than you are. Harry's breath came out shaky. He nodded once because arguing felt impossible right now. The alley was quiet, but distant shouts drifted from somewhere. Maybe muggles, maybe wizarding patrols spilling into places they did not belong. Daphne glanced toward the street, then back at Harry. We move. They will seal flu networks. They will check apparition points. They will put your name on every wall they can find. Harry's mark pulsed under his sleeve, irritated at the idea of his name on walls like a wanted poster. Harry's voice came out flat. Let them. Daphne's eyes sharpened. Do not let anger drive you. Anger makes you loud. Harry swallowed. I'm not angry. Daphne stared at him, unimpressed. Harry exhaled and corrected himself. I am angry. I don't know where to put it. Daphne's hands tightened slightly on his shoulders. Put it in movement. Put it in survival. Put it in stopping Caligo. Harry nodded again. Short and tight. They moved out of the alley and toward the river path, staying in shadow where they could. Daphne kept her wand low at her side. Not raised, but ready. Harry's wand was still in his hand, but he was not pointing it at anything. He was trying not to shake. The river smelled damp and cold. The wind off it made Harry's skin goose, and he felt the storm inside him stir, uncomfortable in the open air, like it wanted a roof of cloud again. Daphne walked close, shoulder nearly brushing his, keeping him steady without making it obvious. After a moment, Harry spoke, voice rough. Did you know it would happen? Daphne's gaze stayed forward. I suspected. Harry swallowed. You were right. Daphne's mouth tightened. That does not make me happy. Harry let out a small, broken sound that might have been a laugh. They walked in silence for a few minutes, the only sound their footsteps and the river and Harry's uneven breathing. Then Harry's voice cracked quietly. Ron looked at me like I was a stranger. Daphne's eyes flicked to him briefly, then forward again. That is what fear does. Harry swallowed hard. Hermione cried. Daphne's voice went quiet. That means she is not a monster. Harry's throat tightened. Then why did she do it? Daphne did not answer for a few beats. When she did, her voice was controlled because she believes control is safety. Because she thinks if she can label your power, she can manage it. Because she has always been the one who finds the rule, and this has no rule she recognizes. Harry stared at the river, jaw clenched. He remembered Hermione at 11, furious at anyone breaking rules because rules made the world predictable and safe. He remembered Hermione at 17, bleeding and shaking and still reaching for logic because logic kept her from falling apart. Hermione was not cruel. Hermione was terrified, and she had used fear like a weapon. Harry's voice came out small. I miss them already. Daphne's hand brushed his forearm, brief, grounding. You can miss them and still not go back. Harry swallowed, throat burning. I don't know how to be this. Daphne's eyes stayed forward. Then you learn. Harry's mark pulsed, and the cold bruise of Caligo in the distance shifted like it was listening. Harry felt it and his stomach tightened. He looked at Daphne. It's moving again. Daphne's posture stiffened slightly. Where? Harry closed his eyes for a second, listening with his skin, with the storm under his ribs, with the cold bruise that was not his but had brushed against him. North, Harry said, voice low. Toward places with people. Toward noise. Daphne's jaw tightened. It will strike where the ministry is weakest. Harry opened his eyes. The night sky above the river was clouded, but not storming. Not yet. Harry felt something inside him lift its head, interested, hungry for boundary and consequence. He swallowed hard and forced his voice steady. We stop it, Harry said. Daphne nodded once, yes. Harry's throat tightened. Even if they're hunting me. Daphne's eyes finally met his, sharp and steady. Especially then. Harry stared at her. His chest hurt, his whole body hurt, but underneath the pain, there was a colder clarity settling in. The ministry had tried to bind him, his friends had helped, and something inside him had answered. not with thunder, but with oath and consequence. Harry did not know what that meant for him yet. He only knew one thing for certain. He could not go back to being just Harry Potter. Not after today. Not after the courtroom. Not after the moment he said their friendship was void and the world listened. Daphne's hand slid into his, fingers tightening. Not romantic. Not soft. Just a grip that said stay here, stay real. Harry squeezed back, shaking. Ahead, the city lights glowed faintly through mist, and the river kept moving like it did not care about gods or ministry hearings. Harry stared into the darkness and felt the storm under his skin begin to gather again, slow and heavy. Somewhere out there, Caligo was hunting. Somewhere behind them, the ministry was raising alarms with his name attached. And here, on a cold river path, Harry realized he had crossed a line he could not uncross. He was free, and he was hunted, and the night was listening. Harry was still running when the river smell turned into exhaust and wet stone. His lungs burned. His ribs hurt every time he pulled air in. His nose tasted like blood again, like it never really stopped. It just waited. Daphne yanked him around a corner and shoved him flat against a wall under a broken lamp. "Quiet," she breathed. Harry tried. His chest kept jerking anyway. His hands were shaking so hard he had to curl them into fists to stop them rattling against the bricks. Footsteps hammered past the mouth of the alley. A man shouted a spell. Light flashed across the street and died fast, like it was embarrassed to be seen. Harry kept his eyes on Daphne, because if he looked out and saw the ministry chasing him like an animal, something inside him might snap again. Daphne did not look panicked. Her jaw was tight. Her eyes were focused, sharp, like she was doing sums in her head. She pressed 2 fingers against the inside of his wrist. A grounding touch, not soft. A reminder. "Can you stand?" she asked. Harry nodded once. Felt like lying. His legs were still there, but they were weak in a way that made him angry. Daphne pulled a small leather pouch from inside her cloak and tipped something into her palm. A coin. Old. Too heavy for its size. Harry felt it before it touched him. The air around it was wrong. Cold, but not winter cold. Deep cold. Like a cellar you can smell even with your eyes closed. Daphne held it up between them. "This is not travel. This is a fold. If you fight it, you will throw up. If you panic, you will grab at the wrong thing." Harry swallowed. His throat felt raw. "What should I grab?" Daphne's eyes locked on his. "Me." Harry wanted to argue. The sound of running feet outside shut him up. Daphne's voice dropped even lower. "They will seal the flu network in minutes. They will start checking apparition points. They will call every ally you ever had. They will turn your name into a warning." Harry's stomach twisted. He pictured the courtroom doors opening, and the whole ministry finding out he walked out anyway. He wiped his nose with his sleeve. Fresh blood smeared across his skin. Daphne watched it, her expression hardening. "They hurt you." Harry forced the words out. "They tried to pull him out." Daphne's mouth tightened. "And you held." Harry stared at her. "I did not feel like I held." Daphne leaned in closer, her voice steady. "You are still standing. That is holding." Outside, another flash. A shout. A scream, Muggle, sharp with panic. Harry flinched. Daphne's hand slid into his. Fingers laced. Firm. "Now," she said. Harry wrapped his hand around the coin. It was colder than it should be. He felt it in his teeth. Daphne spoke in Latin. Not like a spell, not like wand work. Like a command read aloud in a dead court. The alley wall in front of them shivered. Not moving. Not opening. Just thinning, like the world was turning its face away for a second. Harry's stomach dropped. He tightened his grip on Daphne. "Do not let go," she said. And then she stepped forward and pulled him with her. The world went wrong. Harry's feet left the ground. His gut lurched. His ribs screamed. His vision narrowed to Daphne's hand and the coin and the dark seam they were falling into. He tried to breathe. The air tasted like metal. He gagged. Nothing came up but bitter spit and the ache of his throat. Then he hit stone hard enough to jolt his teeth. He stumbled, caught himself on one knee, and coughed until his eyes watered. Daphne was already upright. She looked around fast, calculating. They were not in London. The air was damp, heavy with moss and old smoke. Somewhere far off, Water dripped in a steady rhythm like a clock. Harry pushed himself up, swaying. His head swam. His ribs felt like someone had wrapped a belt around them and kept tightening. He wiped his nose again. More blood. Daphne reached into her pouch and handed him a strip of cloth. Press. Tilt forward. Do not lean back. Harry did it. His hands shook so much the cloth fluttered. Daphne watched him for a second. Then her hand brushed the side of his neck, checking his pulse like she was a healer who hated admitting she cared. You are still here, she said. Harry swallowed. Yeah, his voice came out hoarse, like he had screamed for hours. Daphne nodded once. We have minutes. Harry stared at her. Minutes for what? Daphne's eyes flicked to the darkness beyond the stone chamber they stood in. Before they noticed the gap, Harry's stomach tightened. They can follow. Daphne's jaw clenched. Not easily. But yes, nothing stays hidden forever. Harry took a shaky breath. His mark under his sleeve pulsed, then cooled, like it was listening. Where are we? He asked. Daphne's voice went quiet. A threshold. Not the underworld yet. Place between. Roman work. Ancient. Layered under newer charms like a buried bone. Harry looked at the stone walls. They were rough, wet, carved in places with shallow grooves that could have been decoration or could have been writing worn down by time. He could smell earth. He could smell old wax. He could smell something else too, faint but sharp. Lead. Harry's stomach rolled. His hands tightened on the cloth. Daphne noticed. Not the same. This is old lead. Ritual lead. Boundary lead. Not ministry control. Harry let out a rough breath. Everything smells like a trap now. Daphne did not argue. She stepped closer, and for the first time since the courtroom, her voice softened a fraction. They betrayed you, she said. You do not need to pretend it did not happen. Harry stared at the wall behind her. His throat tightened. His eyes stung again, and he hated it. I did not want to hurt them, he whispered. Daphne's gaze stayed steady. You did not kill them. Harry's mouth twisted. That is not the same as not hurting. Daphne took a breath, like she was choosing her words carefully. You are allowed to be angry. You are also allowed to miss them. But we do not go back. Harry's jaw clenched. I know. He did not sound like he believed it. Daphne shifted, pulled her wand, and traced a small circle in the air. The stone in front of them dimmed, then brightened in a different way. A path revealed itself, not glowing, not flashy, just clearer, like someone wiped dust off a window. This way, she said. Harry pushed off the wall and followed, his steps uneven. The corridor narrowed, then widened, then turned again. The air grew colder. The damp smell got stronger. Daphne moved like she knew the place already, even if she had never been here, like she was following rules she had studied. Harry kept his eyes on her back and tried not to think about hands under the courtroom floor. Hands made of spellwork, grabbing at his ribs. His stomach clenched again. He swallowed it down hard. Later, the stone corridor opened into night. Not outside night. A ceiling of rock hung over them, curved like the inside of a skull. It was so high he could barely make it out in the gloom. And above that rock, faintly, there was movement, like cloud shadow but solid. Stone sky. Harry's mouth went dry. Daphne stepped out onto a ledge and held her wand low. The light it made was small and tired in the vast dark. Below them a river ran. Not water. It moved thick and slow, reflecting nothing. It caught Daphne's wand light and turned it into a dull shimmer. Mercury. Harry felt his skin prickle. His mark pulsed under his sleeve, interested, then uneasy. Daphne's voice was low. Do not touch it. Harry stared. It is real. Daphne nodded. It is. This is what I meant about logic breaking. It is a place where symbols become matter. Harry swallowed hard. His ribs hurt. His knees felt weak. He still forced himself to step forward. The air here smelled like cold metal and wet earth and something faintly sweet, like rotting fruit. Harry's throat tightened. This is the underworld. Daphne's eyes flicked to him. A layer of it. A Roman layer. Not your Christian hell. Not a pit of fire. It is older. More bureaucratic. Harry let out a broken laugh that turned into a cough. Great. Daphne's mouth twitched. Not quite a smile. Stay close. Harry stepped beside her. Their shoulders almost touched. He realized his hand was still curled around the cloth at his nose. He lowered it and checked. Less blood now, but still there. Daphne watched him. Your body is still reacting. The binding hurt you. Harry stared down at the Mercury River. I keep thinking it is going to grab me. Daphne's voice was firm. It will not. The thing that grabbed you was fear dressed as law. Harry's jaw clenched. Fear dressed as law. That sounded like Hermione, and it made his chest hurt again. Daphne reached out and took his hand. Harry flinched at first, then let it happen. Her grip was steady. Warm. Human. You need an anchor, Daphne said. Harry swallowed. I have one. Daphne's fingers tightened once. Then she looked away like she hated that the moment mattered. A narrow bridge stretched over the Mercury River. Stone slabs. Uneven. Old. No railing. No safety. Harry stared at it. His stomach dropped. Daphne squeezed his hand. Do not look down too long. Harry swallowed. That is easy for you to say. Daphne glanced at him. I do not enjoy heights either. Harry blinked. You? Daphne's jaw tightened. I have preferences. I ignore them. Harry huffed. Half a laugh, half a breath. That sounds like you. Daphne pulled him toward the bridge. Harry stepped onto the first slab. It was cold through his boots. Damp. Slightly slick. The mercury below them moved with a slow patience that made Harry feel watched. He forced his eyes forward. His breathing was rough. His ribs screamed with every step. Daphne did not slow. She kept her pace steady, like she was setting a rhythm for him to match. Halfway across, Harry felt it. A pull behind his eyes. A pressure at the back of his skull. He stumbled, caught himself, and Daphne's grip tightened hard enough to hurt. Harry, she said. He blinked fast. His vision blurred at the edges. Something moved in the dark beyond the bridge. Not a person. Not a shadow. A smear of pale nothing that looked like mist and hunger. Caligo. Harry's stomach clenched. Felt closer than it should. Felt like it could smell him. His mark pulsed cold. Daphne's voice went sharp. Do not stare at it. Keep moving. Harry forced his feet forward. His boots scraped stone. The white smear slid along the far bank. Not rushing, not dramatic. Just following. Patient. Harry's throat tightened. It followed. Daphne's voice was tight. It is connected to you now. That is why we must finish this. Harry swallowed hard. Finish what? Daphne did not answer until they reached the far side of the bridge. The moment Harry stepped off the last slab, his legs nearly gave out. He caught himself on a rock outcrop, panting. Daphne turned and scanned the darkness behind them. Caligo stayed back, watching. Daphne's jaw clenched. She grabbed Harry's sleeve and pulled him onward into a narrow path carved into the rock. The path sloped down. Harry followed, breathing hard, sweat cold on his skin. The air got heavier. The smell of metal got stronger. Then voices started. Not loud, not clear, like whispers carried under water. Harry's spine prickled. He turned his head, trying to find the source. Daphne's hand tightened in his. Do not answer. Harry's mouth went dry. What are they? Daphne's voice was low. Manies. The dead. Not all of them. Just the ones tied to this layer. Harry swallowed. The whispering grew louder as they moved, like the underworld was becoming aware of him. Harry's mark pulsed again. Cold, then hot, then cold. His ribs hurt. His head hurt. His skin felt too tight. Daphne slowed slightly and shifted closer, pressing her shoulder into his, giving him more contact. Harry breathed in. She smelled like smoke and parchment and something sharp like pepper. The path opened into a wider cavern. The stone sky hung above them again, closer now, as if the ceiling had lowered to listen. In the middle of the cavern stood a structure, a temple or the memory of one. Columns rose from the rock floor, cracked, broken in places, but still holding the shape of something sacred. Between the columns, a shallow altar of dark stone sat like a tooth. On that altar a wheel was carved. Harry's chest tightened. The wheel symbol. He had seen it in Daphne's notes. He had felt it in his dreams when the thunder came at night. Daphne stepped forward, still holding his hand. This is the anchor, she said. Harry swallowed. We are inside it, Daphne nodded. A reflection. A ritual place. The original above ground is in ruins. This is what survived underneath. Harry stared at the altar. His mark pulsed again, and the air around him thickened, like pressure before lightning. Caligo's presence pressed at the edges of the cavern, not entering yet, like it was waiting for permission. Daphne let go of Harry's hand long enough to pull items from her pouch. A small cloth bundle, a tiny bottle of oil, a lump of bread that looked too plain to be worth carrying. Harry watched, confused and tense. What are you doing? He asked. Daphne's voice stayed steady. Right? This place obeys right more than wand work. Harry swallowed. I am not a priest. Daphne glanced at him. You are becoming one, whether you like it or not. Harry's stomach rolled. He forced it down. Daphne unwrapped the bread. Inside it was shaped into a wheel. Simple. Rough. Like someone made it quickly with shaking hands. Harry blinked. You made that. Daphne's mouth tightened. Do not look so surprised. Harry swallowed. You baked. Daphne's eyes narrowed. I can follow instructions. It is bread, not a dragon. Harry huffed a laugh. It hurt his ribs. Daphne poured a few drops of oil onto the wheel bread and set it on the altar. Then she took Harry's hand again and pulled him closer until he stood directly in front of the wheel carving. You will speak, Daphne said. Harry's throat tightened. Speak what? Daphne's eyes locked on his. Your truth. No cleverness. No pretending. This place hates pretending. Harry swallowed hard. The whispering grew louder. He could make out fragments now. A child crying. A woman calling his name. A man laughing. A voice saying, Harry, not like Hermione, not like Ron, but like someone older. Harry's skin prickled. His eyes stung. Daphne's grip tightened. Stay with me. Harry nodded once. He could not trust his voice. Daphne breathed in, then out. Summonus listens here. Orcus listens too. If you are going to merge fully, you do it with an oath. Harry's stomach dropped. Oath. He thought of the courtroom. He thought of the word he spoke, void, and how the world listened. He swallowed. I do not want more oaths. Daphne's voice was quiet. You already made them. To your friends. To your dead. To yourself. You can keep pretending you are only reacting, or you can take control. Harry stared at the wheel carving. His ribs ached. His hands trembled. He whispered, How? Daphne's voice softened just slightly. Say what you are. Say what you will do. Say what you will not do. Boundaries. That is the point. Harry's throat tightened. Caligo shifted at the edge of the cavern. The air went colder. Harry felt it like a hand on the back of his neck. He took a shaky breath. He tasted blood and oil and damp stone. He spoke, voice hoarse, honest in a way that made his stomach twist. I am Harry Potter, he said. The cavern went quieter for a beat, like it listened. Harry swallowed hard. I carry Summonus. The air thickened. The whispering changed. Less random. More focused. Harry's skin prickled. Daphne's hand tightened. Steady. Harry forced himself to keep going. I did not ask for him, Harry said. But he is here. And Caligo is here. And if I run, it will follow. It will hurt people. It will hurt the ones I... His voice cracked. He swallowed hard. It will hurt the ones I care about. Daphne did not interrupt. She stayed still, anchoring him. Harry breathed in, shaky. His ribs screamed. I will stop it, he said. The wheel carving on the altar seemed to darken. Like the stone drank light. Harry's mark pulsed, hot. He kept his voice steady, forcing it through pain. I will not let it take my mind, Harry said. I will not let it erase me. His throat tightened. Images flashed behind his eyes. Fog. White nothing. His own name slipping away. He clenched his jaw until it hurt. I will not hurt people who do not deserve it, he said. I will not become a thing that only breaks. The whispering shifted again. A low hum under it like distant thunder. Harry swallowed, eyes stinging. I will take the night, he said, voice rough. If that is what it takes. I will be the boundary. Daphne's breath hitched. Just a small sound, but Harry felt it. The air in the cavern snapped tight. For a second, Harry thought lightning would strike the altar. Instead, The stone sky above them rumbled. Not loud, deep, like a giant turning in its sleep. The Mercury River far behind them shivered. Harry's mark burned under his sleeve. Daphne's voice came out low, almost reverent. Good. Harry's chest hurt. He wanted to sag. He did not. Then the dead stepped closer. Figures moved between the broken columns, not fully solid, not ghost like Hogwarts ghosts. These were different. Grayer. Less human in the face. More like impressions shaped by memory. Harry's stomach dropped. One of them was a boy, curly hair, a familiar face. Cedric. Harry's breath caught hard. His ribs screamed with the sudden inhale. Daphne's hand tightened around his. Cedric's eyes were dark hollows, but the shape of his mouth was clear enough. You said you would stop it, the figure said. Harry's throat closed. He forced the words out anyway. I will. Cedric tilted his head. You said you would not hurt people who do not deserve it. Harry swallowed, sweat cold on his spine. I will not. Cedric's voice was not angry. It was flat, dead honest. You hurt them anyway. Harry's stomach turned. He pictured the courtroom again. Bodies thrown back. Ron on the floor. Hermione crying. Harry's hands trembled. He gripped Daphne harder. Daphne did not speak. She stayed close. Harry's voice cracked. I did not mean to. Cedric's head tilted slightly. Meaning is not protection. Harry flinched. He hated that it sounded like Hermione. He hated that it was true. Harry swallowed hard, fighting the urge to look away. I am not pretending it did not happen, Harry said. His voice shook. I left because they tried to bind me. They tried to tear me open. I stopped it. I did not kill them. I could have. Cedric's hollow eyes stayed on him. Could have is not clean. Harry's throat burned. I know. The dead shifted again. Another figure stepped out. A man with messy hair. A grin that used to fill rooms. Sirius. Harry's breath punched out of him. His eyes stung so hard he blinked fast and still could not stop the wetness. He hated crying. He hated doing it in front of Daphne. He hated doing it in front of the dead. Sirius looked at him, and the look hurt worse than the ward. You are running again, Sirius said. Harry's throat tightened. I am surviving. Sirius's grin was sad now. You always call it survival when you do not want to admit you are scared. Harry swallowed. His hands shook. I am scared. Sirius leaned forward slightly. Of what? Harry's voice came out small. Of losing myself. Of waking up and not recognizing anyone. Of hurting people and not caring. Sirius's eyes were dark, but the shape of them still looked like Sirius. Then do not stop caring. Harry let out a broken laugh. That is not advice. That is just a wish. Sirius's mouth twisted. I am dead, Harry. Wishes are all I have left. Harry's chest hurt so badly he thought he might fold in half. Daphne's hand slid up his arm, firm, grounding him. Harry stared at Sirius. I do care, he whispered. That is why it hurts. Sirius nodded, slow. Good. Keep that. That is the only thing that makes power survivable. Harry swallowed hard. The whispering rose again. The cavern felt tighter. Then the air went cold in a different way. Caligo slid between the columns like pale smoke. No face, no eyes, but somehow it felt like it was smiling. Harry's mark pulsed, cold. Daphne's posture stiffened. Caligo did not rush them. It just spread, thin and patient, cutting off the edges of the cavern like fog filling a room. The dead figures did not react like they feared it. They just watched. Harry's stomach dropped. It is here. Daphne's voice was tight. It has been here. It only shows itself when it thinks you are weak. Harry's ribs hurt. His throat hurt. His hands shook. He stared at the pale mist, and the edge of his vision started to fade, like the world was bleaching out. Harry's heartbeat kicked hard. Panic rose fast. He forced himself to breathe in, then out. He grabbed Daphne's hand like it was the only real thing left. Daphne squeezed back, hard enough to hurt. Look at me. Harry did. Daphne's eyes were sharp, angry, alive. You are here, she said. Stay here. Harry swallowed hard. I am trying. Caligo pressed closer. The air smelled like nothing, like a blank page. Harry's mind tried to slide. Names felt slippery. His own name felt distant. Harry's stomach twisted. He gagged, then swallowed it back down. Daphne's voice went low, urgent. Summonus is not enough here. You need the whole mantle. You need to stop holding back. Harry stared at her, terrified. If I stop holding back, I will not be me. Daphne's eyes flashed. You will not be you if Caligo erases you either. Harry's breath came fast. He felt sweat run down his spine, cold and sick. Caligo slid closer. The altar wheel carving darkened again. The stone sky rumbled. Harry's mark burned, then cooled, then burned. He felt something inside him shift. Restless. Thunder, yes, but also the heavier thing. The oath thing. The consequence thing. Orcus. Harry's throat tightened. He pictured chains snapping in the courtroom. He did not want them again. He did not want to become a weapon that only knew how to punish. Daphne stepped closer until her forehead nearly touched his. Her voice dropped to a whisper. You do not have to become cruelty, she said. You become boundary. There is a difference. Harry swallowed hard. His eyes stung. How do I choose? Daphne's voice was fierce and quiet. You choose by staying human while you hold the divine. Harry let out a shaky breath. That sounds impossible. Daphne's mouth tightened. Then do the impossible. You always do. The pale mist surged. Not fast, but enough to make the cavern feel smaller. Harry's vision whitened at the edges. He felt his own thoughts slip. Like his mind was a floor and Caligo was oil. He panicked. He could not help it. He turned his face into Daphne's shoulder and breathed her in like air. It was stupid. It was not heroic. It was survival. Daphne wrapped one arm around his back, tight, holding him upright. Harry's voice came out broken into her cloak. I do not want to forget. Daphne's voice was low by his ear. Then take control. Harry swallowed hard. He lifted his head. His wand was still in his hand, but it felt irrelevant here. He looked at the altar wheel. He looked at the dead watching him. He looked at Caligo eating the edges of the world. Harry spoke, voice hoarse, shaking, honest. I accept, he said. The cavern went still for a beat. Harry's mark flared like someone poured lightning into his veins. Pain hit him hard, sharp in his ribs, in his skull, in his teeth. He cried out, not loud, but raw. Daphne grabbed him tighter. Stay. Stay. Harry's hands shook. He could not breathe right. He tasted blood again. The air above them rumbled. Deeper now. The stone sky moved, not like clouds, like a lid shifting. Harry felt night pour into him, thick and cold and heavy. It did not feel like a mood, felt like a domain. He felt the weight of every night he ever survived. Cupboards at Privet Drive, forbidden forest fear, graveyard darkness, the tent in the woods, the moment after a killing curse when you are still alive and you do not know why. It all pressed into him, and instead of crushing him, it locked into place like armor. Harry's eyes snapped open. The cavern looked sharper, darker, more real. Caligo looked thinner, less certain, like it did not like being seen properly. Harry's breath came steady, still painful, but steadier. He lifted his free hand and pressed it flat against the altar wheel carving. The stone was cold. Then it warmed, faintly, like a heartbeat. The Mercury River far off shivered again. The dead figures leaned closer, not threatening, just watching. Harry swallowed hard. His voice came out lower now, steadier, like it had weight. Night is not yours, he said to Caligo. The mist rippled like it reacted. Daphne's grip loosened slightly. She stared at Harry like she was seeing him for the first time. Harry did not look away from the mist. He could feel it trying to press into him, trying to blur him, trying to make him forget. He pushed back, not with force, with definition, with boundary. Harry's mark burned cold. The darkness in the cavern thickened. Not choking, not evil, just present. A real night, not empty white nothing. Caligo recoiled a fraction. Harry's chest hurt. His ribs screamed. Sweat ran down his face. He kept going. You erase, Harry said, voice low. I keep. Caligo surged again. Frustrated. The edges of the cavern whitened. Harry felt his name slip. He clenched his jaw and forced it back. Harry Potter. He thought of Ron's face, guilt and fear. He thought of Hermione crying and still holding her wand. He thought of Daphne in the alley saying, "Hold on." He thought of Sirius telling him to keep caring. Harry's eyes stung. He blinked hard. "No," he said. The word landed like a slammed door. The darkness thickened again. The stone sky rumbled. Then thunder cracked. Not from above. From inside Harry. It did not flash bright. It did not light the cavern like a spectacle. It hit like pressure. Like a bass note that shook bones. The dead figures did not flinch. Caligo did. The pale mist ripped backward as if struck, thinning, shredding at the edges. Harry's knees nearly buckled with the effort. He grabbed the altar with one hand and stayed upright through pure stubbornness. Daphne moved closer, one hand at his back, holding him steady. Harry's voice was rough. "It is not enough." Daphne's voice was tight. "It will not die here. Not fully." Harry swallowed. He could feel that truth. Caligo was not a thing you could punch. It was a hunger, concept, a wipe. Harry's mark pulsed. Cold. Orcus stirred in his chest like a judge waking up. Harry did not want it, but he needed it. He looked at Caligo. "You broke into my world," Harry said, voice low. "You are not welcome." Caligo pulsed like it was laughing without sound. Harry's stomach tightened. He forced his next words out, careful. "By oath," Harry said. The cavern tightened. The dead figures leaned in, watching harder now. Daphne's breath hitched. She knew what he was doing. Harry's voice went rough but steady. "By the boundary I hold, you do not pass." Caligo surged. Harry's ribs screamed. He felt blood drip from his nose again. He tasted iron. He did not stop. The darkness in the cavern thickened into shape. Not visible chains like the courtroom. Not dramatic. Just pressure lines in the air like rules becoming physical. Caligo hit those rules and flattened, spreading, searching for cracks. Harry's hands shook. His whole body shook. Daphne's hand slid into his again. Tight. "Do not do it alone." Harry's voice came out strained. "I am not." He glanced at the dead. "Help me," he said. Felt wrong to ask. Felt desperate. But he asked anyway. The dead did not speak. They stepped forward. Cedric moved first. Sirius beside him. Then others, blurred shapes Harry could not name. But their presence carried weight. Like the underworld itself was lending him witnesses. They surrounded the altar, not touching Harry, not touching Daphne, but standing as a ring. A court. A boundary. Caligo pressed forward again, and this time it met more than Harry. It met the dead. It recoiled, thinning, like it hated being seen by people who could not be erased because they were already gone. Harry's breath came in ragged gasps. He gripped Daphne's hand hard enough to hurt. Daphne did not pull away. Harry's voice cracked. "Go back." Caligo pulsed, furious. The stone sky rumbled again. Thunder cracked again, deeper. The altar will carving warmed under Harry's palm. Then burned, not enough to harm, but enough to make him feel it. Harry pushed, not physically, conceptually. He did not let his mind drift into philosophy. He kept it practical. Boundary means no. No means stop. Stop means back. Caligo ripped backward in a long pale smear, dragged like fog caught in a wind that did not exist. It slammed into the broken columns, tried to spread around them. The dead held. Harry held. Daphne held him. Harry's vision blurred. Sweat ran into his eyes. He blinked hard and kept his focus on the pale smear. His ribs screamed. His knees shook. He felt like he might collapse any second. Daphne's voice was low and steady by his ear. One more push. Harry swallowed hard. He could taste blood. He could taste oil from the altar. He could taste the damp stone air. He forced his voice out, rough and final. "Out," he said. Thunder hit again. Caligo tore backward out of the cavern like it was yanked by a hook in its spine. The whiteness at the edges faded. The cavern darkened back into real night. Harry sagged against the altar, panting, shaking hard. For a second, he thought he might throw up again. He swallowed and breathed through it, teeth clenched. Daphne's hand stayed in his, warm and steady. The dead figures remained for a beat. Then Sirius looked at Harry, and the look was softer now. Not forgiving. Not praising, just there. "You did not run," Sirius said. Harry's throat tightened. He could barely speak. I ran. I just ran forward. Sirius's grin flickered. Good enough. Cedric stepped closer, hollow eyes on Harry. You said you would stop it, Cedric said. Harry swallowed hard. I will. Cedric's voice stayed flat. Then do not lie to yourself again. Harry nodded once because arguing felt pointless. The dead began to fade, like the underworld had given him what it could. The whispering dimmed. The cavern felt emptier, but also calmer. Harry slid down the altar and sat on the stone floor, breathing hard. His hands shook uncontrollably now that the fight was over. His ribs hurt so badly he could barely straighten his back. Daphne crouched in front of him, eyes scanning his face. Look at me, she said. Harry lifted his eyes. Daphne's jaw tightened. You are bleeding. Harry let out a weak laugh. Yeah, I noticed. Daphne's expression did not soften. You are also still here. Harry swallowed. His throat burned. I feel different. Daphne nodded once. Because you accepted the mantle. Harry stared at his hands. They looked normal, dirty, shaking, human. I do not feel like a god, he whispered. Daphne's voice was quiet, almost gentle. Good. That means you are still you. Harry's eyes stung again. He blinked fast. Daphne reached into her pouch and pulled out a small vial. She held it out. Harry stared. What is it? Daphne's voice was flat. Essence. Bitter. It will help your body stop shaking. Drink it. Harry hesitated. Daphne's eyes narrowed. Do not be stubborn now. Harry took it and drank. Tasted awful. Like ash and old herbs and something metallic. It burned down his throat. He gagged, coughed, then forced it down. Daphne watched him, then nodded once like she approved. Harry's breathing eased a fraction. His hands still shook, but less violently. He looked up at Daphne. So what now? Daphne's voice went firm again. Now we go to the surface temple. The real one. We do not stay here long enough for the ministry to find the seam. Harry swallowed. Caligo is still out there. Daphne nodded. Yes, but you pushed it back. You marked it. It knows you can fight it now. Harry stared at the altar wheel carving. It looked normal again, just stone. He felt tired down to his bones. He also felt something else. A steadiness in the night inside him. Not calm, not peace, just control. Harry pushed himself up, grimacing as his ribs protested. Daphne stood too, close, ready to catch him if he fell. Harry did not fall. He swayed, then steadied. Daphne's eyes flicked over him. Can you walk? Harry swallowed. Yeah. He did not sound convinced. Daphne reached out and brushed her knuckles against his cheek, wiping a smear of dried blood. The touch was quick, almost annoyed. Harry's breath hitched anyway. Daphne's voice went low. You did well. Harry stared at her. Do not say it like it is a report. Daphne's mouth twitched, almost a smile. Fine. You were terrifying. Happy. Harry let out a weak laugh that turned into a wince. Daphne stepped closer and kissed him. It was not gentle. It was not a soft romance scene. It was a kiss that said, you are still alive, and I am still here, and the world can scream all it wants. Harry kissed back, rough and desperate for a second, then pulled away because his ribs hurt too much to lean in. Daphne rested her forehead against his for a heartbeat. Anchor, she murmured. Harry swallowed hard. Yeah, they moved. The underworld path did not feel like walking through a normal corridor. It felt like stepping through layers of meaning. Stone steps that should not exist appeared when Daphne whispered Latin under her breath. Walls that looked solid softened into passage when Harry's mark pulsed cold. Harry did not talk much. He saved his breath. He focused on Daphne's hand in his and the feeling of his own name staying put in his head. Later, they climbed out into real night. Italy. The air was warmer than London, but the night still had a bite. They emerged behind a collapsed stone wall under a sky full of ordinary stars. Harry blinked hard. The normal sky felt strange after the stone sky. Too open. Too easy. Daphne crouched and checked the area, wand low. They were in ruins. Broken columns. Cracked marble. Overgrown grass. A place that looked abandoned to anyone who walked past. Just old stones in the dark. Harry's mark pulsed. He could feel something here. Familiar. Like a memory. Daphne whispered. This is the surface temple. Harry swallowed. It is small. Daphne's eyes flicked to him. It is what survived. Harry stepped forward, boots crunching on gravel and broken marble. The air smelled like dust and wild herbs and old stone warmed by day. He saw the altar half buried with the same will carving. He felt his skin prickle. Daphne moved beside him, close. Do not relax, she said. Harry forced a breath. I am not. A sound drifted from the trees beyond the ruin. Not birds. Footsteps. Daphne froze. Harry felt it too. A pressure in the air. A wrongness that made his stomach twist. Caligo. Not fully here but near. Like it followed the scent of the underworld on them. Daphne's voice went low. It is hunting. Harry's jaw clenched. He stepped in front of Daphne without thinking, putting his body between her and the darkness beyond the ruins. Daphne's hand caught his sleeve. Do not be heroic. Be smart. Harry swallowed. I am trying. The air whitened at the edge of the ruin, thin as breath in winter. Harry's mark pulsed cold. His ribs hurt. His hands trembled. But his mind stayed his. He looked into the trees, into the thin pale smear moving between trunks. You cannot sneak now, Harry said, voice low. Caligo pulsed like a silent laugh. Daphne's voice was tight. It will not attack you here. Not directly. It will go for what you protect. Harry's stomach dropped. He thought of Hogwarts. He thought of the people inside it, asleep and unaware. He thought of Ron and Hermione back in the Ministry, probably already being told he was a threat that escaped. Harry's throat tightened. Daphne saw his face change. What? Harry swallowed hard. It is turning. Daphne's posture stiffened. Where? Harry closed his eyes for a second and listened with the night inside him. He felt Caligo's direction like a cold current. North, across sea, back to Britain. Harry's eyes snapped open. Hogwarts, Daphne swore under her breath, low and sharp. Harry's chest tightened. It is going there. Daphne's eyes locked on his. Then we go too. Harry swallowed hard. He pictured the castle, the stairs, the noise, the students who thought the war was over. He felt his ribs ache and his throat burn and his hands shake. He also felt the night inside him settle, heavy and ready. Harry breathed in, steady. Then we go, he said. The pale mist in the trees rippled, like it heard him. And somewhere far away, across land and water, Harry felt a faint tremor, like a boundary being tested. Like something had started knocking on Hogwarts from the outside. The corridor outside the Charms classroom went white in the space of one breath. Not bright, not lit, not even foggy, just empty. Like someone had rubbed the world out with the side of a hand. Seamus Finnegan skidded on the stone and grabbed the wall, fingers scraping for something real. His palm hit nothing. Not air, not stone, just the idea of a wall that was not there anymore. He made a sound that was half laugh and half scream, and he turned wild-eyed. Where's the bloody wall gone? A fourth-year girl behind him started crying, high and sharp, and the sound bounced off the ceiling like it did not know where to land. Ron shoved through the knot of students and planted himself in the middle of the corridor, wand up, chest heaving like he had sprinted the whole castle. He had, pretty much. His shoulder still ached from the hearing, from being thrown like a sack of flour, and every time he lifted his arm his jaw twitched with the pain. He ignored it anyway. Back up, Ron barked, voice cracking a bit. Everyone back up. Go to the Great Hall now. A pair of Ravenclaws hesitated, staring into the white nothing where the corridor should have continued. Hermione slammed into Ron's side, hair coming loose, cheeks flushed, eyes too bright with panic she was refusing to show. Move, she snapped at the Ravenclaws. You are not helping. You are just adding bodies to a problem. One of them blinked, offended. Hermione did not care. She turned her wand on the white nothing and whispered a stabilizing charm, then a containment charm, then another, fast and precise. The spells hit the edge of the blank space and just stopped. Not bounced, not fizzled, they simply ceased to exist like the magic forgot what it was supposed to be. Hermione's breath hitched. Ron saw it and felt his stomach drop. Hermione, he said low. Tell me you've got a plan. Hermione's voice came out tight. Too quick. I have several. None of them are working because this is not a standard magical phenomenon, which is exactly what I tried to tell you. Ron stared at her, eyes wide. Now is not the time for I told you so. I am not saying I told you so, Hermione snapped, then immediately corrected herself through clenched teeth. I am saying we need to adapt, Ron, please. Ron flinched at the please because Hermione did not say please like that unless she was scared. A first year stumbled out of a side passage, face wet with tears, clutching a friend by the sleeve. Professor McGonagall, the first year squeaked, voice shaking. The stairs moved wrong, and there's a bit where you can see through the floor. Ron's stomach twisted. Hermione went pale just for a second, then forced color back into her face like she was pushing it in with willpower. Where is Professor McGonagall? Hermione demanded. The first year pointed shakily toward the entrance hall. Ron grabbed Hermione's elbow and started moving, forcing his way through students who were starting to bunch up, starting to panic, starting to look for someone to blame. Hermione kept her wand up and her eyes scanning, like she was counting exits, like she was tracking the way the castle itself was changing. They hit the entrance hall at a run. McGonagall was there, ramrod straight, tartan robe immaculate in a way that made Ron want to cry because it was so stubbornly normal. She had her wand in one hand and her other hand was pressed to the stone banister like she could feel the castle's pulse through it. Neville stood 2 steps behind her, face scraped, breathing hard, holding a shield charm that looked thin at the edges. Ginny was on the other side, hair pulled back, jaw set, eyes sharp like she was ready to bite the next thing that tried to hurt her school. Luna stood a little apart, head tilted, listening to something no one else could hear. McGonagall's gaze snapped to Ron and Hermione. Explain, she said, and her voice could have cut granite. Hermione stepped forward, shoulders squared, speaking fast but clear. It is spreading like a conceptual void. It is removing structure rather than breaking it, and it is ignoring conventional magic, which suggests it is not a curse in the traditional sense but a fundamental disruption of definition. Ron shot her a look. Hermione added quickly, cheeks flushing. In plain terms, Professor, parts of the castle are being erased, and spells are not sticking. McGonagall's eyes narrowed. Erased, she repeated, like she hated the word. Ginny's voice cut in, rough and sharp. It's not just walls, Professor, it's people too, sort of. Dean swears he forgot his own name for a second, and then he remembered and he nearly threw up. Ron's stomach turned again. Hermione's hand shook for half a beat before she forced it still. McGonagall's voice went colder. Where is the source? Luna spoke softly, almost dreamy. It is not a source like a fountain. It is a hunger like a blanket. It is looking for the places where things are already shaky, like fear, like guilt. Ron swallowed hard. Hermione's eyes flicked to Luna, then away, jaw clenched. McGonagall's gaze stayed hard. Miss Lovegood, unless you can make that actionable, I suggest you focus on helping evacuate students. Luna nodded serenely. I am, Professor. I am telling the scared ones to hold hands. Ron ran a hand through his hair, sweaty, frustrated. We need to lock down the castle, right, like wards? Big ones, the kind we used during the war. McGonagall's mouth tightened. The wards are already straining. I can feel it. They are being peeled, not broken. Hermione swallowed, throat working. That matches. It is not attacking the wards like a curse. It is making the concept of warding meaningless in certain pockets, which means we need an anchor, something older than the wards, something tied to the castle itself. Ginny's eyes narrowed. You mean like Hogwarts magic? Hermione nodded too fast. Yes, exactly. But we would need something to pull it up and hold it in place. Something with authority. Ron heard the word authority and his mind went straight to the last person who had that kind of authority over night and storm and boundary. His chest tightened. He looked at Hermione, and he could see her thinking it too, even if she was refusing to say it out loud. McGonagall's gaze flicked between them, sharp. What are you not saying? She demanded. Ron opened his mouth. Hermione spoke first, voice thin. Harry is not here. McGonagall's eyes narrowed further. I am aware Mr. Potter is not on staff, Miss Granger. I am asking what you are not saying. Hermione's face tightened. Then she forced the truth out like she was swallowing glass. This resembles the same phenomenon we encountered yesterday. The entity, Caligo. Ron flinched at the name. Ginny went very still, eyes widening. Caligo is here. Hermione nodded once, jaw clenched. Neville's voice came out quiet, steady. Then it came for Hogwarts. Ron's throat tightened. McGonagall's face hardened into something dangerous. I want every student in the Great Hall now, she said, voice ringing. Prefects, heads move. I want calm voices and firm hands. No running unless the floor disappears under you. Do you understand? Ginny shot forward immediately, barking orders to students like she was born for it. Neville moved too, face set, calling out names, steadying shoulders, putting himself between panic and kids who were too young to understand why the world was turning blank. Hermione stayed rooted for half a beat, staring up the staircase where the air looked slightly wrong, like it was thinning. Ron leaned closer, voice low. Tell me you're not thinking what I'm thinking. Hermione's eyes flicked to him, and for a second she looked like the girl in the tent during the war, exhausted and furious and terrified. We need him, she whispered. Ron's chest hurt. Say it, Ron said, voice rough. Say his name, Hermione. Hermione flinched like the name was a hot coal. I can't just summon him, she hissed. And even if I could, why would he come when I tried to bind him? Ron's stomach dropped because she said it out loud in the castle with McGonagall 10 feet away and kids running past, and it still did not feel real. McGonagall's head snapped toward them, eyes blazing. You tried to do what? She said, voice deadly soft. Hermione's face went white, then flushed, then went white again. Professor, Hermione started. McGonagall's voice cut through her like a blade. Later, Miss Granger, later. If we are alive to have a later, you will explain every detail. For now, you will help me keep this school standing. Hermione swallowed hard and nodded. Too fast. Ron watched her hands shake, and a bitter part of him thought, good, you should be shaking. Then the white nothing breathed. That was the only way Ron could describe it. The blank space at the top of the stairs expanded, slow and patient, swallowing the banister and the landing, turning stone into absence. A suit of armor stood on the landing. 1 second it was there, dented and dusty. The next second it was gone, and the sound of its metal joints was cut off mid-clink like someone had snipped the noise. Hermione made a small broken sound. Ron's stomach lurched. McGonagall lifted her wand and cast a high-level warding charm that made the air shimmer purple for a split second. The shimmer hit the blank space and vanished. McGonagall's face tightened. Great Hall, she snapped. Move. Ron grabbed Hermione's wrist and dragged her into motion, because if he stopped he would freeze, and freezing meant dying. They ran. Not a jog, not controlled. Full sprint through corridors that kept trying to forget they existed. Paintings were screaming. Some were empty frames, the people inside them gone like they had jumped out. But there was nowhere to jump to. The fat lady's portrait on the corridor corner was still there. But her face looked wrong, eyes too wide, mouth trembling. What is happening? She shrieked. It's like someone's painted over the world. Ron shoved past, breath ripping in his chest. Hermione's voice came out fast beside him. Do not look at it too long. The mind fills blanks by slipping. Focus on something real. Ron, focus on something real. Ron barked a humorless laugh. Yeah. Brilliant advice. Any suggestions? Hermione's voice went sharp. Your wand, your hand, my voice, the floor under your feet. Pick one. Ron clenched his wand so hard his knuckles burned. Fine, he panted. My wand, my bloody wand. Hermione corrected automatically even while running. It is not your wand, Ron. It is Harry's old wand you borrowed during the war. Technically, Ron nearly tripped. He shot her a look, half furious, half grateful, because that was Hermione, nitpicking the world back into shape. Shut up, Ron gasped. Then added because he could not help it, please. Hermione's mouth twitched, almost a smile. Then she looked forward again, eyes wide. The great hall doors were open. Students were pouring in, teachers herding them, voices overlapping, crying and shouting and trying to pretend everything was fine. McGonagall strode in like she owned the place, and in a way she did. Ron and Hermione followed. Inside, the ceiling looked wrong. Not gone, but thinner. Like the enchanted sky was fighting to keep its color. It flickered between starry night and a flat, pale sheet, like someone kept trying to erase the stars. Hermione's breath hitched again. Ron felt sick. Neville was on the raised dais, casting protective charms around the long tables, sweat dripping down his face, jaw clenched in stubborn concentration. Ginny was by the doors, wand up, shouting at panicking third years to sit down and breathe. Her voice sharp enough to cut through fear. Luna moved among groups, touching shoulders, murmuring nonsense that somehow made people stop hyperventilating. McGonagall climbed the steps to the staff table and slammed her wand down, voice ringing. Silence! The room did not go silent, not fully, but it shifted, like the castle recognized her authority and gave her a scrap of order. McGonagall's eyes swept the hall, hard and controlled. You will sit, she said. You will breathe, you will listen. Panic will not save you. It will only make you easier to lose. A sob rose from somewhere. McGonagall's gaze snapped to it. Miss Patil, she said sharply. Hold your friend's hand and count, out loud. You will give her something real to hold on to. Parvati blinked, then nodded, and started counting with a shaking voice. Ron glanced at Hermione. Hermione was staring at the ceiling, lips parted, eyes glassy like she was seeing something that was not there. Ron leaned in, voice low. Hermione. Hermione blinked hard, like she was dragging herself back. She whispered, It is not just Hogwarts. It is reaching through Hogwarts. Ron's stomach dropped. What does that mean? Hermione swallowed, eyes flicking across the hall. It is using the castle as a doorway. Hogwarts is dense with magic. It is feeding on definition and memory and structure. And it is turning all of that into fuel for emptiness. Ron felt cold. So it chose the biggest meal in Britain. Hermione nodded once, jaw tight. Ron's voice went rough. And it came because of Harry, didn't it? Hermione flinched. Ron pushed, voice low and angry. Didn't it? Hermione swallowed hard. And when she spoke her voice shook. Yes. Ron stared at her, throat tight. Hermione's eyes went wet, but she kept talking, fast and brittle. It cannot catch him easily now, so it is going after what anchors him, the places and people that define him, and Hogwarts is the biggest anchor he has, whether he wants it or not. Ron's chest hurt. He looked across the hall at kids he barely knew, kids who had never seen a battle, kids who thought the war stories were history. He swallowed hard. So he has to come, Ron whispered. Hermione's voice cracked. If he comes, the Ministry will follow, and if the Ministry follows, they will try to bind him again. Ron's jaw clenched. Then we stop them. Hermione's eyes snapped to him, incredulous. Ron, we do not have authority over the Ministry. Ron's voice went hard. We have wands and we have a bloody spine. Hermione, that is enough sometimes. Hermione stared at him for a long beat. Then her mouth trembled, and she looked away like she hated herself. Ron's stomach twisted, guilt punching him, because he was angry at her. But he also remembered her face in the courtroom, white with fear, hands shaking. He remembered thinking he was helping. He remembered being wrong. The ceiling flickered again. A patch of pale nothing opened over the far corner of the hall. Students screamed. A bench at the Ravenclaw table vanished. Not breaking, not moving, simply gone. And 3 kids yelped as they fell, grabbing at each other to avoid dropping into the blank patch that had replaced part of the floor. Neville shouted, voice raw, hold them. Ginny sprinted, sliding on the stone, grabbing 2 kids by their robes and hauling them back, teeth clenched. Ron shot forward instinctively, wand up, shouting a shield charm. The shield formed, a bright dome, and the moment it touched the blank patch it thinned, then popped like a bubble. Ron swore, breath harsh. That's not fair. Hermione's voice snapped. Magic is not fair. Ron, we adapt. Ron shot her a look. Stop saying that like it's a homework assignment. Hermione's cheeks flushed. Then stop acting like shouting at reality will shame it into behaving. Ron opened his mouth, then shut it because she was right and he hated it. McGonagall moved like a blade, stepping between kids and blank space, wand movements precise, voice sharp. Everyone away from the walls, she ordered. Center of the room now. The hall shifted. A mass of bodies moving inward, shoulders pressed, breathing loud. Hermione stumbled beside Ron, and he grabbed her elbow, steadying her. Her skin felt cold. Ron leaned in, voice rough. You need to call him. Hermione flinched. How? Ron's eyes flicked to her wand. Patronus. Hermione swallowed, eyes wide. It might not get through. Ron's voice went hard. Try anyway. Hermione's hand shook as she lifted her wand. She closed her eyes for half a second, breathing in like she was trying to find something happy enough to push through guilt and fear. Ron watched her face tighten. He wondered what memory she was using, and it hurt him that his mind immediately went to the moment she tried to bind Harry. That was not happiness. That was panic. Hermione's eyes snapped open, wet but fierce. Expecto Patronum, she said. Silver light burst from her wand. A bright otter leaping onto the air, skidding on nothing like it was swimming through light. For a second, Ron felt relief flood him. Then the otter hit the pale patch near the ceiling and blurred. It did not die, not fully, but it flickered like it forgot its shape. Hermione's breath caught. She forced it, voice shaking but firm. Find Harry Potter? Tell him Caligo is attacking Hogwarts. Tell him we need him. Tell him. Her voice cracked on the word need. The otter flickered again, then bolted upward through the enchanted ceiling like it was diving into water. Hermione swayed. Ron caught her properly this time, arm around her shoulders, holding her upright. Hermione's voice came out broken. If he comes and he gets hurt again, it will be my fault. Ron's jaw clenched. He wanted to say it already is because anger was easy. Instead he swallowed hard and said the harder thing. If he does not come, everyone here dies, and that will be all of us, so stop trying to carry it alone. Hermione's eyes filled, and she wiped them furiously with the back of her hand. Ron glanced toward McGonagall. McGonagall was watching them, eyes sharp, and Ron felt like a kid again, caught doing something stupid. McGonagall did not yell. She just said, voice low but carrying, "If your message reaches him, Mr. Weasley, you will make sure he is not treated as a criminal on these grounds. Do you understand?" Ron swallowed, throat tight. "Yes, Professor." Hermione whispered. "Professor, the Ministry will try." McGonagall's mouth tightened. "Then they will find my patience ends at my doorstep." The great hall trembled, not like an earthquake, like a shiver through the bones of the castle. The ceiling flickered hard, stars vanishing, replaced by a flat sheet of pale nothing. The torches along the walls dimmed, then flared, then dimmed again. Students started sobbing. A Hufflepuff boy shouted, "I can't feel my legs." Hermione's stomach dropped. She sprinted toward him, crouched, grabbed his hand. "Can you move your toes?" she demanded. The boy blinked, panicked. I don't know, it feels like they're not there." Hermione's throat tightened. She forced her voice steady, sharp. "Look at me. Do not look at the pale patches. Look at me. Move your toes. Tell me you can feel the floor." The boy's breathing hitched. He stared at Hermione, and Ron saw Hermione becoming an anchor for a kid who was slipping. The boy swallowed hard, then jerked his foot slightly. "I did it," he whispered, shocked. Hermione nodded fast. "Good. Keep doing it. Keep saying your name, out loud." The boy blinked. "My name." Hermione's voice snapped. "Yes, your name. It is real. It is yours. Say it." The boy swallowed and whispered, "Elliot." Hermione leaned closer. Intense. Louder. "Elliot," he said again, voice trembling. Ron's chest tightened. He heard dozens of kids around them start doing it too, murmuring names, repeating, clinging to identity like rope. McGonagall's voice cut through the noise. "Yes. Keep speaking. Keep grounding. You will not be taken quietly." Ron felt sick. He looked at Hermione and saw her jaw clenched so tight it was shaking. He wondered if she was saying her own name in her head, like she needed the reminder too. The air in the hall went colder. Not winter cold, blank cold. Ron's scalp prickled. Hermione's eyes snapped upward. "Ron?" she whispered, voice thin. "It is here, inside." Ron lifted his wand, heart pounding. A pale smear slid down the far wall, not touching it, just moving along it like fog that refused to disperse. It drifted toward the center of the hall, slow and patient. Students screamed. The smear passed a torch and the flame went out like it had never existed. Ron's stomach flipped. Ginny stepped in front of a group of first years. Wand up, voice hard. "Do not look at it. Look at me. Look at me, breathe." Neville's shield charm flared bright, then thinned at the edges as the smear pressed closer. Hermione whispered, voice shaking, "Caligo." The smear paused like it heard its name. Then the air around it whitened further, bleeding into the hall. The great hall started to feel less like a room and more like a page being erased. Ron's vision blurred at the edges. He blinked hard. His mind tried to slide like it wanted to let go of words. He gripped his wand with both hands. He snarled, "Not today." Hermione snapped, "Ron, do not antagonize it. It reacts to attention." Ron shot back, "It is erasing the room, Hermione. I think it's past polite requests." Hermione's lips parted. Then she forced herself calm, forced logic into her voice like a weapon. "Fine," she hissed. "Then we hold structure, we hold names, we hold memory. We overwhelm it with existence." Ron blinked, breath harsh. "That sounds like something Harry would do." Hermione flinched, eyes wet. Before she could answer, the sky above the hall changed. The enchanted ceiling flickered, then showed something real. Not the normal sky, a circle of darkness eating the moon, slow and deliberate. An eclipse. Students gasped. McGonagall's head snapped upward, eyes narrowing, and for the first time Ron saw fear slip through her control. Ginny whispered, "That's not Hogwarts magic." Neville's voice went low, reverent and scared. "That's him." Hermione's breath caught so hard she nearly choked. Ron's chest tightened, a mix of relief and dread. Outside, thunder rolled. Not bright, not crackling. A deep, heavy sound that made the stone under their feet vibrate. The pale smear in the hall rippled like it hated the noise. The torches along the wall flared back to life, but the flames were darker than they should have been, blue-edged, trembling. The great hall doors slammed open. Wind poured in, cold and wet, smelling like storm and earth and night. Students screamed again, but this time it was not just fear. It was shock. A black cloud filled the doorway. Not smoke, not fog. A storm cloud, compact and heavy, dripping rain that hissed when it hit the stone floor. Lightning crawled inside it, not bright white, but dark silver, like metal in moonlight. Then Harry stepped out of it. He did not stumble. He did not hesitate. He looked like he was carrying the night on his shoulders and it was trying to crush him and he was refusing. His face was pale, streaked with old blood under one nostril, hair damp, eyes dark and sharp. The air around him felt thick, like pressure before a storm breaks. Daphne followed half a step behind him, cloak damp, wand low, eyes scanning the hall like she was already counting threats. Ron's breath caught. Hermione froze, mouth parted, eyes wide like she could not believe her own Patronus worked. Harry's gaze swept the hall. For a second his eyes landed on Ron, and Ron felt something cold clamp around his ribs. Not magic, not curse, judgment. Then Harry's gaze moved on, to the kids, to McGonagall, to the pale smear hovering near the middle of the room. Harry's jaw clenched. He spoke, voice low, carrying. "Back," he said. The pale smear rippled. Ron realized the word was not aimed at the students. It was aimed at Caligo. Caligo pressed forward anyway. The air whitened, creeping toward Harry like a tide. Hermione found her voice. Hoarse. "Harry." Harry did not look at her yet. Daphne's hand brushed Harry's sleeve, a grounding touch. Harry lifted his wand, but he did not cast a normal spell. He lifted his other hand too, palm open like he was holding an invisible wheel. The air above his palm shivered. A circle formed, dark and shimmering, like a ring made of stormlight. The wheel. Students stared, silent now, like fear had turned into awe. Ron's heart hammered. Hermione whispered, almost to herself, "Summonus." Harry's eyes flicked toward her for a split second. No warmth, no forgiveness, just a quick recognition like he heard her and he did not have time to deal with it. Caligo surged. The whiteness hit the edge of the wheel. It stopped, not because it was blocked by force but because it met a rule. The air snapped tight like a door locking. The wheel hummed low and heavy. Harry's shoulders shook with the effort. His breathing was rough, chest rising fast, sweat already beating at his hairline. Daphne stepped closer, voice low. "Hold it. Harry, hold the boundary." Harry swallowed hard, eyes fixed on the pale smear. "I am holding." Ron heard the strain. He took a step forward instinctively. Hermione grabbed his sleeve, voice sharp. "Do not go near him, Ron. His field will react." Ron snapped, "I'm not letting him do this alone." Hermione's eyes flashed and her voice broke for half a beat. "He is not alone, he has Daphne, and he has whatever else is in him. And we are not in that circle, Ron, we are not." Ron's throat tightened. He wanted to argue. Then the void creatures came. Not monsters with faces, shapes, thin, pale, humanoid outlines made of missing. They peeled out of Caligo like scraps of paper tearing off a blank page, and they dropped onto the stone floor with no sound. Then they moved, fast, jerky, wrong. One lunged at a group of first years. Ginny shouted and fired a hex. The hex hit the shape and vanished, and the shape kept coming. Ginny swore, grabbed a first year by the collar, yanked him back, then kicked the shape hard in the chest. Her boot went through it like it was smoke, and Ginny stumbled, swearing again. Neville roared, voice raw, and charged with his wand like it was a sword. He swung, and his wand made contact with the shape. For a second it shuddered, like physical contact mattered. Then it snapped its head toward Neville, and the air around Neville's face went pale. Neville's eyes widened. He staggered back, gasping, hands shaking, like his mind tried to slip. Hermione sprinted, grabbed Neville's shoulder, and shouted right into his ear, "Neville Longbottom, look at me, breathe, say your name." Neville blinked hard, panting, "Neville, Neville, I'm Neville." The pale around his face receded. Hermione's stomach dropped. "It is feeding on attention and identity," she shouted to Ron, voice shaking but loud. "It is trying to unname us." Ron's jaw clenched. "Then we hit it with something it can't erase," Ron snapped. Hermione blinked. "Like what?" Ron did not know. He just moved. He grabbed a fallen bench leg from the Ravenclaw table, because it was solid wood and not a spell, and he swung it like a club into the nearest void shape. The wood hit with a dull crack. The shape shuddered. Then it split, peeling apart into thin white scraps that fluttered and vanished. Ron stared, shocked. "It worked," he gasped. Hermione's eyes widened. Then she snapped into motion, grabbing a metal serving tray, shoving it into the hands of a shaking seventh year. "Physical," she shouted. "Hit them physically. Do not rely on spells. Use what you can touch." McGonagall heard and nodded sharply, already moving. "Tables," she barked. "Benches, shields, anything. You will not stand and wave your wands like idiots." Ron almost laughed, even now, because that was McGonagall insulting you while saving your life. More void shapes dropped. They surged into the crowd. Screams rose again. Hermione shoved kids behind a table, then swung her wand like a baton, not casting, just using the wood and core as a physical strike. Felt ridiculous. It worked. The void shape she hit split apart like wet paper. Hermione gagged, breath harsh. "That is disgusting," Ron barked, breathless. "Stop complaining and keep hitting." Hermione snapped back, "I am not complaining. I am observing." Ron shouted, "You're always observing." Hermione shouted back, "And you are always bleeding." Ron realized he was. His knuckles were scraped, raw from gripping wood and fighting something that felt like absence biting at him. He ignored it. He swung again. Across the hall, Harry's will held Caligo back, but Harry was shaking harder now. The storm cloud behind him churned, lightning crawling like veins. Harry's nose started bleeding again, fresh, bright, dripping onto his chin. His eyes stayed locked on the pale smear. Daphne shifted closer, voice low, urgent. "Harry, you cannot hold it alone while they swarm the hall." Harry's jaw clenched, breath ragged. "I know." He did not let go though. Ron saw it and felt guilt slam into him like a fist. Harry was saving them. After they tried to bind him, after they treated him like a threat, he still came. Hermione saw the blood too. Her face crumpled for a split second, then hardened again, like she shoved herself back into function. She shouted across the hall, "Harry, you need to push it out, not just hold it." Harry's eyes flicked to her, cold. Then he spoke, voice low, carrying through screams and thunder. "I am pushing," he said. Hermione's throat tightened. Ron did not have time to process it because a void shape lunged at Hermione from behind. Ron moved without thinking. He slammed his bench leg into it, splitting it apart inches from Hermione's head. Hermione spun, eyes wide, breathing hard. Ron barked, "You're welcome." Hermione's voice came out shaky. "Thank you." Ron blinked at the sincerity, then grunted, "Yeah, well, don't die, all right?" Hermione swallowed and nodded once. A ripple ran through the hall. The pale smear near Harry expanded, pressing against the wheel boundary harder. The wheel hummed louder. Harry's knees bent slightly, like the pressure was forcing him down. Daphne's voice went sharper. "Harry, breathe. You were slipping. Harry's voice came out tight. I can feel it trying. The air around Harry's head whitened at the edges. Ron's stomach dropped. Hermione shouted, Harry, anchor. Say your name. Harry's jaw clenched. For a second his eyes looked far away, like the white was pulling at him. Then he snarled, not pretty, not heroic, just angry. Harry Potter, he said, voice rough. The storm cloud behind him rumbled. The wheel steadied. Daphne exhaled. Shaky. Good. Caligo surged again, and this time it did something worse. A split. A thin ribbon of pale nothing slid around the edge of the wheel, not breaking the boundary, slipping past it like smoke through a crack. It shot toward the staff table, toward the kids clustered behind benches, toward Ron and Hermione. Hermione's breath hitched. Ron shouted, heads down. The ribbon hit the floor and the stone vanished in a patch the size of a body. A gap opened, not a hole, a missing. A third year screamed and nearly stepped into it. Neville grabbed the third year and yanked him back, teeth clenched, face pale. The ribbon surged again, snapping toward Hermione like it had chosen her. Hermione froze for half a beat, eyes wide. Ron shoved her hard, knocking her sideways. The ribbon struck where her head had been. Hermione's hair brushed it, just a strand. The strand turned pale. Then it vanished. Hermione's breath tore out of her. She stared at the empty space where her hair had been, shaking. Ron grabbed her shoulders, voice harsh. Hermione, look at me. Hermione, say your name. Hermione blinked hard, trembling. Hermione Jean Granger. Ron's throat tightened. She kept going, voice cracking. I am Hermione. I am here. I am. Another ribbon snapped toward Ron. Ron swung his bench leg, desperate, hitting nothing, because you cannot hit a ribbon of absence. The ribbon touched his forearm. Ron felt cold shoot into his bones. His vision whitened at the edges. For a second he forgot what his wand was called. For a second he forgot Hermione's face. Panic hit him like a wave. Then Harry's voice cut through everything. Enough, Harry said. The word landed like thunder without light. The storm cloud behind him expanded in a single violent breath, filling the great hall doorway and pushing into the room like night pouring in. The air pressure changed. The torches flared, then steadied, flames darker, stronger. The void ribbons froze, not stopped by force, stopped by a rule again. Harry lifted the wheel higher. The ring widened, expanding from his palm into the air above the center of the great hall. Turned slowly, not spinning like a toy, turning like a planet, heavy, inevitable. Lightning crawled around its edge, dark silver, humming low. Harry's face was white with strain, blood running from his nose, sweat dripping down his jaw. His hands shook. He kept the wheel turning anyway. Daphne stepped beside him, voice low, urgent. Do it now. Harry swallowed hard. Ron's mind was slipping again. He clung to Hermione's sleeve like it was a lifeline. Hermione's eyes were wide, fixed on Harry like she could not look away. Harry spoke, voice rough. Everyone, speak. McGonagall snapped. You heard him. Students stared, confused, terrified. Harry's voice went louder, shaking with strain. Your names? Speak your names loud. Parvati started first, voice trembling. Parvati Patil. Lavender followed, sobbing. Lavender Brown. Neville's voice rose, steady. Neville Longbottom. Ginny shouted, fierce. Ginny Weasley. Luna said softly, clear as a bell. Luna Lovegood. The hall filled with names. Not a chant, not a ritual in a tidy way, a messy flood of identity. Kids shouting and crying and clinging to themselves. Ron swallowed hard and forced his voice out. Hoarse. Ron Weasley. Hermione's voice cracked. Hermione Granger. Harry's jaw clenched. The wheel hummed louder, reacting to the noise, to the existence. Caligo rippled, pressing against the boundary, trying to blur the names, trying to make them meaningless. Harry pushed back. He did not fire a spell. He dropped the wheel. It descended slowly, heavy, like the sky lowering. The edge of the ring touched the pale smear. The smear screamed, not with sound, with absence. The air in the hall went painfully tight. Everyone gasped at once. Ron's ears rang. Harry's knees buckled, and Daphne grabbed his elbow, holding him upright. Harry's voice came out broken. Too much. Daphne's voice was low, fierce. Yes. Give it too much. Drown it. Harry swallowed hard, blood dripping onto his shirt. He forced the wheel lower, pressing it into Caligo like pushing a lid onto a boiling pot. The void shapes in the crowd shuddered. They started to peel apart, as if the concept of them could not survive under the weight of so many names, so much noise, so much real. Hermione stared, shaking, understanding flashing across her face. "It is overloading," she whispered, voice raw. "He is making the void choke on existence." Ron gasped. "Brilliant." Hermione snapped automatically even while trembling. "It is not brilliant, Ron. It is dangerous. He is using himself as the conduit." Ron shot back. "Stop correcting and help him then." Hermione swallowed hard. She turned toward Harry. Her eyes were wet, face wrecked, but her voice went sharp, clear, carrying. "Harry," she shouted. "You need witnesses." Harry's eyes flicked to her. Hermione forced the words out, voice breaking. "Call them. Call the dead. Call the Manies. They will hold the boundary with you." Ron stared at her, shocked, because Hermione was not just giving a strategy. She was admitting she believed him now. Harry's jaw clenched. He looked like he wanted to refuse. Then Caligo surged again, and the wheel trembled, and Harry's shoulders shook. He did not have time for pride. Harry breathed in, ragged, and spoke a word that made the hall go cold. "Manies," he said. The floor under the staff table shivered. The thin mist rose. Not Caligo. Different. Gray. Heavy. Smelling like earth after rain. Shapes formed at the edges of the hall. Not students, not teachers. Figures that looked half there, half memory. Hogwarts ghosts drifted closer too. The Bloody Baron and the Grey Lady and nearly headless Nick. Faces unusually serious. McGonagall's breath caught. Ron felt his skin prickle. Hermione's eyes went wide. Harry's voice came out low, shaking. "Stand." The dead stood, not marching, not dramatic, simply present, forming a ring around the great hall. A court, a boundary. Caligo rippled like it hated being seen by things that could not be erased because they were already gone. The wheel steadied. Harry pushed again. The ring pressed into Caligo, and the pale smear started to compress, thinning, concentrating, like fog forced into a bottle. The void shapes in the crowd peeled apart fully now, collapsing into nothing. Kids dropped benches, sobbing, shaking, clutching each other. Ron's legs went weak. He stayed upright by sheer stubbornness. Hermione stumbled toward Harry, then stopped short because the air around Harry was still dangerous, thick with night and pressure. Daphne's hand stayed on Harry's elbow, grounding him, steadying him. Harry's face was slick with sweat and blood. His eyes were dark and sharp and exhausted. Caligo fought harder. The white around the edges of the hall surged, pushing back, trying to eat the names people were shouting. Harry's voice went rough. Louder. Students screamed names again, voices raw. McGonagall's voice cut through, sharp. "You will not be quiet. You will not be taken." Ron shouted, throat burning. "Ronald Bilious Weasley." Hermione blinked at him even in the middle of terror. Ron snapped. "What? It's my name, isn't it?" Hermione's mouth twitched. Then she shouted her full name again, voice shaking but strong. The wheel hummed louder. Caligo compressed further. Harry's arms shook violently now, his breathing ragged, chest rising too fast. He looked like he might collapse. Daphne leaned close, voice low. "Harry, you need one final strike. You cannot keep pressing. It will tear you." Harry swallowed hard. His voice came out thin. "I know." He lifted his wand for the first time like he meant to cast something ordinary. Then he stopped. His eyes flicked to the wheel. He did not need ordinary. He needed decisive. Harry's jaw clenched, and he spoke, voice low but absolute. "Orcus," he said. The air snapped tight. Ron felt it like a hand closing around his chest. Hermione went still, eyes wide. Daphne's fingers tightened on Harry's sleeve. Harry's voice came out rough. "You are nothing, Caligo. You cannot swear. You cannot keep. You cannot hold." The pale smear writhed, as if insulted. Harry swallowed blood and forced the next words out, voice shaking with pain. "By oath you will not remain," he said. The wheel flared, not bright, heavy. A dark thunderbolt lanced down from the ring, striking Caligo dead center. The impact made the entire great hall vibrate. Students screamed, then went silent, stunned. Caligo shuddered. For a second it looked like it would slip away, smear out, spread, survive. Then the thunderbolt did something different. It did not burn it. It defined it. It forced it into a single point, a single shape, a single thing, and Caligo hated that more than anything. The pale smear shrank, compressed, folded into itself like paper crushed into a fist. Harry's knees buckled. Daphne held him upright, both hands now, jaw clenched. Harry's voice came out broken. Now, the wheel turned one final time. The ring tightened around the compressed void. Then it snapped shut like a lid. Caligo vanished, not drifting away, gone. The air in the great hall rushed back like a breath held too long. Torches flared normal again. The enchanted ceiling flickered, then showed dawn creeping over the lake, pink and gold like an ordinary morning. A collective sob rose from the hall, dozens of people crying at once. Not just fear, relief, shock, exhaustion. Ron dropped his bench leg and nearly fell to his knees. Hermione caught his sleeve, steadying him, her own hands shaking. Ron stared up at Harry. Harry was still standing, barely. Blood ran from his nose in a steady stream now. His face was gray with strain. His eyes looked too old. Daphne kept a grip on him like she was the only thing keeping him from collapsing. McGonagall stepped forward slowly, wand still in hand, eyes fixed on Harry like she was assessing a storm that had walked into her hall. "Mr. Potter," she said, voice controlled. "You have saved my students." Harry swallowed hard, voice hoarse. "Yes." McGonagall's eyes narrowed. "And you have brought something else with you." Harry's jaw clenched. He did not deny it. He did not apologize. He just breathed, ragged, and stayed upright. Hermione took a step forward. Her face was wet with tears she had not noticed falling. She stopped a few feet away, respecting the pressure in the air around him. "Harry," she whispered. Harry's eyes finally locked on hers. The look was not hatred. It was worse. It was distance. Hermione's throat tightened. "I am sorry," she said, voice cracking. "I was wrong." Ron flinched at the simplicity of it. Hermione's voice went faster, desperate. "I thought if I could control it, I could keep you safe, and I made you unsafe, and I—" Harry lifted a hand slightly, not a threat, a stop. Hermione's words died in her throat. Harry's voice came out low, shaking with exhaustion. "I know why you did it." Hermione blinked, tears spilling harder. Harry continued, voice flat. "That does not change what you did." Hermione's face crumpled. Ron stepped forward, jaw clenched, eyes wet. "Harry, mate, Harry's gaze flicked to Ron. Ron swallowed hard, voice rough. "I stood there. I watched. I thought it would be gentle. I was an idiot." Harry's mouth twisted. He looked like he wanted to laugh, then looked like it would turn into something uglier, so he did not. He just said, voice hoarse, "You were scared." Ron nodded hard. "Yeah, I was scared. I am scared. But you came anyway." Harry's throat tightened. He looked past them, at the hall full of kids staring at him like he was a savior and a warning at the same time. He looked at Neville, scraped and exhausted, still standing, still holding himself together. He looked at Ginny, wand down now, shoulders shaking with delayed fear. He looked at McGonagall, rigid, furious, grateful, trying not to show any of it. Then Harry looked back at Ron and Hermione. His voice came out quiet, final. "I am not coming back to the way it was," he said. Ron flinched. Hermione closed her eyes like the words physically hit her. Harry swallowed hard, breath ragged. "I am still here. I am still me. But I am not your safe version of me." Hermione whispered, broken. "We do not want a safe version. We want you." Harry's jaw clenched. He looked like he might break for a second. Then he breathed out, shaking, and said the only thing he could manage. "I cannot," he said. Daphne's grip tightened, voice low in Harry's ear. "You need to move. The Ministry will feel the rupture." Harry swallowed hard. Ron heard that and felt cold flood his stomach again. Of course the Ministry would come, not with thanks, with chains. McGonagall's voice went sharp. "What rupture?" Daphne's eyes flicked to McGonagall, calm and cold. "Something ancient was sealed. The Ministry will notice the pressure shift. They will come looking for a culprit." McGonagall's mouth tightened. "They will not bind a hero in my hall." Daphne's gaze stayed steady. "They tried yesterday." McGonagall's eyes flashed. Hermione flinched like she had been struck. Ron felt shame crawl up his throat. Footsteps echoed in the corridor outside the great hall. Fast, heavy, purposeful. Voices carried, sharp and official. Ron's stomach sank. "Too late," Ron whispered. Harry's shoulders tensed. The storm in the doorway stirred. Low rumble, like it wanted to rise again. Daphne's hand slid down to Harry's wrist, grounding. "Do not." Harry's jaw clenched. "If they come in here with chains." Daphne's voice was low, firm. "You leave. You do not fight them in front of children. You do not give them that story." Harry swallowed hard, nostrils flaring, blood still running. Hermione stepped forward suddenly, voice sharp. "No." Everyone looked at her. Hermione's eyes were bright and fierce, tears still on her cheeks, hair messy, robe torn at the sleeve. She turned toward the doors, voice ringing. "Professor McGonagall. Let me speak to them first." McGonagall's eyes narrowed. "Miss Granger." Hermione's jaw clenched. "I started this. I will stop it." Ron grabbed her sleeve, panicked. "Hermione, don't be stupid. They'll blame you too." Hermione snapped. "Good." Ron stared at her, shocked. Hermione yanked her arm free and strode toward the doors, shoulders squared. Ron followed half a step, then hesitated, then went with her, because he was not letting her face it alone. Not again. Harry watched them, expression unreadable. The doors swung open. Kingsley Shacklebolt stepped in with 2 Aurors behind him. He looked exhausted, robe slightly askew, eyes sharp and wary. His gaze swept the great hall, taking in overturned benches, scraped students, the lingering damp on the floor, the faint smell of storm. Then his eyes landed on Harry. Kingsley's face tightened. For a second, the whole hall held its breath. Hermione stepped forward, voice steady despite shaking hands. "Minister," she said. "Caligo attacked Hogwarts." Harry stopped it. Kingsley's eyes flicked to Hermione, then to Ron, then back to Harry. His voice came out controlled. "Mr. Potter." Harry's jaw clenched. "Minister." Kingsley's gaze sharpened. "Are you injured?" Harry almost laughed at the absurdity, then coughed instead, tasting blood. Daphne's hand tightened at his back. Kingsley's eyes flicked to the blood, and something like anger flashed through his control. Anger at the situation, at the ministry, at fear. One of the Aurors behind Kingsley shifted, wand hand tightening. Daphne's eyes flicked to that hand. Sharp. McGonagall's voice went cold. "Put your wand down in my hall." The Auror froze. Kingsley's voice snapped quietly. "Lower it." The Auror lowered it, stiff. Hermione's voice went fast, urgent. "Minister, if you came here to arrest him, do not. You will break the school. You will make every student who saw him save us remember that the ministry repays salvation with chains." Kingsley's jaw clenched. Ron stepped forward, voice rough. "And you'll have to arrest us too, because we'll stand in the way." Hermione shot Ron a look like she wanted to correct his phrasing, then did not because she agreed. Kingsley stared at them, then looked back at Harry. His voice went quieter. "Harry, I did not authorize what happened in that courtroom." Harry's eyes stayed cold. "I know." Kingsley's throat worked, like he wanted to say more, like he wanted to apologize properly. He did not have time. The hall was full of children watching. The castle was still shaking at the edges. Kingsley swallowed and said, voice controlled, "I am not here to bind you today." Daphne's posture did not relax. Harry's jaw stayed clenched. Kingsley continued, eyes locked on Harry. "But you cannot disappear. You cannot operate outside all law. The world is frightened, and frightened worlds do stupid things." Harry's voice came out hoarse. "I tried to be part of your world. You tried to trap me." Kingsley flinched. Hermione's face tightened with shame. Ron's stomach twisted. Kingsley's voice went firm. "I am asking you, Harry, as the man who stood with you in the war, do not become a weapon pointed at everyone." Harry swallowed hard. His shoulders shook with exhaustion. He glanced at Daphne. Daphne's eyes stayed on him. Steady, anchor. Harry breathed in, ragged, then out. He looked at Kingsley, voice low. "I am not your weapon," he said. Kingsley nodded once, slow. Harry's voice went quieter, almost tired. "I will stop things like Caligo. I will not let it eat people. But I will not step into your courtroom again." Kingsley's jaw clenched. McGonagall's eyes narrowed. But she did not contradict. Hermione's breath hitched. Ron's throat tightened. Kingsley said quietly, "Then where will you go?" Harry looked past him, toward the dawning sky on the enchanted ceiling, toward the castle windows where pale sunlight was starting to bleed in. His voice came out soft, almost empty. "Into the night," he said. A student sobbed. Another whispered Harry's name like a prayer. Harry flinched at it, like he could not bear being that to them. Daphne stepped closer, voice low. "We need to leave now." Kingsley's gaze flicked to Daphne, then back to Harry. He spoke carefully. "If you walk out, the ministry will not forget." Harry's mouth twisted. "I know," he said. Hermione's voice broke. "Harry, wait." Harry's eyes flicked to her. Hermione swallowed hard, voice trembling. Just let me say it properly. Let me." Harry lifted his hand again, small stop. Hermione's words died. Harry's voice came out hoarse, but not cruel. "Save it for when you do not need me." Hermione's face crumpled. Ron swallowed hard, eyes wet. "Mate." Harry looked at Ron. Ron's voice cracked. "I'm sorry." Harry's jaw clenched, eyes stinging, and Ron realized Harry was holding back something huge. Not a storm, emotion. Harry nodded once. Not forgiveness, acknowledgement. Ron's chest hurt so badly he could barely breathe. Harry turned slightly, and the storm cloud in the doorway thickened, rain hissing on stone. Daphne took Harry's hand. Harry hesitated for a split second, then squeezed back, tight, like he needed the contact to stay real. McGonagall stepped forward, voice sharp. "Mr. Potter." Harry looked at her. McGonagall's eyes were fierce, and for a second Ron saw something like pride under the anger. "You saved my school," McGonagall said. "You are not a monster. Do not let them make you one." Harry swallowed hard, throat working. His voice came out quiet. "I am trying." McGonagall nodded once, sharp, like she had given an order. "Good." Harry turned back toward the doorway. The hall was silent now, except for sniffles and ragged breathing and the soft drip of rain. Hermione took one last step forward, voice barely a whisper. "Harry," she said. Harry did not turn fully. He just paused. Hermione's voice shook. "Thank you." Harry's shoulders trembled. He nodded once, small. Then he walked into the storm. Daphne followed, cloak disappearing into black cloud like it was swallowed. The doorway filled with night for one long heartbeat. Then the storm lifted, rushing upward like it was being pulled by invisible strings. Wind swept through the great hall, stirring hair and robes, making candles flicker. The storm burst out through the open doors and into the sky above the castle, climbing fast, dark against dawn. Students rushed to windows, staring. Ron stumbled to the nearest window, breathing hard, shoulder aching, hands still shaking. Hermione stood beside him, face wet, eyes fixed on the sky like she could not blink. Outside, above the lake, the storm cloud hovered for a moment. A dark wheel of lightning turned inside it, slow and heavy. Then the cloud drifted toward the horizon, away from the sun, away from the castle, away from everything Harry had ever been expected to be. It faded into the distance, becoming a dark smudge against the brightening morning. Ron swallowed hard. Hermione's voice came out broken. "We did that." Ron's throat tightened. "Yeah," Hermione whispered, fierce and ashamed. "We did that." Ron did not have a clever answer. He just stared at the empty sky and felt like something essential had been cut out of him. McGonagall's voice snapped behind them, sharp. "Enough staring. Everyone back to your tables. Check for missing students, check for injuries, and do not move alone until I say so." The room stirred back into motion, shaken but alive. Kingsley stood near the doors, watching the sky with a grim expression. He looked older than he had an hour ago. Ron forced himself away from the window, legs weak. Hermione stayed for a beat longer, like she was trying to burn the image into her mind so it could not be erased. Then she turned, wiping her face hard, jaw clenched like she was making a promise to herself. Ron saw it and felt his stomach twist, because Hermione would not let this rest. She would try to fix it, and Ron did not know if that would help or make it worse. Later, when the sun was fully up and the great hall smelled like tea and sweat and damp stone, the whispers started. Not Caligo whispers, human whispers. Students talking about the storm, about the wheel, about how the air felt different when Harry walked in, about how the void creatures peeled apart when people shouted their names, about how Harry Potter looked like he was bleeding and still held the night like a shield. A group of second years huddled near the Hufflepuff table, voices low. Do you think he's a god now? No, that's stupid. It didn't look stupid when the floor vanished. I heard he made the minister shut up. Ron walked past them and wanted to snap at them to stop talking. He did not. He did not have the energy. Hermione followed him, silent, hands clenched, eyes red. Ginny caught Ron's sleeve as he passed, voice low, fierce. Where did he go? Ron swallowed. I don't know. Ginny's eyes narrowed. You do know. You just don't want to say it. Ron's throat tightened. He went where we can't reach him. Ginny's jaw clenched, and her voice went softer. He came back for us. Ron nodded once, unable to speak. Ginny let go, eyes flashing with something like grief, then turned away before Ron could see her cry. Neville came up beside Ron. Quiet. He didn't even look at me, Neville said, voice low. Ron blinked. He looked at everyone. Neville shook his head slightly. Not like he used to. Not like we were home. Ron's chest tightened. Hermione's voice came out flat. Because we made home unsafe. Neville glanced at Hermione, then away, not sure what to say. Ron rubbed his face hard with both hands, trying to scrub away the image of Harry's eyes. Harry's eyes had looked like a storm that decided to be human for a few minutes. It was terrifying. It was also familiar because Harry had always been the one who stepped into danger while everyone else argued about it. Hermione's voice went quiet, almost to herself. He is going to become a myth. Ron swallowed hard. He already is. Hermione's eyes flashed, and for a second she looked like she might break again. Then she swallowed it down, jaw tight. We'll find him, she whispered. Ron flinched. Hermione. Hermione's voice went sharper. Not to bind him, Ron. Not to control him. To bring him back if he wants to come back. Ron stared at her, throat tight. And if he doesn't? Hermione's mouth trembled. She forced the words out, voice shaking. Then we live with it, she said. Ron felt something inside him crack. He nodded once. He hated it. He accepted it. Far from Hogwarts, beyond the reach of Ministry owls and school gossip, the storm drifted over hills and rivers and sleeping villages. Inside the cloud, Harry sat with his knees drawn up, arms wrapped around himself like he was trying to keep his bones from shaking apart. His hands trembled badly now that the fight was over. His ribs hurt with every breath. His nose had stopped bleeding, mostly, but dried blood cracked on his skin whenever he moved. Daphne sat close, shoulder pressed against his, cloak wrapped around both of them to block the cold wind. She did not speak for a long time. She let the silence be what it was. Harry stared into the darkness of the cloud, eyes unfocused. His voice came out rough. They looked at me like I was a story. Daphne's voice was quiet, steady. You are becoming one. Harry swallowed hard, throat tight. I hate it. Daphne's hand slid into his, fingers lacing, firm, grounding. I know, she said. Harry's shoulders shook. His voice cracked. I wanted them to say sorry and mean it and fix it. Daphne did not lie. She said quietly. They said sorry. They meant it. It does not fix it. Harry swallowed hard, breath hitching. He pressed his forehead against Daphne's shoulder for a second, like he could not stay upright. Daphne wrapped an arm around him, holding him in place. Harry whispered, broken. I'm tired. Daphne's voice softened. I know. Harry's breath came fast, then slowed, then stuttered again. He forced it steady. He lifted his head, eyes dull. Caligo is gone. Daphne nodded once. For now, yes. Harry's jaw clenched. It will come back. Daphne's gaze stayed steady. If it does, you will be ready. Harry let out a humorless laugh. That's optimistic. Daphne's mouth twitched. Not quite a smile. It is practical, she said. Harry stared at her. His eyes stung and he blinked hard. Daphne leaned in and kissed him. Not soft, not sweet. A kiss that tasted like storm and salt and stubborn survival. Harry kissed back, shaking, desperate for the reminder that he was still flesh and breath and not just thunder wearing skin. When they pulled away, Daphne kept her forehead against his for a heartbeat. Anchor, she murmured. Harry swallowed hard. Yeah, the storm drifted on, heading toward deeper night, away from the sun. Below them, the world went on, people laughing in kitchens, owls flying over fields, the ministry already spinning stories. And somewhere in the wizarding world, whispers would spread, that when the ministry failed and the dark pressed in, a storm would gather without warning, that thunder would strike at night, heavy and cold, that a wheel of lightning would turn in the clouds, and a figure would stand inside it, bleeding and unbowed, keeping the world from being erased. Not a hero who returned to applause, not a boy who fit into school corridors, something else, a boundary that watched the dark.